And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition of the OlimoLeague, week number 237, your weekly dose of OlimoLeague action. I'm, of course, your side VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by these people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to a replay cast. Again, as a reminder, this is a replay cast. This tournament did take place last night, did take place immediately a couple of hours ago, and we are here this morning to go over those matches to catch up on what happened live. Here we go. For those who are curious as well, the reason why we did not cast this live is because this event is sponsored by Chijik. Chijik is a Korean streaming platform. You actually see the Chijik logo just underneath the OlimoLeague logo towards the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, and they are a streaming platform. They do, because of that, if you want to stream this live, it has to be on their platform. It cannot be on YouTube or on Facebook or on here on Twitch either. It cannot be live anywhere else. Can only be live streamed to their specific platform. We were live streaming it for a time, but there weren't really a lot of people, you know, finding us or watching us on that platform. So we have since kind of foregone live casting, and we are instead replay casting after the fact. That is at least our approach here, and our solution to bringing you as much, or bringing this content to as many people as possible. So that is the plan. That is how we do. Likewise, we're going to be starting here in the round of 32. It is a big bracket as always. OlimoLeague replay casts are typically very long, typically like 8 hours or 6 to 8 hours. So I'll do my best to maintain myself. I'll do my best. And yes, we will be starting here with the round 32 with creator versus skillless. Likewise, we also were not live last night. I mean, we were technically. Do apologize. We had thought that the Lily Cup was starting last night. Alas, it has since been rescheduled, and Lily Cup is starting tomorrow, or I guess tonight instead. So tonight is going to be day one of the playoffs of Lily Cup. This also means that Lily Cup is going to be pushed forward when it comes to its schedule, and it means we have to adjust our own schedule as a result as well, to accommodate for it. Because of that, Sparkling Tutor Cup this week is rescheduled next week, as Lily Cup is going to be going on over through Saturday into Sunday. So that is the plan. So Lily Cup is tonight, and we have this morning at least with OlimoLeague. Here we go. We're here in the round 32, and already in the round of 32 we have a PvP. We have a creator and skillless facing up. Let's go. So we jump into game number 1. And again, I hope you've all been having a lovely day. You've all been taking care as we jump on in, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Frostline, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is creator. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player for Team Liquid. It is skillless. Here we go. Again, skillless and creator. I'm a little bit never mind. I was about to say, I'm a little bit shocked by the vetoes that Frostline made it through in a PvP. This is a rare sight, and then I remembered, oh, it's OlimoLeague. True. Welcome one and all to OlimoLeague. OlimoLeague, they do have a unique format when it comes to the map picking system. No vetoes in OlimoLeague. It is a loser's pick, and the starting map is predetermined. Map 1 is Frostline here for round 1. Oh boy. Here we go. Sorry, just trying to find out what the map pool was this week. But yes, the starting map is going to be Frostline here for the round of 32. So every series, every cast of the round of 32 will begin on Frostline, and then losers pick from there. It's a unique format, and personally, I'm quite fond of it. It does mean that you're able to see these otherwise typically vetoed maps in certain matchups. So we're able to get a treat, and we're able to experience it all together. Let's go. I know the players maybe aren't as fond of it as you know, typical veto process, because with vetoes they can play and they can get rid of some of these otherwise unwanted maps, but no, not here, not in the OlimoLeague, not this time. Let's go. But now though, 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Creator, likewise 2-gate opener out of Skillus. So far, mirrored builds. So far, no proxies, no shenanigans out on the map. When it comes to Creator, he's one of the more passive, I would actually say the most passive Protoss player in Korea. Regarding, you know, players like Trap, players like herO, Nightmare, Classic, these other players are more willing to be aggressive and more willing to cheese, more willing to proxy. Creator, less so. He's one of the more, I would say, either passive or more macro-based kind of players here, more mid to late game-based players amongst them. So with that, we can see a much more straight up, much more standard back and forth PvP. Both players will expand. Both players will delay their bases here in favor of a Stargate. Stargate opener by Skillus, Stargate opener here by Creator as well. With these Stargates, of course, we can open up Oracle. We can go across the map, get some economic damage. Checking the vision, Creator has not seen the tech. Likewise, Skillus has not seen the tech either. So they don't know what each other is up to. If they did, we could see Phoenixes, but for the time being, we should be seeing Oracles. As Skillus does move out with an attempted scouts, Creator he's in position to deny or try and intercept. As it does shade towards the main. So far, full wall. Nicely done. As we mentioned, Oracle on the way for Skillus, Oracle also on the way for Creator. Again, if they were aware of each other's opener, then we'd be seeing Phoenixes, but alas, they are in the dark, and Oracles are on the way. As we settle in, you know, hello to all those in the chat. I see Kuro in the chat. I see BBQ complete as well. Gary, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo están? Bienvenidos. Good to see you all. Skillus, he does gain the momentum here. Going to be able to trade 1 for 1. Yeah, the new trade Oracle has arrived. Diving on the main army, diving on the Stalker. Stalker is going to be targeted down. The Adept as well. Meanwhile, the Oracle for Skillus is moving out across the map. Can go straight for the economy. And can go straight for the main. Does make a beeline. Ooh, Creator, he's locked out of his own main. Oh no. he's locked out. He's locked out of his base. There's one Stalker in the main, and the Oracle can wreak havoc. Probe's going to be going down. Probes, they cannot transfer to low ground. The Oracle, though, takes a lot of hits, and the Oracle's going to go down. Ooh, the Oracle does fall, but for how many? For 8 probes. 8 probe kills with that skill, so I'll take a massive economic lead. Likewise, back at home, he has Shield Battery. Shield Battery the main, Shield Battery at the natural. He is this time ready for the counter-aggression of Creator. Again, Creator had to reveal his Oracle back at home instead, and Skillus following this up with a Phoenix, again, to hunt and shut those Oracles down. Second Oracle has arrived, likewise, diving into the main. Ooh, will sacrifice himself, getting more probe kills, getting how many? 14 in total. Yeah, that's another 6 probe kills. Double Oracle towards the main. Creator, he has to get something done. It's 1, 2, up to, just 2 workers so far. There's a Phoenix, so we're quite limited with how much we can get done. Getting a 3rd, getting a 4th probe. 4 probes is okay, but it's not going to be worth 2 Oracles. We do get the recall, and alas, ooh, both Oracles barely make it back home. Whew, just barely. That Oracle's on how many? 4 HP. 1 more shot away from going down. Does survive. Does make it back home. With that, Skillus is just securing himself. Now, what I will say, thankfully, here is that Creator did at least keep both Oracles alive, so he can still gain value, whether it's his Taster Traps, whether it's his Revelations, maybe even just going back in and getting more probe kills once the shields do recharge. There's potential here for Creator. That's better than, of course, losing them. So he can try to achieve something with these Oracles. Skillus dipping in. Going in for a scout. It does get eyes on the follow-up tech. Twilight Council is revealed. And the research as well. Just to make sure there's no robo follow-up. Oh no! As the Phoenix does take a lot of hits. Takes a lot of damage. Will escape checking for a 3rd. Likewise, Creator does cover the 3rd base of Skillus. Halfway done. Creator is aware, and Creator he moves out. So the goal here to try to force a cancel or try to punish this 3rd base. We'll see if he can. Likewise, hoping to catch the Phoenix. Proxy pylon here across the map for Skillus. Stage traps being set up here in the center. Creator just waiting for his reinforcements. Most Stalkers have arrived. Looking at the stab Creator, he has an even Stalker count, if not slightly behind. Skillus he can hold. Uh oh. No, the blink! The blink gets punished! Yo, Creator, he's all over this, and Creator, he can take the fight. He can, and he will. Does move in. Ooh, barely does not catch a Stalker. Blink is done slightly faster here for Skillus, but now finishing up for Creator. And he will chase. He will chase us down. Very nice blink control out of Skillus, though, losing one Stalker, just the one. And Stasis is about to run out. Oh no! The same 3 Stalkers, they just keep getting Stasis to the face. Oh my god. With that Creator once again. With Thread and Skillus. But again, thankfully, Skillus, he did maintain himself. Able to hold his own. As Creator pulls away. And we're calming things down. Both players get their third bases up and running. Skillus still has a very comfortable worker lead. And big reason for this, I mean, there's a couple of reasons. 1, third base was faster. 2, less economic damage, of course. Again, the Oracles at the start of the game, 14 probe kills, 10 over his opponent. And that's reflected here. And this means that over time, Skillus is going to be able to, or he has a better economy, going to be able to build up a large army, faster upgrades, faster production, faster fourth base as well. And Creator is on the back foot. Things are looking a little bit more bleak here for Creator. How can he bounce back in this game? A couple different ways. When it comes to positional play, you know, it's possible here for Creator to move out, to avoid the scouts, and to hit one of these bases, either going to the mineral line, into the third, hit the fourth base, dive into the main with Blink, then recall back home. There are ways here to get damage done. Likewise, DTs or rushing into disruptors. Tech-wise, also a way to try to bounce back, but regardless, the pressure is on Creator. Does move out. Alas, Skillus is able to keep up. Oof. Skillus has higher Stalker count, picks up 2 more Stalkers. And Creator, he's hurting. Just now getting his own 4th. Is spotted by Skillus. Skillus, he is aware. He's aware of the expansion. And once his 4th base gets him running, Skillus, he can just commit. Can send it. I believe charge is done. Yep, charge is done for both players, at least soon for Creator as well. No Archon production, no Temple Archives for anyone. Anyone involved. Skillus moving out. Has better upgrades. Oh no! This time he's got the Observer. Does catch the Stasis Trap. And not this time. Not again. Not again. Yeah, Skillus, he rotates. Shuts down the Zealots. Skillus looking another way in. Creator trying to keep over the rotations. Creator, he does miss his big movement towards the south, though. Up. Heads towards the center. Massive Zealot Warp in here towards that 4th. There is a Stasis. So because they poke in, Stasis goes off, Zealots have arrived. There is a shield battery, but it may not be enough. Okay, +1 does finish off for Creator. Skillus fighting out in the open. Likewise, rotating over as well. First Archon has arrived, diving on the Prism. Prism goes down. Very nice catch here from Creator. And Skillus is being forced back. Leading out his Zealots. Heading back here with the Stalkers. Creator taking the better fight. And Creator forcing his way forward again. That one Archon coming in clutch. He's over as the Zealots. Skillus taking another expansion, staying on a low gas count. I mean, both players are. Creator pushing through. Zealot run by, forcing a warp in. I do think that there was a lot more potential with that Zealot run by from Skillus, but did end up pulling back. Did give Creator more time. And Creator, he has clawed his way back into this. Skillus, I believe, has yet to throw down. Yeah, he hasn't thrown down his own Temple Archives, which means this mass Zealot composition here is going to be more difficult for Skillus to deal with. What I'm getting at here, typically when you go into PvP, when you go into Blink Stalker Charge Lot, as we're seeing here at a Creator, you do need splash damage. Typically it's Archons. Archons are doing an amazing job here at tanking Zealots and dealing splash damage. Oh no, but the Stalkers, they get caught out. Oh, Creator should not be here. Yeah, he's getting caught out, completely out of position. Zealots, they try to respond. Stalkers, more Stalkers do fall. Massive pickoffs. Zealots at the same time, they hit the 4th base. Creator, he's out of position time and time again. There's the recall to escape. Zealots, they do respond. But very nice win here for Skillous. Cashes out the Stalkers, gets into the mineral line. Now Creator, he still has a comparable army, true. Still has a larger army supply. Is committing in. When it comes to that splash damage, either Archons, Disruptors, Colossus even, they have their place in PvP. Something to help deal with this. Something to help deal with all the Zealots. Meanwhile, Skillous is going for his own Mass Zealot Warp into the main. Going for the upgrades, denying +3. +3 is soon to be halfway done here for Skillous. Likewise moving out. Running into the main army. So also going to be depowering some of the production, going for another warp in. As Skillous, he dives in, he threatens a dive even, doesn't commit. Pulling back. Another warp in finishing up. Ooh, Archon goes down. And the main armies do clash, and there are no Archons here for Creator. Yeah, he's just split out too much. The workers, the army. I just can't keep up, not like this. Potentially can take a fight with shield batteries, but even then, it's going to be difficult. As Skillous rotates. Just rotate until it's pull away. And once again, the Silver Armies, they just don't stop the pilot. That proxy pilot coming into play, and we speak about this on Frostline all the time, how difficult it is to defend your 4-base setup just because your 3rd and 4th base are so isolated from each other, just because there's so little terrain to help you when it comes to your own Sim City. You're so vulnerable to these counterattacks. And that trend continues here in PvP as well. This Creator getting caught out. Low Zealots going to be falling. Does trade out decently well against the Zealots of Skillous, true. This Creator is looking for another way in. Still has a massive army, but now it's down in upgrades. Skillous, he has +3. Zoun once again at the 4th. Immortal has arrived. Again, the quality, the composition here of Creator, I do like it quite a bit. But it's about the numbers, about the economy behind it. Every time he cannot sustain himself, and Skillous, he just has mass Blink Stalker. The Blink control. Blink away. So far doing well. They'll say break the natural. Likewise, Skillous, he killed the 4th. Also dipping into the natural as well. Both players losing bases, both players losing their economy. Kind of going to be helping. The Archon is exposed. He wants it, he gets it. Archon goes down, Zealots are coming from behind. And Skillous, he's just having his way with this army. Creator just having a hard time attacking with everything at once. And here we go, he dives in, and Skillous, he's done it. He breaks through, takes out the Immortal, the Archon. Only Stalkers and a handful of Zealots remain. And Skillous, he has enough. He has enough to break through. GG gets called, and Skillous, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. A very, very intense game there, and despite the advantage that Skillous did have in this series, or in the early game after dealing so much economic damage, despite that, Creator, he was able to bounce back in his own way. He was able to build up a comparable army when it came to size, at least, and had potential there, was able to take some better trades, was able to get some counter damage, but alas, was outscaled by Skillous. With that, GG, we're getting into game number 2. We are jumping into game 2. It's going to be on ley lines. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Leylines, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Creator. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as well, we have the red Protoss player for Team Liquid leading the series 1-0. It is Skillous. We go. And again, as a reminder, this is going to be Creator's map of choice. It is a loser's pick. We're going for a much smaller map, something more standard as well. And we'll see how our players do approach this. As once again, we should be seeing 2 gate openers. We do see Skills being active with that probe, but looking to just scout. There's no aggressive pylon placement. There's no crazy proxy being set up. At least not yet. Not yet. Skillous zips in real quick and confirms 2 gates. Does confirm the 2 gate opener. And is here to confirm the placement of the second pylon. Now, because Creator is active on the map, he could try to hide the second pylon, intentionally so here towards the center. But as we can see, based on the pathing, it's just going to scout. Just gonna scout across the map. There's our pylon for Creator, and there's a pylon for Skillous. So far, so good. Oh, the balance! The scales. Let's go home. As Creator dips in and gets a full scout of the main. And we have our initial opener, our initial units of choice, going to be Stalker Sentry out of Creator, likewise Stalker Sentry out of Skillous as well. Going to be settling in. As both players just being active, trying to delay each other's expansion. If you recall, in Game 1, this led into Stargate openers for both players. Stargate play could be a little bit more risky here on Leylines because the map is smaller, so it is a little bit more unsafe to really embrace Stargate play. As the pylon does even finish here. So this is going to be a bit of an investment here by Skillous. Last Creator, he cancels his own. Expansions are delayed, and there it is at Nexus for both players. Creator and Skillous. At similar times. We do see Creator following this up here with the Twilight Council. Skillous does the same. All in all, I would say maybe a better start here for Creator as he did not lose a pylon. That's one of the only big differences here between the two players. Outside of that, both just embracing Blink. Again, as I mentioned, last game we saw a Stargate opener, but it made more sense considering how large the map was, so it's more difficult to punish a player opening up Stargate. Here, it's much easier on Leylines, so neither player really embraces that. Just both players rushing into Blink, and we see Creator going to be the first to throw down further tech into a Forge into +1. Could be a factor here. So you're for an earlier +1 timing to try to break skills ahead of time. We'll see. Likewise with hallucination skills, he's aware. He does scout, he does see the Forge on the way. This is a big factor, of course, of, I mean, even last patch as well, I was going to say Stargate. Even last patch, Sentry-based openers were being favored. They were being favored thanks to the previous patch, of course, which did buff sentries in PvP. Nowadays, even more so with the NG overcharge as well, so even more reason to open up with earlier sentries, as it's so much more easier here to get full scouts off with hallucinations. As Creator's coming in, checking for third bases. Skillous setting up a proxy though. Hello. Yo, who needs a +1 and who needs a third base when you're going for a 2 base all in? Ah, let's go. Now, the hallucination does get eyes on this probe that is in position here to expand. But Skillets, how many gateways do we have? We have 2 gates in the main, a 3rd gateway across the map. Okay, only a 3-gate setup, so we're expanding. We're expanding. There is no 4th gateway, so it's not 4-gate blink. Is still expanding, but with this proxy, Skillets is still going to be assertive on the map. He does have a greater production than his opponent. Remember, Creator, only 2 gateways, so Skillets can outproduce him. And again, money that was spent on upgrades, spent on Stalkers instead. Here comes Skillets. Here come the reinforcements. Skillets does have a Stalker lead. And can he break Creator here and now? Shield batteries are finishing up on both sides. Does dive in. Ooh, force fields, they try to lock down the army. Who looks down who though? Sentry's getting picked up. Boys are being called. Creator, who knows, is in trouble. Nice target firing here on those Stalkers. Force shields once again zoning Creator away. Sentries are exposed. Skillets who will lose all of his sentries. We'll get the sentries of Creator. Yeah, it does focus him down. Rotates over, takes down more Stalkers, takes down the shield battery. Oof. And I believe Skills, yeah, he still has a Stalker lead. He might just have too much here and now. Again, 1 gateway, 1 less upgrade. Sometimes all it takes. +1 is not going to come into play. And Skills, he does it. He breaks Creator. He has broken him. There's what? 1 Stalker left. 1 Stalker, 1 Zealot. Another Stalker warping in. Here come the reinforcements once again of Skillets. +1 finishes, but +1 doesn't matter. +1, it no longer matters. Not anymore. It can't make up for this kind of deficit. Immortals on the way, that will help. Last Skillets can go for the kill. Not anymore. The Immortal has arrived. That will buy time. Oh, never mind. He just dives in. No fear. Dives in, Patty. Just dives in. Now, I was going to say that from here, Skillets could just focus on the expansion and contain his opponent. Boys are being pulled. Creator, can he hold on? Oh, as we go for the dive, the Immortal's exposed. No shield battery. No shield battery to support. Immortal goes down. Second Immortal has arrived, though. Creator, can he hold on? Shields get triggered. Skillets backs off. Creator, he saves the expansion. More reinforcements on the way. Behind the Skills, just getting his 3rd base fully saturated. Gateway explosion as well. 4 more gates. 5 more gates in production. Jesus. Into charge lots. And Creator, he's up to 2 Immortals. He holds. Creator, he holds on. Saves his bases. 2 Immortals. That's going to be too much to break, at least for now. This will change though once Skills gets his gateways, once he goes into mass charge lots. As Creator doesn't really have an answer. Has no answer here to those charge lots. But I'm impressed that he has been able to save the expansion. But did I speak too soon? Up! He wants it! Oh my. He wants the base. Skills pulling away. Still taking up, still just getting further ahead. Into +2. Temple Archives, of course. I say +2 is catching up with +1, I should emphasize. Catching up those upgrades. Creator, he now, of course, recognizes that they must have been a proxy. And does find it. Does find the proxy, does bring it down. Supply blocking Skillets. Skills just taking another expansion. 4th base on the way. Still just getting further ahead. And similarly to the previous game where Creator falls behind, he needs something to go his way here. Currently, I would say that, I mean, he is stuck at home. The reality is he's just stuck at home, building up Immortals, building up Archons. If he's left alone enough, then potentially he can recover. But he is relying on Skillets giving him breathing room at this point to build up a higher Immortal and Archon count to make up for having a smaller army. But so far, that's not happening. Skillets going for a split push. I do think that Skillets can have a lot of success if he attacks all at once, all together. But for now, just looking to distract and potentially deny the 4th base. As he actually doesn't know about it yet. Otherwise, I'm sure he would collapse in. Now, yep, there we go. The army's being consolidated. Moves forward. The army gets dragged out into the open, and now Skills, he can take the fight. He can and he will. He collapses in. Oh, Prism gets started down. The Prism does survive. The Immortal, no! Immortal goes down. Massive pickup. Nice juggling towards the end, but Skills, he just has far too much. Dives in, takes everything down, and there's nothing left. GG gets called, and Skills, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played, Skills. He will claim the series, will advance on over Creator. Very big win here in the first round of the round of 32. Against Skills, he has been known for his PvP. I mean, I always remember seeing Skills struggle in the group stage of Home Story Cup in December, but actually bring down Nightmare confidently, even though Nightmare was doing very well in the group as well, even, you know, surpassing him, but dropping maps and dropping series to Skills. So GG. GG, well played, Skills, bringing down a Korean Protoss player, making it to the round of 16. And we're here to find out who will join him in that round of 16. We have more matches coming up. Plenty more matches coming up next here. Up next, we have now a TVP between herO and Zoun. Another banger series here, also in the round of 32. Crazy. But yeah, GG, well played, Skills, he advanced on. My condolences to Creator. Creator, he's an amazing player, and I'm a big fan of Creator, but alas, does go down to the first round. Really rough first round match. I mean, PvPs are often very, they're often very volatile, I should say, but honestly, Skills played very well here. Both in Game 1 and in Game 2, just getting early economic leads, whether it was the Oracle harass in Game 1 or the Stalker aggression in Game 2. Just very successful here, and just really getting ahead early on and really setting Creator behind and just putting him in a really difficult position to try to recover and try to bounce back. Wasn't quite able to in the end. But now we're jumping into our first game of the series. Game 1 is going to be on Frostline. Let's go. As a reminder, all the games, all the matches in the round of 32, they all begin on Frostline. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss. Ooh, it is Zoun. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Team Vitality. It is herO. Now, coming into this, herO has some of the best TVT in the world. It's insane, it's crazy, it is where he thrives, and what he really does. And one of the reasons why Clem now no longer plays TVT. I can with confidence say that herO is one of, if not the biggest reason why Clem is avoiding TVT and is now off-racing as Protoss against Terran. But when it comes to his other matchups, herO, he's not too bad whatsoever. I would say that herO's weakest matchup is TVZ. Terran versus Zerg is where herO struggles the most. Terran versus Protoss, we have seen herO pop off and take down players like herO, take down players like Showtime as well. herO, he definitely has his moments in this matchup, but I'm curious how things play out here on Frostline, where we have a very large map, very exposed bases as well. I can definitely see aggressive builds being successful on this map, and herO, he's known for his aggression. We have seen, especially in this matchup, a lot of 2-base all-ins out of herO, a lot of 2-base timings as well, and yeah, just aggression all around. Does play macro and can play macro, don't get me wrong, but typically that isn't really herO's go-to, at least in our experience. We'll see how he does approach Zoun here on Frostline. We shall see. So now Zoun just going to be opening up here, walling up the Reaper Cliff. Gate Cybercore into a Nexus. Should soon be expanding. Likewise, Double Gas. Interesting. Double Gas opener here out of herO, going for a faster factory. This can lead into Reacted Reaper Hellion. There is no reactor though. This can also lead into Widow Mines, into a later Widow Mine drop. This can lead into faster tech labs on the factory and on the starport, into tank production, into a tank drop, into tank Banshee. There's options. Eyes are on herO. Eyes is going to be on ryung here. As he's being active. Likewise, we have a take of choice. Twilight Council out of Zoun. I believe ryung here will not scout.
Add-on complete.
He's a little bit too far back. Won't get eyes on what's going on. There's the command center here for ryung. And Zoun confirms. He confirms the build. He confirms the add-ons as well. The tech lab did just finish up. He knows that there's no reacted Reaper Hellion. As we have the early Cyclone for ryung. Now, the early Cyclone really just confirms that ryung's not really fully aware of what's going on. Ooh, as the Reaper does go down. Very nice force field. Zoun catching out ryung. But the Cyclone is just a really safe way to play. If it was a Stargate opener, then ryung he would be ready here to defend against Oracles and Phoenixes. Alas, as a reminder, ryung does not know what's going on, so just playing as safe as possible initially. Even a CC on the high ground. Cyclone is out, getting in position. Looking to catch any stray Skytoss units, even a stray Hallucination. Hallucination comes in, and ryung will catch it. Oof. Barely doesn't get the kill. Marines, they rotate over towards that corner of the main, hoping to deny the scouts. We'll see if they can. And behind this, it is in fact going to be faster tech lab on the starport into Banshees. Oh! Ooh, and Zoun, what did he see? Checking his vision, Zoun, he did get eyes on the tech labs, and ooh, I'm not so certain he saw it researching. Looks like the research may have started after the hallucination had gone down, but regardless, did see the tech lab nonetheless. The double tech lab even is somewhat aware. Technically, this could be a Raven-based opener. True, but again, Ravens this early on aren't really as common. So we do see Zoun getting in position. Blink on the way. Robo as well for detection. For that observer. Let's see if you can get there. Likewise, ryung building up. Building up more tanks. Now, when it comes to this build of ryung, I should also emphasize that we can approach this in a couple different ways. It looks like ryung he's going to be harassing. Does move out. The other approach, of course, is backing up these Banshees in the center, or we're back at home, moving out together with the tank base move out, with the tank base bush, and send everything across the map. That's the Banshee headed towards the main. ryung, he should be aware that he got scattered, of course. Should be aware. And Zoun, he is here to delay the move out. Nice Vigos, getting a handful of Marines. Banshee goes into the main. Stalker's in position. Observer as well. Yeah, Zoun is ready for this. Despite that, losing 3 probes. Not bad. ryung breaking out. How many Marines going down? 6 Marines already. It's a lot of Marines. 6 Marines falling. That does delay ryung. Oh! Ooh, Banshee not able to get away. Banshee falls as well. Zoun, defending well. Snipes the Banshee. Delays the push. Picks off Marines. Gets a 3rd base. Now looking to get us saturated. And behind this ryung, what does he do? He throws down a 3rd CC. Okay, we're gearing up towards the mid-game. ryung, he's backing off, he's expanding. Likewise, Zoun is settling in. Oh. That's likewise, Zoun is going to be pushing. Does head towards the natural. Again, the goal here for Zoun is just contain. Just contain ryung on 2 bases, delay the 3rd for as long as possible, and behind this, Zoun can now start taking. You know, he's getting his 3rd base fully saturated. We have the Bay on the way. We have the Forge now finishing up as well for upgrades for +1, for Colossus production. ryung, he needs to get damage done with these Banshees. Now 2 Banshees, they can one-shot probes. They can and they will. So far, 4 or 5 probes going down. Getting to 6, getting up to almost 7. Almost. Rotating over towards the third. No Stalkers in position. Zoun skipping Stalker Warpins. I mean, I say that. I should say Stalkers. I mean, they're across the map. They're not at home to defend. And herO, he gets away. Does get away. So far, so good for herO. Is fighting back. Zoun's still looking for a way in. Still looking for any kind of key pickups. Third base down the way for herO. Bold move. Let's see if he can hold on to it. As Zoun is being kept busy. Tanks are moving out. Zoun being forced further back. Up! He wants a tank! Ooh, hop pick up. Very hop pick up there out of herO. He saves the tank. That's how he wanted it. herO does save it. Now he establishes his third base. At the same time, double drop across the map. And they saw those two Banshees going towards the third. There is a cannon in position. Here's a cannon. Nice pickups. Catching out two Wooden Mines and catching. Oh, almost a medevac. Almost. Double drop comes in. Banshees, they do hit that third. They barely get out of range here of the cannon. Shield battery goes down. herO moving in. Going for a tri-pronged attack. Getting 10 probe kills already. Banshees, they escape. Double drop unloads. Or loads even. Double drop gets away. And herO, he wants the fourth. He steps in. Stem in. Tanks are ready. Yeah, and the fourth base is going to be denied. Massive pickup. Kills probes at the third. At the main. Denies the fourth base. Zoun's in trouble. Does have his first Colossus. Has 3 modals as well. Has a hefty army here. But pushing into 4 tanks, it's not going to be easy. Zoun pulling away. herO once again dropping to the main, but this time there is an army in position. And the medevac is going to go down. Massive pickup. herO throwing away supply. Let's see if he can keep up. Zoun at the same time going for his other run by. Hits a third base. Does a move on the depot though, so that does give herO time to react. And herO losing 1 SCV. He responds. Can't choose a pull away. She said to pull away. So live here for herO. They can repair it as we speak. Zoun is attempting to retake that fourth base, but again, this fourth base is very late. Putting things into context here, typically a Protoss player wants to be up in expansion compared to the Terran because of mules, because of, I mean, the way that their economy works, and that is not the case here. As a result, herO, thanks to not just delaying the fourth base, but because of the economic damage, herO, he's maxed. He's maxed out. He's up 40 supply. That is insane. And Zoun is in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble here. Now, if Zoun had disruptors, I would say that he has a chance here to recover and to take a better fight. He has potential. That is not the case, though. He has 3 Colossus, that is true. And here we go. Disruptor production has now just begun. How many disruptors will he have by the time herO moves out? As herO, he is maxing. Just now getting a fourth. Zoun rotates over towards said fourth base. Zoun is catching up in supply. herO being more passive, more defensive, waiting for his upgrades, waiting for 2-2. That's expansion is being taken. Colossus, they pull away. They do pull back. And herO, he is taking this very slow, actually. Despite having a big supply advantage, it's also possible that herO wasn't fully aware. So he's just turtling up. We're throwing down CCs, widow mines, bunkers, depots, sensor towers, missile turrets, which I don't think we needed to do this, but okay. I mean, herO is just waiting to receive. He's waiting in. I mean, Zoun is moving in. All the EMPs. For the EMPs. EMPs, they blanket the army. Disruptors, they have arrived. And the problem here now is that herO, ideally, he wants to be trading. He wants to trade out some of this army, trade it out for liberators, ideally. Fusion cores on the way. That should be for lib range. But herO has to make room here for these libs. Knock down the rocks. Yeah, speaking of freeing up supply, yep. herO killing his own SCVs down from 71, 72 to 69. Nice. Now 69 SCVs. Up. There we go, off. No major connection. Saturday rotates, taking more bases. Establishing himself. Still building up. Just getting more CCs, 2 more Ghost Academies into nukes. And she's still doing what they can. They're just trading out at this point. Sharking around. Stargate's on the way. Stargate that we might be here for a while. Stargate's on the way. That, of course, is going to be for the fleet beacon for the mothership into Skytos. Zoun is at least thinking about it. Yeah, as he has his half of the map. We're gonna get tempted to take a 5th. Zoun is in position to deny. Oh. Once again being zoned back. Up the Nova! Ooh, does not go up. Ooh, that was so close. Nova does not connect. We only get a snipe in time. Very clutch though. Yeah, calm down. Calm down. Building on more libs. Likewise, herO going for a split push. Moving out. Up. Mine's just going to be going up. Catching up the Zealots. herO moving in, going for the dive. Massive EMP. Once again, though, Nova will connect. Takes down the Ghost. herO does take some Novas to the face. Behind this, replacing his army here with Liberators. 4 Liberators on the way. So he rotates with his force towards the north. This will expose this northern base. Bear that in mind. As Zoun is moving in. Likewise pushing on the right hand side. Gets a Ghost. Some rough losses here for herO. As he is being called out, it's being forced back. No major commitments yet. I say that, does dive on top of the bunker. Bunker gets sniped, tank behind this doing as much as they can. But where are the reinforcements? Zoun breaking through, takes down the tank, gets into the middle line. And herO, his main army, is still here towards the south. The Vigor does respond with leads a portion, will defend. So far, good damage out of Zoun. He rotates. Rotates towards the center. He does keep up. Novas are here. And is still waiting for more libs. Novas, they don't quite connect. Nice dodges. Command Center goes down. Stalker still poking in. Rion still taking some losses. Those Liberators, though, they do get 9 probes across the map. Do get 9 workers. Rion at least is doing some counter damage here. Still building on more ghosts. Has yet to invest into nukes, I believe. Oh no, my apologies, he has 3. Never mind. Speaking of, there it is. First nuke behind the army. No detection. Is gonna zone down. It's a weird thing to say, but yes. Nuke goes off. Sound rotating. Zoun does have observers, but there we go. Does come in. Liberation has arrived. A decent lib count. As I believe there are 4 Liberators of the main army. Tempests have arrived. Again, this entire time Zoun been setting up for Sky Toss. Zoun looking to push in. Oh god. Doesn't quite break through. Again, this entire time Young has just been stuck at home. Despite being up 40 supply earlier, he chose not to be active. Now we've reached this kind of game state. Oh! That's a connection. Doesn't quite bring down them Marauders, but does get them close. Does get them close. We see Young collapsing in. Up. And Young, he goes to the fight. Nova's no major connections. Prism is getting vulnerable. Alas does survive. And Zanny pulls back. Can't kite away. Prism gets behind. 1 Tempest going to be going down. And Young, can he catch out the rest of the Tempest? Oh. Not quite. Gets a Colossus. Liberator setting up. Ryung, he fights well. Does wiggle some very high-tech units. Despite that, the Tempest, never mind. Tempest able to force Ryung back. And with that, Zoun did take some losses, but he can rebuild. What should be important, though, what we should point out, is lack of gas for both players. Ryung and Zoun have been burning through their gas. Zoun has got an 8,000 mineral bank. Jesus. Take some gases. We need them. Zoun moving in. Nova's going up. Ooh, they don't quite connect. Towards the end, they raise the main army. Stalkers behind the mineral line. Taking down more SCVs. I mean, there's even a gas geyser here in the natural that he never took as well. Never took the gases. Zoun once again just rotating, bullying the army. Viking count still very low, but 1 Tempest is going to be thrown away. Meanwhile, Ryung coming in for a surround. And just flanking the army. Nova goes off of the Marines. But Zoun, it looks like he may have overextended. Please add another Tempest as all this has been going on. The Zealots are wreaking havoc. They shut down the third base, pushing into the natural SCVs are going down. We spoke about that mineral bank earlier, and Zanny's making use of it. Just mass Zealots is all he needs. Who needs splash damage? As Ghost Committees are going down. Massive pickups. That is also removing the nukes. As herO was only able to make use of one of them. The other nukes should be removed. Yeah. That's 2 nukes going down. That does somewhat free up supply, but herO, he's running out of a bank. And Zoun dives in. Dives on the fire. Does focus on the tank of the high ground. Still very Zealot heavy. But he's going to be fine. And over as they connect. Oof. Brutal connections. And rotates over. The planetary is going to go down. At this point, herO just can't keep up. He's out of money. He's out of money. He's out of steam. Out of resources. herO did have an advantage here in this game earlier. If you recall, he was sniping the 4th base. He was getting economic damage. Catching up the army as well. herO was doing so well for himself. And what did he do with that lead? He fortified himself back at her. Like he walled up. He walled up. Chose to stop being active. And then Zoun was able to recover. He was able to bounce back, catching up the main army. You get Mass Zealot. The Zealots are here. The Tempest as well. Disruptors, they reinforce. And herO is down to 100 supply. GG gets called. herO taps out and Zoun takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played again. herO, he had a very strong start to this game, but again, as we mentioned, herO was more passive in the aftermath. He, despite maxing out, despite having a lead, he kind of backed off, gave Zoun plenty of breathing room, and Zoun was able to double, triple expand, max out, take into Sky Toss, get into the ideal, and was left alone. Was left alone in the end. Sure, there was some Liberator harass, true. There was some Banshee harass, there was some Liberator harass, but there was never a main move out for herO, and never at all actually past the early game. We saw towards the end herO actually engaged in the center of the map, but never really pushed out in towards the bases of Zoun. GG. GG, well played. With that, that leads us into game number 2. This is going to be herO's map of choice, loading into a much smaller map, into Ley Lines. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran for Team Vitality. It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is Zoun. Here we go. TVP does continue, and Zoun, he does take a lead. Again, Zoun, he had a rough early game. He had like a rough start to game 1 where he was being torn apart by the multi-running aggression of herO. Clearly a lot more comfortable in a longer game state. I mean, if you remember, back in December, we did cast Zoun defeat Clem in a series in OlimoLeague, and of course in the late game as well. That is where Zoun thrived. We'll see if he can get there again. Now, about Ley Lines, it is a smaller map, so I would imagine that herO wants to be more aggressive here. Double gas opener. If you recall, in the lead up to game 1, I was talking about how herO is known for being aggressive early on. He's known for like 2 base timings and 2 base all-ins. He's more than willing to embrace that kind of style of play. We saw, of course, the direct opposite of that on Frostline, but that was after he had gained a lead. He just like kind of backed off and relinquished map control. I don't imagine that's going to happen here. I'm sure the map itself didn't help, right? Frostline is a really large map, so maybe herO wasn't really too comfortable, despite being ahead, just pressing that and moving out and being active on the map. Maybe was paranoid of being caught out. Here he should be a little bit more comfortable being aggressive, as we have the double gas into a faster factory. So more tech heavy start here by herO, going for a delayed expansion, a delayed CC. See what herO can do. Now, last game this led into early Banshee production. It went Cyclone into Banshee tank. Meanwhile, Zoun opening up Stargate. Okay, I see you. Gonna be a Stargate opener out of Zoun. Interesting. Last game we did see a Twilight Council into Blink. This time most likely Oracle into potentially Phoenixes. We'll keep an eye on Zoun. CC's on the way for herO. Oh, what did he see? herO poking in, doesn't really get eyes on much here. It's a standard opener, but herO, he responds with a bunker on the high ground. I mean, there is a Zealot, that is true. Zoun did open Zealots, moving out with the Adept. herO taking this very seriously. Good repair. So far, holding on. Oh, trying to bait out the mine shot, unable to. Zoun gonna be forced back. herO does hold. Trying to get some scouting information, and we have confirmation it's going to be an Oracle opener into Phoenix, but with a much faster Twilight Council. Very fast Twilight Council, actually, considering the Stargate opener. Interesting. herO, he pokes in. Pokes in, pulls away. Oracle has arrived. Ooh, Mind Shot does not quite go off. We get the lock on here on that Oracle, but alas, Zoun does get away. As herO is going to be selling in, going for the 1-1-1. So far, this time, no earlier tech lab on that starport, so this time it is not going to be a Banshee-based opener, but it is going for an early medevac. And what does that mean? That means early tank drop. Okay, so we spoke about this earlier. herO, he's known for being aggressive early on, and here it is. He's going for the tank drop. Back at home, Zoun, he is going to be vulnerable to this. Now, he is banking up Phoenixes, going to really early charge. This early Twilight Council into early charge is actually going to be crucial here in the defense. It means that charge is going to be ready, and Zealots are ideal when it comes to shutting down moves out like this. When it comes to shutting down this kind of push. And here comes herO. He's got 2 tanks. Ooh, okay, third base on the way. How many Zealots is Zoun going to have, though? That's the question. As he only has 2 gates, he can only warp it. Sorry, 3 gates. He can warp in 3 Zealots at a time. Here comes the move out. Boys are being pulled. Zoun, I believe he misses the move out. Uh oh, he should notice. Barely any SCVs. And we do need a race back. We need to deal with this. Zoun, he's forced to recall back home. Aye. Zoun is in trouble. No shield battery. No shield battery. No defensive setup whatsoever. herO, he's going for the kill. But charge is done. Zelsay dive in. Phoenix, they try to lift, but it's too much. herO, he breaks through. The Zelsay melts adepts as well. Zoun a little bit too greedy, and again, Zoun, he missed the move out entirely. Did miss the army. Investing into a third base. Delayed his gateways. herO is pushing in. Zoun trying to find a way to engage. Technically, Zoun, he can lift all the tanks, but there's just so much anti-air here. Oh, the Viking. Gets one. Gets one Viking. Oh. Trying to bait out the mine shots. Bunkers on the way. And the last round, he's within range of the Nexus. He's taking a lot of hits. Let's try to dive in. They ban at the mine. Ooh, and the Marines are going down, but the rest of the army responds. Takes down the bunker. Takes down the bunker at least. Diving on the tanks. They'll take away from behind. It's a valiant effort here from Zoun, and he can try to lift all these tanks. There aren't that many Marines left. There's plenty of Marines. One tank goes down, but still plenty of Marines here. Tanks, they are out of range though. Look at the bite shot. Yeah, brutal connection. We're down to 3 Phoenixes. Barely a Skytos army. And the bunkers, one of them completes. It's complete. It is being repaired. These dive in. Can they take down all the Marines? They can. The Marines, they barely go down. There's 1 Marine left. No anti-air. Zoun holds. Wow, Zoun, he barely holds on. If this bunker had finished, if the previous bunker hadn't gone down, then suddenly the Marines, they survived that much longer. But no, Zoun, he saves the natural and he saves the 3rd base. Massive win here for Zoun. He saves both bases. Denies the bunkers. He barely breaks out. And now suddenly Zoun has map control. Whew. Oh my god. Very clutch. Very close. As Zoun is able to lift up every single Marine. And now he's going for the kill. Where are the Marines? Tanks are exposed. Does get 1 tank, lifts up the other. And there's nothing here. There's 1 bunker. There's 1 Marine in the bunker as well. The final tank does not go down. Whew. The repairs, they barely keep it alive. I spoke too soon. Gets lifted once again. Zel's on the low ground. They shut down the SCVs. And Zanny's done it. He breaks out. He counterattacks. There's just nothing here to defend. Just came with the production, lifting up Marine at a time.
Our SCVs.
You see herO scanning across the map. GG gets called and Zoun, he survives. He bounces back and Zoun will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very close defense there by Zoun. Again, as a reminder, if the 2nd bunker had completed, if the 1st bunker hadn't been killed early on, if that setup there had completed, then herO most likely defends. He most likely, I say defend, most likely he maintains that position, kills the natural, kills the 3rd base, ends the game then and there. So crucial that Zoun was able to kill the SCVs, that he was able to deny those bunkers, and as a result, the Marines were exposed. And he was able to barely reset the Marine count, which meant there was no anti-air, which meant the tanks were able to be picked off that one after the other. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We do see Zoun does take down herO 2-0, does advance on to the round 16. And with that, that leads us into our final series of the round of 32. This time it's going to be a ZVZ between Dark and Rogue. Oh boy. Now, we have seen these 2 face off before. It was, when was it? Like, I want to say like 3 weeks ago, maybe 3, maybe 4 weeks ago at this point. We did cast Dark versus Rogue in KSL. It was in the KSL. I believe it was in the, not finals. If I remember correctly, it was in the semis. In the semifinals of KSL, and Dark, he did not make it. If I remember correctly, semifinals of KSL, Rogue took down Dark in the semis, then Rogue lost to herO in the finals. That I recall. But yeah, this is a rematch. Rematch here from a couple of weeks ago, where Rogue did get the better of Dark in KSL. We'll see if Dark can get his revenge here in OlimoLeague. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Frost Sign, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the I assumed it was a ZVZ. Never mind. It's a ZVP, Pappy. Oh my god. We have the South Korean Protoss player once again. It is Dark. I should have mentioned this, but if you were here yesterday, if you were here for the Pegasaur Monday, yesterday morning, less than 24 hours ago, or actually 24 hours ago, then you would know that we have already casted Dark play Protoss. Dark, he has joined one of the many Zerg players out there that instead of playing ZVZ, he plays PVZ. He's avoiding the mirror matchup. He's pulling a Jim Rising, he's pulling an Eba, he's pulling a Rainer, like many a Zerg player out there is switching to Protoss instead, and we'll see how he compares to Rogue. Now, if you were here yesterday, you would have seen Dark versus SHIN. Dark versus Shin was a ZVP, not a ZVZ, and it was pretty intense, not gonna lie. It was pretty intense. Shin did end up winning the series, but just barely over Dark. I do recommend the VODs. Game 1 was more one-sided, but Game 2 was much, much closer, as Rogue starts things off with a proxy hatch in the wall. Let's go. Rogue going for an early pull as well. Lings are moving out. This is going to be a hyper-aggressive build here by Rogue. Lings are flooding across the map. Does wall up. And we'll see if Rogue can try to kill Dark early on. He's going for the rush. He's going to be sending it across the map here. So far, Dark, he does have his initial Zealot. Second Zealot's on the way. Second Pylon is set up as well. Gateway is exposed. And the gateway is slowly going down. Oh. And Dark, he can't save it. No shot. The gateway, it's going to go down. Yeah, there's no saving this gateway. This Zealot is not going to spawn in. There's no warp gate. And the game may just end. The game may just end here and now. That Zealot's going to get surrounded. Oh, just barely in time. The second Zealot arrives. That was so close. I mean, again, 1 second sooner. And then Rogue just ends it then and there. Now you can see he's going for the Cybercore. He's keeping these Zealots busy. This Adept should spawn in. But Rogue is not stopping. Up. As boys have arrived, Spine Cooler's on the way. Gets us around. He is going to get one Zealot. Yeah, gets a Zealot, gets 5 probes. Shield battery is not going to be too much of a factor here. Runs out of energy, and it looks like Rogue, he's doing it. Rogue, he's doing it. He's cheesed the hell out of Dark. Dark's like, I just want to play mid to late game. Let me play with some Sky Tosser. No. Rogue's like, I'm not going to let you Protoss me. No shot. GG gets called. And Rogue takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, if you were here yesterday, you would know that Dark's late game PvZ is crazy. It's actually very terrifying if he can get there. But this is the answer. The solution to the problem that is Dark's Protoss. Just kill him early. Just send it. We'll see if Rogue can do that again, or if Dark can actually embrace a game state that he's more comfortable with. Game 2 shouldn't be a surprise here. Game 2 is going to be on Abyssal Reef. Let's go. Abyssal Reef, again, is one of the largest maps in the map pool, is known for defensive play, is known for having a secure natural, secure third, secure fourth base as well. So again, it makes sense here if one of our players wants to embrace that mid to late game, they would pick Abyssal. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the South Korean Protoss player, typically Zerg, but now we're facing as Protoss. It is Dark. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Here we go. Just catching up with the chat. Bunkers are just BM. That is not true. Bunkers are actually a part of that. The reason why is, of course, as you saw, bunkers, they are quite necessary to protect the tanks, especially against the Phoenixes, to make sure you don't get overwhelmed. Is the reason why I was trying to emphasize that the bunkers were being thrown down to, if the bunkers had completed, then most likely it would have ended the game. So, I would not say that's BM at all, actually. As for now, Rogue going for Hatch Gas Pool. This time a standard opener out of Rogue is going for a standard opener. Likewise, Dark going for his own gate into expand into Cybercore. Again, as we mentioned, from what we've seen from Dark's Protoss is that he does thrive in a longer game state where he's able to embrace his tech, embrace his 2 and 3 base saturation. Of course, Dark was denied that in Game 1. We'll see if he can get there here in Game 2. Again, the map itself is going to help Dark when it comes to getting to that game state. And I would imagine that Rogue's going to do everything he can to try to stop him. Now, typically, Rogue in ZVP, he is very much so, I want to say macro-based. In almost every single ZVP that we cast from Rogue, especially up against players like herO, against Max Packs, against Trap, for example, we do expect Rogue to be a little bit tech-heavy and cut corners and rush into lurkers. That's his game. That's his like win condition, rushing into mass lurker with Niduses as well. That's typically his go-to, but I don't know if Rogue is going to adjust here against Dark, right? Like, we expect Rogue's like mid-game to be superior to that of Dark to try to kill him early on. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on Rogue. We'll see if he does throw down early gases, early tech, early lair, early Hydra Den. That's really what I'm looking for here from Rogue. So we'll see if he does take the bait and, you know, be hyperactive. Likewise, Dark, chilling back at home, getting his natural. Stargate is on the way, as to be expected. Just a Stargate opener into a third base, you know, Oracle base as well. There you go. From here, there's the initial Oracle. Again, moving out across the map. And we'll see what Dark can get done with said Oracles. Likewise, Rogue making extra Lings. Now, these earlier Lings here, it does put a lot of pressure on Rogue to actually deny the third. That's a big investment. That's a lot of Lings. That's 14 more Lings on the way. Rogue, he starts moving out, and then the goal. Again, the goal with these Lings is to deny the third, is to bring this third base down. Now, if the Oracle stays at home, then Dark is going to be fine. But unless he moves out, and Dark, he's going for the Twilight Council before the second Oracle. Oh, also before the third base. Dark actually might just not. Okay, yeah, he is going for a third, but alas, is going to be nothing to defend. There's going to be nothing to defend. Rogue, he should be able to force a cancel, assuming that Dark throws it down. Never mind. Doesn't throw down the Nexus. So thankfully for Dark, doesn't throw it down. And this looks like Glaive Adepts. This looks hyper aggressive here from Dark. Tech before expanding. Adept goes down. Oracle races back home just in time. Dark holds. Dark holds, Dark defends. There we go. Glaive Adepts on the way, as I did mention. But Dark, he still needs more gateways, and there we go. 3 more gates on the way. That's going to be a 5-gate setup in total. Most likely into a 6th gateway, into a 2-base all-in. Dark though is fighting for that expansion. Up. Is going to be denied. Lings, they flood in, and do they get a full scout? The probe goes down. Lings, they flood into the main base, and now Rogue gets a full scout. He sees everything. The Twilight Council, the gateways, he confirms, and back at home. I'd love to see Roach Warren. There it is. Roach Warren instantly gets thrown down. That's exactly what Rogue needs. As you saw, Rogue, he was going for an earlier lair. Rogue, he wanted to skip his roaches. Thankfully, he scattered, so he knows what's going on, and Rogue, he responds with roach production. Spore Crawler's on the way just in case. Takes down the tumor so he can fully wall off. And things are looking dire here for Dark. I did mention earlier that Dark, we've seen him thrive against Shin in a late game situation, but this is not late game, this is aggressive. And Dark, he cancels Glaives. Okay, let's go. I like this, I like this. So basically what just happened here, Dark, he got scattered. And he knows he got scattered, right? Dark, he knows, so which means he respects Rogue enough to know that this Glaive Adept timing he was going for, it's not going to work. He knows it's not going to work, so he does transition. Now, on the one hand, it is really cool that Dark is doing this, that he's kind of pivoting and he's very flexible when it comes to his build. The problem, though, is that this is still setting him behind. Blink is late, +1 is late, third base is late, Dark is still in a worse position. Dark, he's hoping that Rogue overreacts. He's hoping for an overreaction. And Rogue, he is cutting workers at under 3 bases. He is massing up roaches. Overlord speed is a tell. This looks like Rogue might be getting ready for an all-in, which I think is the correct move here. Considering the Dark is behind, considering the Dark, he's in a worse position than he otherwise would be, I do feel like an all-in is going to be even stronger in this kind of game state. It's going to be a German taxi. Let's go. Drop Lord's going to be on the way. Queens are amassing, roaches as well. No more drones. Again, cutting workers at 50. That is, again, less than 3 base saturation. Rocks are being knocked down. And it's all or nothing for Rogue. And it's up to Dark to realize what's happening. And even if he knows, I don't know if he can stop him. Just because of the disastrous start. Which is a very rough start to the game. Rocks are being knocked down. Dark, he doesn't take notice. Doesn't know. Here come the Drop Lords. Here come the Queens. Nice catch from Dark. Shaves off a couple of Lings. Dark, he does notice. Rocks are no longer there. And here comes the all-in. The Olin is moving out across the map. Dark, he is aware. Stasis traps would be ideal. Still a bit of a gamble, whether or not they do work out well. But now trading with the army. Lings, they come in from behind. The Queens, they support. They spread creep. And Dark is being forced further and further back. They just cannot keep up with this kind of army. Again, because of the rough opener of Dark, that's why this all-in hits as hard as it does. It's because Dark is behind. Nice blinks. Dark pulling back. Shield battery out of Engie. There's 2 more shield batteries behind this. There's 2 more shield batteries. Oracles, they get targeted down. Dark, can he hold on? Takes down some of those roaches. Forcing back Rogue. Does try to force him back. Rogue still just rallying in. Lings are coming to reinforce. Also don't connect. They barely don't connect. More shield batteries on the way. The Oracle's actually, sorry, they survived. 1 Oracle went down. Nice dodges here at Dark. Calm down. Does dodge the Biles. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Dark. He's building up a higher Stalker count. Building up more Stalkers. Takes out the Lings. Biles don't quite connect. Dark trading very efficiently. Takes down a Ravager. Takes down a Ravager, shuts down the Lings. Biles, they connect towards the end. Brutal connections. 2 Stalkers do full. And every Stalker counts. Oh, once again. Getting another Stalker. It's going to be 3 Stalkers going down to the Biles. Speaking of this time, okay. Better dodges here from Dark. Does avoid. Focusing down 1, focusing down 2 Ravagers. And Rogue is still not droned, by the way. Rogue, he has not droned up whatsoever. He had 50 drones, now down to 49 as he expanded. So Rogue is still completely all in. But again, as you mentioned, you know, the Stalker count is getting higher. It's building up every time. +2 is now on the way. Keeps being denied. Again, dodges on the Wilds, for the most part. The Oracle, they move forward. 1 Queen goes down. The Wilds! Oh my god, they don't connect. And Dark, he's holding. Wow, he holds. He shuts down the Queens. He dives on in. Chasing down those Ravagers. Spots, once again, they mostly get avoided. Dark punishing Rogue. And Rogue, he's forced to retreat. And now the problem for Rogue is that because he's been avoiding droning for so long, is it too late to drone? You could argue that it is. You could argue, okay, he's now droning up. He just made 20 Lings, but these are late workers. Late drones for Rogue, and likewise, he has no tech. What I mean by that, +1 is halfway done. +2 has begun. Oh, contaminated here by Rogue. Thankfully, he contaminates. That does help make up for that. But there's no hydrogen. No hydrogen, no infestation, no lurker done either. It's going to be purely Lingbane Roach Ravager for Rogue. That move out, that push was designed to kill. That was an all-in. That was designed to kill Dark. It did not do enough damage. Not only did it not kill Dark, it didn't really touch the 3rd base. The economy was left untouched. It was left alone. And Dark took it seriously. There was 5 shield batteries. Jesus. But a very impressive defense there by Dark. Very impressive. And now it's time to counterattack. Dark will push in. From here, going to be rotating. He's looking way up the ramp into the expansion. At the same time, Bailey Joe. Oh no! No reaction! No reaction out of Dark. 11 probes go down. Rogue, he's clawing his way back in. He has been joining up the entire time. Getting up to 71. As a reminder, the soup does lie. Even though Rogue has joined up to 71, he only just did so. He has not been mining from 71 workers for quite some time. And on top of that, the tech is still very much so delayed or lackluster for Rogue. But the main drop was nice. Was solid. Meanwhile, another Ling run by, potentially Bailing run by being set up on the right hand side. Yeah, there we go. Bailing's on the way. More Banelings morphing in towards the center. 19 Banelings in production. And Dark Storm is now done. Now, in a head-on fight, I do favor Dark, assuming he has his High Templar with his main army. But it's not about that head-on fight. Right now, rogue is distracting, and here come those Banelings. Banelings get activated. Oh, they run into the Zealots. Yeah, Zealots they smash in, and they shut down the Banelings. Oh no! Oh, I started too soon. And more Banelings they roll in towards the center. 8 more probes go down. Dark just getting pulled apart here by the Baneling run-bys. But doesn't matter because here comes the main army. And how many High Templar? 13! Wait, Jesus. Okay. Some of them are morphing into Archons. I mean, still, 9 High Templar, 9 Storms at least are going to be available here for the fight. Now, 9 Storms is terrifying, but at the same time, without Archons to support, rogue can surround. He can try to surround this army coming from behind and collapse on those High Templar. It's still a very fragile army here for Dark, as the Archons are now coming to reinforce. Double Storm. Banelings roll in. Oh, they don't quite connect. They force a 3rd Storm. There's at least 6 more left. Banelings roll in once again. So far, Dark, he does pull away well. Zelda might catching out some of these Roaches and Ravagers. Darky responds. He wants more of those Ravagers. He will get them. Storm swapping up. Oh, and the Storm's on the Link Bane. The Link Bane melts. Force morph in the Archons. We did waste some Storms there as there were some premature Archons, but despite that, Darky has enough. He's doubling out control. Again, Rogue, he went for the all-in. He failed at the all-in, and GG gets called. Darky ties up the series 1-1. GG. We're going to the ace match. We're going to the ace match here. Again, I'm not opposed to Rogue going for the all-in. As I was mentioning at the time, I was praising him for it. It made sense considering the initial failed opener of Dark. At the same time, Blink did come into play. Because Dark cancelled Glaives and he started Blink Stalkers, that was much more ideal for the defense. We saw how well Dark was trading with his Stalkers. Did take some Biles to the face, and he did lose, I think, 3 Stalkers to Biles over the course of the defense. But in the grand scheme of things, he was out trading his opponent. Likewise, we spoke earlier about Abyssal Reef. The map itself is working against you. The rush distance by ground is longer on Abyssal Reef, so it takes longer to reinforce. Well, regardless, GG. GG, well played. We're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game 3. Let's go. Here we go. How does Zerg know in this case that it's Glaives rather than Blink? You don't know for certain, but based on context clues, when you go for a Twilight Council before the 3rd Nexus, remember, before the 3rd base had even been thrown down, there was already a Twilight Council and a Gateway Explosion, which is what got scouted. You would expect that to be Glaives. It could be Charge if gases weren't taken at the natural, but I believe he had seen gases as well. So that's kind of how you know. There are builds that go into Blink earlier on, but not even that early. Not even that early is typically seen. So you make the assumption it's going to be Glaives just because your opponent's being hyper aggressive. There are certain builds where you do go for early Blink, but still, that's still slightly later after the 3rd base, and it's more of like a defensive setup. But from here, we're settling in. Alright, getting into our next game and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Leylines, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss. He is typically Zerg, but has been off-racing as Protoss against other Zerg players. To avoid the mirror matchup, it is Dark. Zerg could scout the door. It's true. Can scout to see what units are being warped in. But yeah, with that, Dark just hard switching out of Glaives into Blink, able to barely hold on, able to barely defend, and snowball from there. And now we find ourselves in the ace match. Let's go. Whew, okay, now initially, of course, in the last game, Dark, he attempted to rush into Glaive Adepts and to be in the face of his opponent. That is true. I don't expect that here. I don't expect him to try that 2 games in a row. I'm expecting more of a standard opener here out of Dark. Stargate into Oracle into a 3rd base. What I will say though, remember, loser's pick. And there's a reason why there's a reason why Rogue did pick ley lines. I believe Whispers of Gold is not in the map pool for this week's OlimoLeague. Otherwise, I'm sure he would have rushed into Whispers instead. But that has since been removed from this week's OlimoLeague map pool. Bear that in mind. OlimoLeague does use a custom map pool as opposed to the regular ladder map pool. So no Whispers of Gold. Instead, we have ley lines, which is a smaller map. Smaller map, more exposed 3rd and 4th base compared to Abyssal, at least. Looking at the current map pool, hold on. So it's Frostline, Abyssal, ley lines, Ultra Love, and El Dorado. I could have seen Frostline as a potential option, but again, Frostline is also a larger map, so ley lines makes the most sense here for Rogue, assuming he wants to be more aggressive and more active here. We saw Rogue be quite successful with that in Game 1. Of course, that was with a proxy hatch, but we'll see. We shall see. As Oracle's on the way, Dark should soon be taking his 3rd. Can scout if you're lucky. Oh, I'm gonna have to eat my words because once again, that is a Twilight Council before the 3rd base. Yo, Dark, he really wants to glaive adept his opponent. Like he really wants to glaive Rogue to death, Papi. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. Same build. So again, delayed expansion, delayed at 3rd base here for Dark. A very fast Twilight Council. And Rogue is being active, keeping eyes on, or trying to at least delay the 3rd base once it gets run down. Dark now expanding, a later 3rd. Safety Roach Warren. Rogue, he notices. That's a 4-minute Roach Warren out of Rogue. There's Glaive Adepts once again, as I did mention. Again, you don't get a Twilight Council this early on unless you're going for something like Glaives. Now again, last game this got scouted, so Dark he cancelled. This game, no scout yet. Overlord is diving in. And again, at least Rogue is getting that safety Roach Warren. He's aware that something is wrong, something is amiss. Is aware. Stalker is here to deny the scout. Second Stalker warps in. That's a little bit suspect. Will deny the scout. And I'm curious, how many gateways? Now, again, this is not your standard Glaive Adept build. This is a 6-gate Glaive Adept build here. There's a reason why this was before the 3rd was even thrown down. This is much more committed. This is much more all-in for Dark. Now, Rogue, he is setting up his SimCity. He has a Evo Chamber here at the Natural as well. I'm hoping that the Tumor isn't going to be an issue when it comes to walling this area off. I'm hoping. As Rogue is coming in with another Overlord. Moving forward towards the main. Double Oracle moves out. Roaches are amassing. Rogue, he's not taking chances. He's making Roaches. Dredging up to 60. You can see Dark, he does hide the Adepts. And now he moves out. Now he does move out, and I believe Rogue, he does spot them. He is aware. He spots the Adepts as they move out across the map. Back at home, he should be getting ready for that wall. Roaches are amassing. Adepts have arrived. At the same time, Lings, they threaten the 3rd base. And here comes Dark. Rogue, he's getting ready for his own Drop Lord. Okay, let's go. The Drop Lord harass at the same time. The wall is a wall. Spore is in position. Does wall up. I was really concerned with the size of the wall, but he's got the Spore. He's ready. And so far, Rogue, he's defending well. Is defending well. Darky threatens a shade. The Roaches, they force him back. Meanwhile, we have a Ling drop towards the main. This is going to be a slow Drop Lord, so it's going to take a while to get into the main base, but it's on the way. As expansion is denied once again, Darky attempts to shade in. And Dark is locked out. He's just locked out of the expansion. Has done 0 economic damage, by the way. 0 drones have fallen, and Dark, he's now in trouble here. As a result, his upgrades are late, Blink is late, +1 is late, 3rd base saturation is delayed as well. Dark is in a rough place. Blings, they slip in, they even get some economic damage. 4 probes going down, getting up to 5. Oh, 6? Yeah, 6 probes do fall. Dark taking a lot of losses. And Rogue just happily getting a 4th base, droning up. Hydra production has begun. Rogue taking it slow this time. Remember, in the previous game, after he had deflected the initial aggression of Dark, Rogue went for his own all-in. This time, he's not doing that. This time, he's just droning, getting a base, getting up to 70 workers, massing up his army, going for something more stable here. Now, at least Dark did keep all the Adepts alive. True. He still has potential for damage. Even though the Adepts didn't initially do any damage, they can still dive in, and if Rogue isn't too careful, they can still dive into... Once again, he keeps falling off. He knows. I was going to say they can keep threatening a shade, but Rogue is so careful with that wall. Just keeps locking it down. Just continues to ensure that Dark does not find a way in. And again, the amount of like effort it takes to just keep re-walling this location, like unburrowing and burrowing that wall, like it does like actually mess up your own reinforcements. But I mean, he's doing it. He's pulling it off. Mate, who needs a depot when you have this? When you have a spore? True. And Rogi's maxed. Rogi's maxed out. Roaches into the 3rd, and the rest of the army just snowballs from here. Rogi sends everything across the map. He's maxed out at 3 base saturation. Adepts, they do threaten a dive into the natural. Stasis Trap's going to be going off. Lands 1. Does anyone Stasis Adepts? They finally get in! Finally! They finally get inside. Back at home. Nice blink control here at Dark. Very nice blink control. The Stasis Traps, they're popping up. Yeah, the Roach Hydra having a really hard time engaging. Dark trading as efficiently as possible. And Dark, he can clean this up. He can, and he will. Another Stasis Trap as well. Rogue being forced back. At the same time, Adepts shading to the main, but Adepts only get 3 drones. 3 workers going down. The slow lots! He doesn't have charge. And Dark defends. Dark holds. And again, a big reason for this is Stasis Traps. They were just brutal. Rogue took all the Stasis Traps to the face. More roaches just waddling across. Rogue's still trying to overwhelm. The lack of charge is hurting Dark a little bit, not gonna lie. It's ah, no. And Rogue, he still might just have too much here. As he just keeps going in. The boys are being pulled. The Immortal is getting exposed. Rogue, he avoids it. Going for the main. Takes down 7 probes. It just keeps rallying. Just keeps rallying. Nothing but roach across the map. He's hoping to just break Dark, and he will. Bust into the middle line. Burrow is available. Tunneling claws on the way. And Dark, he has no detection. He has no observer. The observer's in production. Roaches, they pull back. 15 probe kills. They unburrow here in the main once again. Getting 1 more volley off. Dark, he's trapped in between his bases. Once again, waddling into the natural. This time there's detection. Burrow's not going to be good enough. But they just keep on burrowing. They keep popping out. 23 probe kills. So yeah, finally being cleaned up. Tunneling claws finishing up in 10 seconds. Behind this, Rogue now re-droning. He was at 66 workers, if you recall. Now droning up to 71. And remaxing on, once again, Roach Hydra. And he may not have broken Dark, but he's containing Dark on 3 bases. He did cripple the economy, the worker count of Dark as well. And Dark is just stuck at home. Does want to be active. He has to be so careful with this army, as he cannot afford to replace it. Getting a 4th base as he takes a 4th. Rogue coming in from the flank. Coming in from the top side. And Dark, he's out of position. He has to race back. does turn around. He does turn back around, dives on the army, GG gets called, and Rogue will take the series at 2-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Rogue will take it. Dark, he did have a good showing here, is what I will say. He had a very impressive defense on Abyssal Reef. It was very impressive. Here in game 3, though, I'm not too fond of the idea of Dark going for the same build 2 games in a row, going for essentially a Glaive Adept all-in with 6 gateways before the third. Very committed, very aggressive. At the same time, I do want to give praise to Rogue, because Rogue had a very impressive defense with his ability to wall up and just keep re-walling, was able to keep up with the Adepts and made sure the Adepts, they never got into a middle line. They never got in. By the time they did, it was too late. By the time they did, Rogue was already maxed out. He was counterattacking across the map as well off of a 3-base economy. And Rogue was, for the most part, in control of that game. He was playing very safe. And again, I'm sure a big reason for that is because of the aggressive start that Dark had on Abyssal Reef as well. He was already on notice to be careful. So with that, congratulations. Rogue does advance on into the round of 16. And I believe we have our round of 16 ready for us. Here we go. Exclamation mark. Oh, actually, there's no bracket command in the chat. We may as well just have a look together as we switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. Oh boy. Here we go. We have our round of 16. Hold on, I need to zoom in a little bit. I need to we have a round of 16 here for OlimoLeague, and here we go. From the top, we have SHIN. We have SHIN versus Skills. Now, we just casted Skills take down Creator. So, Creator has fallen. Creator has been eliminated from the tournament. And Skills, he advances on to face up against SHIN in the round of 16. Meanwhile, we have Ateshi versus Zoun. Great to see Ateshi. For those who do not know, Ateshi, he is a StarCraft Evolution player, mainly. So, it's great to see him also featured here in SC2, in a StarCraft 2 tournament. We have 3-Point versus Prome. Prome is a player that I'm unfamiliar with. So, best of luck to 3-Point in that series. Scrolling down further, we have Rebellion versus Gerald in a PvP. We have Classic versus Gumiho in a PvT. Solar versus Cure. Clem versus Rogue. Oh, doesn't get easier for Rogue. That is going to be a rematch of Star Zagora. Do look forward to it. It's been a while since we've seen Rogue go up against the likes of Clem. And then at the bottom of the bracket, we have herO versus Nickracht. I don't know what it is about these two players. For whatever reason, herO and Nickracht, they play quite often. they play quite often indeed here in these online cups. And they face off again in the round of 16. Here we go. Of course, unfortunately, Dark, I mean, my condolences to Dark. Dark, he is eliminated from the tournament. But again, Dark, he has been enjoying himself playing Protoss more often recently. As much as I want to see more of Dark's Protoss, I do think a big reason for that as well is that Dark, again, we've been speaking about this for the past week, for the past, actually, couple of weeks coming into January, is that Dark's military service is on the horizon. It is looming. Soon TM, as always. Soon TM. So yeah, we have our round of 16. When it comes to the round of 16, as much as I would love to cast every single series, and I would love to, we're going to be limiting ourselves here to a handful of picked matches before moving on into the quarterfinals. The reason for this is because we cast every quarterfinals match, every semifinals match, and of course the grand finals as well. It's a lot of matches, a lot of casting to do, and because of that, whenever we go over OlimoLeague, it's usually like 6 to 8 hours. I'd like to cut it a little bit shorter if at all possible, but it's hard because there are just so many good matches. For those that are curious, here in the round 16, we're going to be going over SHIN versus Skillless, Classic versus Gumiho, and Clem versus Rogue. I would love Solar versus Cure, but I actually think I don't think I have that match. I'll have to double check, but do I not have Solar versus Cure? That's another banger, if at all possible. Yeah, I'm missing Solar versus Cure. Yeah, we don't have that replay, unfortunately. So we're just going to be going over the others instead. So that is the plan. Is the plan. I wonder how good Ateshi is now. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like I haven't seen Ateshi in a while, since I think the last time I casted Ateshi was either the StarCraft Evolution the championship, the full championship, or the StarCraft Revolution, there was like a PvP like patch tournament, which was purely PvPs. I think it was like a Teshi alongside Rebellion. It was a Teshi, Rebellion, Lunacy, and there was a fourth Protoss. Farmy, maybe? I can't quite recall, but there were like 4 Protoss players and they all played against each other in PvPs. Just catching up in the chat. For all the times Dark has been claimed, he's getting revenge. He tried to. Oh no. But yes, it is mainly Terran and Zerg players switching to Protoss. It's typically what is done. Whenever we see a Protoss player switch to a different race, it's usually more for fun. Like we casted Hero versus Max Packs where Hero switched to Terran. That's true. But Hero's he how do I put this? Hero, he knew that he wasn't feeling too confident against Max Pack, so he was just having fun. That's maybe the best way of putting it. He was having fun. He even said that to us like in the chat. He's like, no, we'll just enjoy ourselves here. So he wasn't necessarily taking that seriously when he played Terran. His Terran is good though. He's GM with his Terran. But I believe that's it. That's on our YouTube channel, if you're curious. Otherwise, for now, we're going to be going in a small break. We're going to be going in a small break. And when we come back, we will have our round of 16 ready for you. So take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water. Again, today it's going to be a bit of a longer broadcast because we have so many matches to cast. So I'm going to try and take it slow, and we're going to take a break after each round. So we're going to take a break after the round 16 and after the quarterfinals as well. So we'll see you guys soon in a couple of minutes here for SHIN versus Skilless. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I do apologize for the stream going down. We lost everyone. feels bad, man. Feels bad. But yeah, for whatever reason, the Twitch server just had a bit of a hiccup, and alas, the OBS connection did falter as a result. But we are back. We are here. We are back in the round of 16, and spawning in the right-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is SHIN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, representing Team Liquid. It is Skillous. Here we go. Again, do apologize for the stream going down, and hopefully we're able to get everyone back in. As a reminder, we're live with the OlimoLeague week number 237. We just wrapped up with the round of 32. We featured Dark off racing as Protoss. We featured both Skillous earlier alongside Creator facing off in a PvP. Had a lot of fun. Did have a lot of fun there, and now we are here. We are back. We are jumping on into our next match of the night. Whew. And we'll see how this time the story ends. What I mean by that, SHIN and Skillous, they formed a bit of a rivalry. I don't know what it is, but whether it's in Wardy TV Mondays, whether it's in OlimoLeagues or other online events, we have seen both Skillous and SHIN face off time and time again, and they often go back and forth in series. It's been impressive to see the growth of Skillous. Skillous, for a very long time, his PvZ was his weakest matchup, but nowadays PvZ has become one of his stronger matchups. We have seen Skillous really improve and really thrive more and more in the latest patch. Part of it, of course, is the changes in the patch. Another part is that now Clem has also been playing a lot of Protoss, and Clem has been helping him out when it comes to builds, when it comes to coaching. I say coaching, just when it comes to advice, and when it comes to just having another Protoss basically to kind of bounce ideas back and forth with in the team, in Team Liquid. If you recall, it was, I believe it was for Little League Cup or Master Coliseum? I think it was for Little League Cup, where Skillous, he did actually credit Clem for Skillous defeating Solar in the qualifiers. Actually, I think it was Master Coliseum. But Skillous, he defeated Solar in the qualifiers, and he did attribute it to Clem, as Clem did give him a build to make use of that was on Whispers of Gold, if you recall. It's back on Whispers of Gold. We'll see how Skillous continues that trend, and we'll see if he can bring down SHIN once again, or if SHIN can bounce back. Let's go. Let's go. I can't believe we've already been live for 2 hours. I just what happened to the time? That's crazy. I was yeah, as I was refilling my water, like getting ready for the round of 16. I didn't realize that we casted 3 matches in 2 hours. That's crazy. It's gonna be a long cast. Oh, good. Let's keep it going. Meanwhile, it's gonna be a Void Ray. Void Ray opener here out of Skillets. Interesting with the Void Ray, of course. The goal is to hunt down the Overlord and to keep SHIN in the dark as to what's going on. To hunt him down and to keep him guessing. From here, welcome one and all to Abyssal Reef. Abyssal Reef is one of the more defendable maps in the map pool. It's very, very much so defendable. Likewise, easier to set up on 3, 4, 5 bases, and we'll see if Skillous does embrace that, to make use of that, and try to go into something crazy like a Sky Toss Rush. Yeah, it's possible. Very, very much so defendable. It is going to be possible here. As there it is, we do have our third base on the way. Third base is on the way for Skillous. Overlord hunts down the the Void Ray hunts down the Overlord. We have our Oracle follow-up as well, and really, I'm curious about the follow-up tech. I want to see Twilight Council, Stargate, Fleet Beacon, earlier Forge. What are we going for? Likewise, skills being active, hoping to force a cancel, get some damage done to the third. There it is! Fast Fleet Beacon, let's go! We're going for the fast beacon. We're rushing into the mothership, rushing into the Tempest, or potentially even the carrier. Let us go. Meanwhile, SHIN rushing into a fast lair. We're popping up. Okay, first things first. Lair on the way for SHIN. Now, with a fast lair, what does this mean? This typically means we're rushing into Hydras. There is a safety Roach Warren on the way. We'll see if we rush to Hydras, maybe rush into Spire Tech, or go into an early Nidus into an all-in. We'll see how many gases is going to be taken here. We'll see how SHIN makes use of this lair. Meanwhile, across the map with the fast fleet beacon, what's interesting to me, it is a fast fleet beacon, only one Stargate. Okay, it's going to be a fake out. We've seen this before. Classic, is that you? This is going to be to rush into an early, I believe, Tempest, but not commit into Skytoss because we're going into a fast ground switch here with a Forge and a Twilight Council into +1 and most likely charge. So the goal here is to force an overreaction. The goal here is to actually, typically with this build, you would bank up your Tempest, wait for like 2, wait for 3 Tempests, then move out. But because this is a different variation, you want to reveal your Tempest as quickly as possible. You want to force SHIN to throw down a Spire to overreact to the Sky Toss, and then bam, there's no Sky Toss, right? Then bam, you hit him with here, blink. Oh boy. So a cheeky move out of Skillus. Very cheeky. Another first time we've seen this from him. Behind this, of course, there's that Hydra. And again, we did speak about how typically if you rush into a layer like this, you rush to Hydras. There it is, +1 range on the way, Roach speed, and Hydra production behind this as well. So really fast Hydra tech here by SHIN, as it was a 4-minute layer. Behind this, droning up, saturating spaces, making lings, and the first Tempest is moving out across the map. There's a second Tempest behind this. And I believe this first one has yet to be revealed. And we'll see if SHIN does react with the Spire. I mean, he at least already has anti-air with those Hydras. So he might feel comfortable just committing to Hydras. Tempest has arrived, can one-shot drones. 2 drones already going down, getting up to 3. Getting up to 4. Oh god. Again, very nice damage. This ravine, this location is just very safe here for that Tempest as well. Just getting free damage. Oh, I say that does fly a little bit too close to the sun. Has to back up. As second Tempest does rally out. Mothership's on the way, and you can see here that Skillus sees rush. Oh no! Wow, my apologies, didn't even notice it was SHIN. He got into the main. He got into the main base. He saw everything he needed to. He saw Storm on the way, +1. He saw the Twilight Council researching as well. And he saw, more importantly, only 1 Stargate. Big scout there for SHIN. He knows. And this Void Ray failed at his job. The point of this Void Ray was to make sure that scout did not happen. And Skills, he missed the scout. He missed the Overseer. Hydras, they come in for an intercept. When the Tempest does fall as well, massive pickup. Gets a Tempest, gets a full scout. So SHIN is rallying across the map. And his goal here is to break Skills before he's ready. Storm is still seconds away. Will it finish in time? He needs 10 more seconds. That's going to finish. And with Storm, Skillet should be okay. Nice stasis. Stasis goes off, shuts down the Lings. Storm on the Hydras. Skillet holds. Oh, that's another brutal Storm. Remember, these are slow Hydras. They're slow. They can't get away. Oh god, there's another Storm as well. Mothership comes in. Mothership just takes down the Hydras. Lings are exposed. Again, a lot of Lings do get shaved off as well. You see a wall of shield batteries. You could argue this is a bit of an overreaction, but we have a wall of shield batteries on the way. That's a lot of shield batteries, a lot of pylons, a lot of cannons here for Skillus. And again, he's still committing to ground toss. So again, no more Tempest, no more carriers. Is going double Robo into a double Immortal production. Skillus is just building up. Behind this SHIN, he's trying to pivot away, going into his own Hive. Hive is almost done. Lurker Den as well. Looking to get into Hydra Lurker Viper. Alas, he does need more time. Alas does need more time. We'll see if he can get there. As he will need a very high Lurker count, especially considering the ground army is going to be going up against, with Storm, with Immortals and Archons. It's going to be a death bull of an army. And we did speak earlier on this kind of game state on Skillus just happily getting up to a 5-base setup here. We spoke earlier, like Abyssal Reef, it is very difficult to break a 5-basing player here. a defending player on 5 bases. The 6th base is more exposed, that is true. Whether it's the southern 6th or here towards the north instead, that is going to be more difficult for his skills to secure. But he has more than enough an economy to max out. So skills he will max. Lurkers are building up. Is the lurker count high enough though? How many lurkers? Oh, only 5. That is not enough. Storms a mainly zone. No major connections. Vipers are building up. Skills gonna rotate. Nice abduction. Gets the Oracle. Gets an Icon as well. Oh! Fishing for another unit. That's so far shit. He's maxed out. He's going for the dive. Ooh. Once again, he cannot dive in. So many storms. Lurkers are exposed. Gets a lurker as well. Skills getting ready for Zealot run by. Hoping to keep SHIN distracted. Hoping to an is. Likewise, Skills slipping in behind the army. Going for the warp in. Skills, he does recall back home. He did spot those Hydras. He believed there was going to be a massive counterattack. But there are Hydras back at home as well. Again, this was only a small force. So a bit of an overreaction here from Skills. But Zelta hit the center base. And SHIN is having a hard time keeping up. The expansion is going to be targeted down. He's going to get it. Yeah, the base will fall. Skills moving in. Expansion goes down. There are lurkers in position. But Skills, he settles for these Hydras. And he's going to get them as well. Okay, 5 of them will escape. Oh no! Get out of here. As 3 of them escape. 3 of them do get away. Another Zealot run back coming in. Skills, he rotates towards the center. There's 15 Corruptors on the way. But again, like the anti-air isn't really the problem here. It's with the ground army. SHIN has gone up to 7 lurkers. Things into a counterattack. They do catch one High Templar. One High Templar goes down. Here comes a dive. Catching a Tempest. And again, there's plenty of Corruptors in the air for that mothership at least. And there we go. 9 more lurkers on the way. This is what we needed. The mass lurker. SHIN is keeping up. He's holding on. Trying to dive on the army. His hive upgrades are complete. Rotating over, diving on the mothership. Ooh, Vibrant goes down to get that power bomb up. Decent storm zoning the army away. Corruptors, they run into the Archons. A lot of Corruptors going down. Oof. Yeah, brutal losses there for SHIN, but what about the lurkers? Lurkers are moving in. And there's the detection. Yeah, no detection whatsoever. Mortals take a lot of hits. SHIN is gaining ground. He has supply block. 14 Overlords on the way. That's a lot of Overlords. As it looks like SHIN has done, he's breaking down the front door. Takes down all the Tempests, takes down all the Immortals as well. Again, Skills got caught out in the open at the same time. Those Zealot warp in here across the map. Yeah, drones are going down. Getting a lot of economic damage. Zealot warp in, but actually run out into the open. They could have actually wreaked havoc here in the main. So a bit of a mispathing here from Skills. Like this main base could have been evaporated, but last goes towards the 3rd. I mean, there was a lurker in the main. 5th base is going to go down. The 6th base is last isolated, should be falling as well. Skills he has done. He is breaking Skillless. Again, Skillless just caught out in the open. Behind this going into Mass Void Ray. She's going Mass Void Ray. Let's go. Okay, fair enough. A Void Ray Archon Immortal. It's an army. I mean, it is an answer to what he's up against. But can struggle against these spellcasters. And struggle against the Vipers specifically. See if we can get there. As there are currently 2 Vipers, soon to be 3. Vipers are amassing. 6th base goes down. Skill is reestablishing his 5th. And he moves out. Mothership's on the way. What I will say is that this time the Mothership is going to be more secure, as there is a lot more anti-air with Archons and with Void Rays. The Immortal count is low though. It's only 2 Immortals, so breaking through these Lurker lines is not going to be easy here for Skillless. Not without more Immortals or more Tempest. So this army isn't really designed to break a siege line. Is the problem for Skillless. It's an army, yes, but again, not ideal. As SHIN should be quite secure here. Likewise, I'm hoping SHIN does attempt to take another base. So far, we're on an even base count, 5 versus 5. Oh, once again denies the 6th. Now, Skillless does have map control, so he should be able to take a 6th base behind this. Has been struggling to do so. Should be able to. As I say that though, SHIN, he's moving in. Again, he's doing everything he can to deny the base. Wants to make sure that Skillless cannot expand. Once again, diving in. Good storm. Very nice. Oh my, the slow zone. Feedbacks on the Vipers. The Corruptors, they barely escape. They're all so very low. The slow zone storm combo was brutal. Cloak is activated. Power Bomb did go off on the Void Rays. Do we have any storms left? It looks like 2 storms. 2 storms remaining. SHIN moving in. Going for the Mothership. The Mothership is exposed. And it does go down. Massive pickup. Bit of rough movement there from Skillless. And the base goes down. Once again, can also go for the 6th. Void Rays, they punish the Corruptors. Zell into the main. This time they pop off. Let's go. The tech is exposed. The spawning pool, the spire, the height, the everything. SHIN is racing back home. And these zealots, they're dealing critical damage. This will delay upgrades and delay reinforcements. Spire's being rebuilt. Skillless should be able to reestablish his 5th base. His main army is still looking terrifying. Gets a Hydra Den as well. Not quite the Lurker Den at least. And thankfully that wasn't the Hive. The Hive is here at the natural. The Hydras, they lunge in. Storms were lacking behind. And now Skillless going into Mass Carrier. Jesus. Okay. I mean, it does make sense considering how few... I mean, I was going to say how few Corruptors there are. There's still 20 Corruptors. Just with +1. Skillless going for his 6th base. I believe this is what, the 3rd or 4th time he's going for this. Also, I'm pretty sure the Nexus is misplaced, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. I think it's a little bit too far south. Regardless, at least it is getting up. Once again, Corruptors, they get a yoink. A couple of power bombs, forcing the split. Rotating over. Investors on the way for Shin. Let's go. Of course, something that he's missing with his army. His Infestor's Neural, which has yet to be researched. Oh, gets a yoink, gets a carrier. And a Void Ray. And another carrier. Very nice yoinks. Productions of real nice feedbacks here on those Vipers. Storms on the Hydras. Better trades towards the end here for Skillus. Does punish the economy. Thungle goes off, but there's no real follow-up. Skillus does pull away. Does pull away in the end. Shin behind this, the Greater Spire is finally done, and we have Broodlords on the way. This is really what he's been missing here. But this will punish the, I guess, lighter Skytoss army that Skillus has. As there are only, what, 4 Tempests, and there's not really much else in the sky yet. Carriers are on the way, 2 more Robos, into more Immortals. But it's going to be all about the sky now. As Shin, he's on 16 Corruptors and 9 Broodlords. Again, a higher Tempest Cannon is going to be necessary, but Skills doesn't know. He hasn't seen this army. He hasn't seen the Broodlords. Not yet. Now he has nice VMAX. VMAX on the Infestors. 1 Fogel goes off, and we go for the dive. And Corruptors, they dive in, they get 1 carrier. Ooh, they don't quite get the Tempest though. Tempest survive. Mothership going for a recall. Yeah, massive rotation here. And do we trade a base for a base? Do we even need to? Speaking with the army. Corruptors, and this base is gonna fall. So Skills, he defends his, and he kills Shin's. Shin's 6th expansion is denied. Shin now going for the 7th base of Skillus. As Skills, he double expanded. But the side defense is buying time. Skills is getting ready. As Skills, I believe he does, yeah, he did recall back home. Or did turn back around. Racing back. Broodlords are just spending their time here on site defense. Still a couple of Investors. No Neural. Ooh, the Infestors, they wandered too far in. Miscontrolled by Shin. And to move in, they get shut down. Here comes Cloak. And here comes Skillus. So let's push forward. Base goes down. Shin attempts to go for the dive, takes some massive storms to the face. There's a slow zone as well, and the Corruptors, there's no escape. Brutal storms. Corruptors are going to be going down. Lurkers, they hold their own. How many Tempests are left over? 4. No, 3. 3 Tempests left. Down to 2. Ooh, and GG as Shin, he does run out of steam. He taps out here and now, and Skillus takes game 1. GG. Oh my god. Again, Shin, he lost his southern base. He was down to 50 workers. I think he could have kept going, but Shin, he lost everything in that fight. He lost all of his Corruptors. Did have some Lurkers left over, but yeah, that's all he had. That's all he had left. GG, Skillus takes a lead. Whew. Oh my god. Does take a lead. Again, things were looking really dire for Shin, basically when Skillus double expanded. If you remember, a lot of the contention in that game was Shin denying the 5th. If you recall, I think it happened 3 times, like 2 to 3 times, where it happened at least 3 times when it came to the 6th base, but he was also able to kill the 5th as well, a couple of times leading into the late game. but then he was forced back. If you remember, he was forced back home when we saw the massive Zealot Warping in the main base of SHIN. He was forced back home. His tech was delayed as his tech got reset, and then Skillous got away with double expanding. With that, greater economy, able to max out. He also killed the bases, and SHIN, he was running out of money. He was down to 50 workers, down to 5 bases against a 7 base Protoss. GG. GG, well played. Skillous takes the lead. And now we're getting into game number 2. And again, as I was mentioning coming into this series, Skillous, we have seen him take down SHIN quite often as of late. I know what it is, but for whatever reason in online tournaments, these two, they just find each other. They're destined. They just find each other time and time again in these online events. They've played quite often over the past month, and they face off once again here in OlimoLeague. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of El Dorado, we have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Skillous. And a big shout out to ARJ Skater. God, my God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifted subs to the community. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. We always appreciate it, papi. Always. And shout out to those that did receive them as well. Yo, Wardy got a sub. Eon Blue got a sub. Let's go. Hasberg and DB 10011. Shout out. Oh my God. So thank you, AJ Skater. Thank you. And so now we are going to be settling in. So far we do have our standard gate expand into Cybercore from Skillous, and SHIN just going for a hatch gas pool. Now welcome one and all to El Dorado. El Dorado is one of the most vetoed maps in the map pool, but welcome also to OlimoLeague. If you're maybe watching for the first time, if you do not know, if you have not heard of the format, it is loser's pick. So SHIN, he's down in the series, and SHIN did decide to face off on El Dorado. Also, baby links. Oh my God. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you so much as well, baby links, for the 5 gifted subs to the community. Gifting subs to Lacri alongside I'm cementing Sammy, Oz Protoss, and there's Nekit. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Long time supporter of the channel. Thank you. As I hope you're ready for some clownery. I mean, winding it back a little bit to the game itself. Again, it's loser's pick, so there's no vetoes. SHIN, out of all the maps, he has chosen El Dorado, and it must be for a reason. But I'm a little bit surprised, because SHIN, because he took the northern base, he doesn't mine through these minerals. He doesn't take the triangular third. He doesn't gain access to the gold bases. I would have assumed that SHIN, he would rush into the golds faster than normal, but no, he is going for a much more safer, much more standard expansion instead. I'm curious, SHIN, what's the plan? what's going on, Bobby? What's going on? Likewise, Skillous opening up Stargate. Now, winding it back a little bit here. Oh, sorry, Iceman, yeah. Not. There we go. Following the microwave boy. True. ARJ Skater, is your microwave still just like a top in the air, just over everyone? Like, is it still threatening like a dive onto whatever's beneath? Oh no. Be careful with your microwave. Take care. Aye. Iceman melting, yeah. My bad. Look, I saw the combination of letters. I saw cement is what I saw. Oh no. But what I was getting at here is that based on what happened last game, when it came to the opener of Skillous, I am a little bit concerned that we might see something similar here. We have seen a lot of Skytoss rushes here on El Dorado, but that is a second Oracle on the way. So far it looks like a standard opener. Yep, there we go. Second Oracle into an earlier Twilight Council. That is a Twilight Council before the expansion's even halfway done. curious. So this could be for Glaive Adepts, or this could be for early Blink Stalkers. As a reminder, this is all without a Forge. This is without a Forge here, and Skillous has been playing around with early Blink-based builds as a safer way to play. Oracle gets across the map, gets one, gets almost two, just one drone for now. Oracle does pull out, and Skillous, what do we go for? Is it Glaives or is it Blink? Ooh, there's a Gateway Explosion. Getting up to 4 gates. What do you have for us? If he feels threatened that it would be Blink, there it is. Blink is on the way. So this is a very safe build here from Skills. What I mean by that, if Shin was going for an all-in, if it was going for a Roach-based all-in on 2 bases or 2.5 bases, Blink will finish in time to defend. And you can defend without Immortals, without Void Rays, with just purely Blink Stalkers here on a 3-base setup. Likewise, this also allows Skills to be more assertive earlier on the map as well, to gain map control and to potentially threaten and deny the 4th base. So we'll see if Skills can deny the 4th. But now Shades, or did I say Shade into the 3rd? Catching out a couple workers. 3 drones going down. 3 drones do fall. Skills backs off. The downside, as you can imagine here, is that the upgrades are delayed. Really late +1. Really late +1. Really late +2 as a result as well. There are some Protoss players that will turn this into a 3-base all-in, where they just throw down extra gateways and they go for just an 8-gate 3-base all-in instead. But double Forge, double upgrades. So Skillous, he knows he is behind in the upgrades, and he's going to make up for that with 2 Forges, 2 upgrades at a time. So Skillous, he's not going all in. And we'll see if he can threaten the 4th, as the 4th gets placed towards the triangular 3rd. Interesting. A very exposed expansion is what I will say, and you can see the Stalkers, they're getting ready to advance on in towards that base. Waiting for vision on the other side. And here comes the Blink. Here come the Stalkers. Lings are moving out across the map, which means Skillous, he can deny the expansion and then recall back home. Hey, yeah, there's no saving this. The hatchery, it's going to be denied. Massive pickoff. Shin, he needs his 4th. And he doesn't have one. Oh. Takes down the base, gets 2 workers, pushing in towards the natural, catching a queen. The Lings, they know where they need to be. They're across the map instead. Getting 1 queen, getting a 2nd queen as well. Shin, he's in trouble. Lings, they hit the expansion. But there's a defensive warp in. Going for another queen. Ooh, he gets 3. 3 queens go down. Lings, they get a surround. It's going to be a one-way trip. These Stalkers are going to be dealt with. But the damage has been insane. There's a defensive warp in back at home. Skillous, he defends. And there's that recall. He saves. Ooh, barely 4. 4 Stalkers make it back home. Skillous does defend. Did lose extra Stalkers defensively though. But Skillous is in a better position. He has the better economy. He's on an even base count. Shin now forced to expand towards the north instead of towards his opponent, towards the gold bases. And there's a lot of pressure on Shin. You'd be so afraid to see what's under my microwave right now. Oh no. What are you doing, AIJ Skater? What are you doing? Are you like sleeping under your microwave? Is that what's happening right now? Oh no. Ay. I heard the squawk. For those who are... Yeah, it's fine. It's gonna out it. As Skills, he does move out. Once again, hoping to try to knock down the 4th. Hydras are amassing, going Ling Hydra, skipping Roaches. Hydras are exposed, despite that. Does hold. Does hold on. More Lings, more Hydras are amassing. Ay. As Shin attempts his own run by, but lasts nothing in position. Nothing towards the south. Oh, he wants the Hydras. He wants them. Doesn't get them. Shin forcing Skillous back. Skillous getting a 4th behind this as well. 4th base on the way. Into a Temple Archives, into Archons, and Storm. Storm is the take of choice here for Skillous. Again, Storm is just very popular nowadays. It's very uncommon to see Colossus, for example. See Colossus as he's supporting splash damage of choice. Meanwhile, massive warp into the main. Zelce dive in. Zelce towards the natural, towards the main base as well. Massive stasis goes off. Hydras are exposed. And Skills is just pulling Shin apart. Drones are going down. Cells are coming to reinforce as well. Wow, and Skills, how's he done it? He does distract Shin. Hydras need to turn back around. Oh no! Skills here extends. Throws away the Oracle. Shin, he's holding. Meanwhile, another massive warp in. Running into the Hydras. Yeah, less than ideal. Hydras, they should be able to defend. Another warp in into the main. The warp ins, they just keep going. They continue. And Shin at the same time going for a Doom Drop in towards the main base. The counterattacks continue. Forces a recall. Shin forces Skills to back the hell up. And Skills will defend, but Shin can now stabilize. Shin can now take a breath, get another expansion, drone up. Ooh, force to cancel. And Shin, he's committed. He wants to knock down the 4th base of Skills. Okay, I'm a little bit surprised, not gonna lie. Shin, he's doubling down. I mean, he has no upgrades. Shin, he's pretty all in. He has no 2-2 on the way. He has no Hive, no Infestation Bit. It's purely a Lair Tech army of Lingbane Hydra. He's going for the kill, but Storm is ready. Not quite. Sorry, I just assumed it would be. Archons are ready, I should say. Bailings, they roll in. Decent connections. Archons, they're going down. And wow, Shin, he looks like he just barely has enough. He breaks through. Takes down the Hydras. Sorry, Hydras takes down the Zealots with the Hydras. Does break through. Gets off the expansion. The 4th base is going to go down. And we just keep going. Lings, they drop into the main. Skills is getting torn apart. The Immortals are exposed. And Shin is looking to force an ace match. Storm was never researched. Never back. GG gets called, and Shin ties up the series. We're going to game 3. Whew. GG. We're going all the way to the ace match, and I'm curious which map we're going to be loading into this time. Again, as a reminder, game 1 was on Abyssal Reef, and it is loser's pick. We have, what options do we have? We have Ultra Love, we have Ley Lines, and the answer is Frostline. Let's go. Now, as a reminder, the map pool for OlimoLeague is smaller than normal. Certain maps are going to be avoided. Certain maps are avoided. Certain maps are taken away. Specifically here, players are not supposed to be playing on maps like Neon Violet Square or King's Cove. Those 2 maps have been removed from this map pool alongside Whispers of Gold. So the more extreme maps, the largest maps in the map pool and the smallest map as well, they have been removed here from the OlimoLeague map pool. Everything else though up for grabs. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss. The red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is Skills. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is SHIN. That comeback was a surprise. SHIN was all in. Just to reiterate once again, SHIN, he was down in workers, he was down in economy, he was down in upgrades. He only had 1-1. He had nothing else on the way. No infestation bit, no lurkers, no hive, no nothing else. Just committed to the all in, which is also why SHIN canceled his 5th. If you remember, he was building a 5th base, he just canceled, he just committed then and there. It was a really decisive move here out of SHIN, just because he could not macro out of that. Like, if he tried to drone, if he tried to take bases, he most likely would have lost that game. But yeah, there was a window, there was an opening. He went for it. GG. GG, well played. He committed. Committed well. And this map pick is curious to me. So typically we see a lot of players avoid Frostline. Frostline is a very difficult map to defend your 3rd and 4th base on. We even earlier today saw players struggle to defend these bases and struggle to maintain map control as well. We have seen SHIN thrive on Frostline. So we'll see what Skills' plan is going to be. Typically, whenever we see SHIN on Frostline, it's usually like 3 base all-ins. Similar to what we just saw, actually, where he commits into like lair-based Lingbane Hydra. Doesn't really saturate his 4th base and just sends it across the map. We'll see if he does that again. Back at home, Skill's going for his own Stargate. Stargate opener out of the Protoss. He attempted to explain the microwave meme, then realized it's sitting. You're not wrong. That did happen. That did happen. Don't worry about it. That did happen. Ah. I started, then I was like, you know what? It's not worth it. It's not. Like what am I doing? It's fine. Ah, no. If you know, you know. The goddamn microwave. And now though, Shin is going to be joining up. Again, hatch gas pool. Going to be the initial Stargate from Skillus, and this time opening up Oracle. Going to be an Oracle opener. As a reminder, Skillus did open up Void Ray on Abyssal Reef, but went for a more standard opener on El Dorado. Ay. There we go. So far, the Oracle does move out. Third base has been taken. Shin does invest into extra lings. That's 16 more lings on the way. That's going to be 20 in total. And the goal here is to move out and to try to punish the third base. This is a big investment by Shin. We'll see if it pays off. So again, that's a lot of lings on the way. Skills being active. With that Oracle, we can see Shin going to be skirting around the right-hand side. And does avoid the Oracle so far. We'll move out. Behind this, once again, we have the early Twilight Counselor, earlier Gateways. And I believe this is the same build from Skillus, so we also once again going to Blink Stalkers. What do you have for us? No, this time Glaive Adepts. Let's go. Glaive's on the way. Skillus, he's going to be committing. As a reminder, last game we did go for a Blink. This time, Glaives. Lings, they flood in. There's going to be a recall here to defend. The Oracle does make it back home. Lings, they don't get much done. They get one Adept. Pull away. And we'll see if Shin can get a read on what's going on. He does throw down the safety Roach Horn, thankfully. Roach Horn is already on the way. He has at least a semblance of SimCity here at the natural. Overlord does scout the gateways, does scout the Twilight Council as well. Is aware. And he's walling up. Is that Evo Chamber? Taking extra gas, guys. We should be seeing Roaches here from Shin. Roaches are building up. Shin make sure it doesn't get supply blocked. Alas, I'm not sure if Shin will have enough room here, or will be able to wall off, I should say. To deny the shade. Here come the Adepts. Adepts are moving out. Shin's still massing up more Lings, more Roaches. Stays into the main. Up! A late reaction, but Shin does pull away in time. And here comes Skillus. How many Adepts? 13! 13 Adepts have arrived. Getting to the middle line. 4 drones already going to be going down. Good damage. Shades in. And there is a wall. Whew. I wasn't too sure if there would be enough room. Biles connect. The wall is cancelled, and Shin, he's going to shut this down completely. Very nice defense. Again, it was able to wall off in time. He did have to kill the tumor for it, which makes sense. That's what I was concerned by. Did kill the tumor, did wall off. And that was not enough. That was 13 deaths for 5 workers. More deaths are on the way, though. Skillus, he's not done. He's not done yet. Making his way towards the natural. Shading in. But Shin is keeping up. So far, so good. We have Roach Speed on the way, plus on range into Hydras. Shin from here is just going to be droning. It's just going to drone up, build up into Hydra production. And I would not be opposed to Shin even cutting worker production at the 4th base, just to go for a big, essentially all-in, considering that he is ahead. And Skillus needs time. He needs time for everything. Again, upgrades. Upgrades are late. Bailings? But Blink is late. That's what I was getting at. Blink is delayed. Upgrades are delayed. Tech as well. Temple Archives into Storm, into Archons. Everything's being thrown down now in a panic, and Skills needs time for everything to really kick in. SHIN is cutting workers here at 69. Nice. 69 workers. Barely in saturation here at the 4th. And you can see he's amassing Hydras. He's amassing Hydras. That Skills, he just scattered the 4th base. He saw the lack of saturation. Storm has begun. And SHIN, he's droning. Never mind. SHIN, he drones up. He was checking for a 4th. There was no 4th base. And SHIN, he decides to drone and tech. Infestation bit into Hive Tech into Lurkers. SHIN, he's not going for an all-in. He's not going for a timing. He's macroing. You can see once again he rotates from north to south. He's checking for the expansion. There is no 4th. If there was a 4th base, then maybe SHIN would commit. But Skills is staying on 3 bases. Will commit. So he's force back. He's taking a force back. So far, SHIN is keeping up. Baiting up the stasis traps, and we're both building up towards a longer game state. Hive is on the way. Fleet Bean's on the way. Both players are committing. Skills into Sky Toss, SHIN into Hive. A bit to Hive. Oh! Storm gonna be zoning away. Storm does zone. SHIN dives on the 4th, forces a cancel. Very nicely done. Once again, takes the Storm. Laying safe threat in the expansion. SHIN pulling away. And he doesn't have to commit. Like SHIN, all he has to do, his win condition, deny the 4th. Deny the 4th base over and over and over again while he's taking up into Lurkers. And here they come. 9 Lurkers in production. We have a random Infestor as well. Let's go. The token Infestor. I'm here for it. Maintaining map control. Skilla still has a terrifying army, but SHIN is maxed out. SHIN, he is maxed. Gonna dive in. There's how many High Templar waiting for him? 6 High Templar. That's still a lot of storms. First one does land on the roaches. Lurkers getting within range of the production. Stasis goes off. Another storm. Storms have been good. As Lurkers they turn away at the same time, SHIN trying to sneak into the expansion. The wall is wide open. The wall's not a wall. Lings they flood into the mineral line, and Skills is being torn apart. Links towards the towards the probes. Probes going to be going down. Oh, now further towards the main. Skills he is moving in. Cells are being cleaned up. There's still that one Infestor. Do we fungal just cause? Up, up. Let's go. Lands the fungal. Actually pays off here. So much damage done to the main army. Oh my god. Lurkers they pop up. Lings are still wreaking havoc in the main. Roaches as well. Production under fire. And behind this, SHIN just still remaxing. Still rallying across the map. The Lurkers are exposed though. And not enough support. These Lurkers are all going to go down. Nice cleanup here by Skillis. Cleans up the army. SHIN did overstay his welcome. And Skills, he's still in this game. He might not have a 4th. He's actually quite committed with this move out. He's got a Mothership, got a Tempest. Still has 3 High Templar. As he moves out, Lings they move in. The expansion! He wants it! He wants the Nexus! Yo, he's gonna get it as well. It's so low and it goes down. Massive pickoff. Skills, he's all in. He's completely all in. Either he ends the game. Wait, either I should say he kills SHIN or he dies trying. The game will end. Back at home, side defense. Shitty defense. He holds the fourth. Skillet's going for the dive. Shinny does commit in. Storms are decent. The storms, they do connect, but it's a numbers game. And Skillsy gets around it. GG gets called as he runs out of steam, and Shin will take the series at 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Shin, he will take the series 2-1 and advance on into the next round. It was a back and forth, was an intense back and forth. Not gonna lie, I'm a little bit surprised that Skillus did pick Frostline. I mean, we saw why he did because of the Glaive Adepts. What I'm referring to is one of the big difficulties of Frostline is establishing a fourth base, is getting a fourth base up and running. And we saw that here as well. We saw that Shin, he did make sure that there was never a fourth base. He forced the all-in out of Skillus. Skillus, again, I'm sure he was aware of that coming into Frostline. I'm sure he was hoping that the Glaive Adepts would do more damage, but as we saw, the Glaive Adepts, they struggled. They did get 5 drones, 5 workers did go down, but only 5 workers. Again, Skillus, he was able to wall up in time, he was able to wall off, and was able to minimize any extra losses and shut down the army. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Did shut it down, and with that, does take the series in the end. Here we go. Just catching up. Probably because they saw the 3 Adepts, 3 Stalkers at the third. Seeing 3 Adepts isn't a tell. It is normal to see 5 Adepts in a standard PvZ. This is also why it can be difficult to really confirm what's going on. It's also why typically Protoss players, they harass initially with 5 vanilla Adepts, and then they follow it up with the Glaive Adepts as well behind it. But Shin, he was playing it safe, if you recall. He was playing it safe. And thankfully, if you're referring to at least the wall off, he was able to wall off in time. Thankfully, the Adepts hit the third base first, so it gave him time to get that wall going. And he didn't overdrone either. If I recall correctly, I believe Shin did scout the Twilight Council at least. When it comes to, I think someone was asking specifically when it comes to the differential between Blink and Glaives in that position. I don't think, I mean, I could be mistaken. I don't think there's any kind of real tell outside of just like playing it safe anyway. And then of course he saw the Adepts like in the center of the map as they were moving out. Only in the center though, as they pushed. Gave Skills seconds to gave Shin seconds to respond, seconds to react. Unless I missed something. Because I don't believe Shin saw the initial Adepts banking up in the natural. I don't think he saw that. But regardless, GG. GG, well played. With that, Shin does take the series, and now we're getting into game number 2. Once again, as a reminder, here in the round 16, Abyssal Reef. Abyssal Reef is the first game, is the first map of each series. And up next, we have Classic versus Gumiho. Shin, he advances on into the quarterfinals. We'll get there. It's gonna be a long broadcast. It's already been 3 hours. We'll be here for a while. Jesus. We'll be here for a while, papi. But we have Classic versus Gumiho coming up next in a TVP. Let's go. Let us go. Yes, here we go. We're getting into our next game and spawning in the top right-hand corner. Sorry, top left-hand corner of Abyssal Reef. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Abyssal Reef. Abyssal Reef, sorry, I was a little bit distracted. On Abyssal Reef, it is a Gumiho. And in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. It is a Classic. Here we go. Yo, I have to wake up. I have to. Ah, no. Do apologize for stumbling over my words, even in the last series as well. Do apologize. We'll get back into it. We are good to go. Again, it's brutal to see Classic and Gumiho facing off in the round 16 of all matches, like really early on in the tournament. Always brutal to see. Only one can advance on, the other gonna be knocked out. Aye, aye, aye. Here we go. So just setting up. See someone saying in the chat, they remember how good Skills was. Yeah, Skills has been looking really good. Been looking really good so far. For those that are curious, this event was not casted in English, or was not streamed live in English. We are the first casters covering it in English. Here we go. I think Wardy's probably going to cast it tomorrow. He usually does, but we're fortunate enough to be the first to jump on this. At least in English again. Shout out to CranKy was casting in Korean. Casting earlier today. In Hangul. Let's go. So we are settling in. But now we do have our economic opener out of Gumiho going for a single gas, Rax expand. Again, economic openers is what we expect here on Abyssal Reef just because the map is so large and the map is so defendable, so we expect more standard starts. But oh my god, never mind. That is a second Rax as a follow-up at Gumiho. We opening up with the early tech lab as well into a 3 Rax. You have my attention. Early Marauder production here out of Gumiho. And this is why we love casting Gumiho here. Just whatever the matchup, Gumiho is a very unique player. Does often throw caution to the wind. Rushing into Stim real quick as well. Into an early... Jesus, this is a unique variation of 3 Racks, by the way. Early, like insanely early Stim into insanely early eBay and +1. Jesus. Okay, Gumiho. Let him cook. Let him cook. Ay, ay, ay. Just Reaper into Tech Lab into Stim. Crazy. Behind this Classic is the opener. His tech of choice is going to be a Stargate. Gumiho, did he scout? He did not. Did not get into the main base. Is unaware as to what's going on. Could be a Twilight Council Robo or Stargate. Alas, Gumiho just rushing into, of course, into his own build of choice. Reactor on the way. Soon getting to +1. And Classic is rushing into Phoenixes. Now, coming into this, I do favor Gumiho's build. I am concerned for Classic. 3 Vaxes traditionally are ideal against Stargate openers. As you can imagine, the reason for this is because Stargate openers and Phoenix-based openers, they can do amazing when it comes to picking off high-tech units. I'm referring to Medivacs, referring to tanks. They can lift, of course, they can CC, they can crowd control. Against a 3 Rax, it's Mass Marine. It's just a wave of Marines, and what are you going to do? Pick up 1 Marine at a time? I mean, you can try. And now Gumiho knows. He moves out with the first 2 Marauders. He doesn't really get anything out of them, but he does scout the Phoenix. Does scout the tech of choice, is where the Stargate and the Phoenix production. Gumiho should be feeling pretty good about this. May have lost 2 Marauders, but now he can feel confident about his timing. About Stim, combat shields, and +1. As he's building up his bio. Now, it's not impossible to defend. Again, we mentioned earlier Abyssal Reef. The ideal thing about this map is the ramp. It's a very narrow ramp coming into the natural. All it takes, 1 force field. 1 force field will completely cut the army in half, and they can deal with half an army at a time. Likewise, you have the high ground, of course, you have shield batteries on the way. Robo follow-up into, I would imagine, Safety Immortal. We will need that Safety Immortal here to help defend, as Classic's going for his 3rd base. Very greedy play here at a Classic. We'll see if he gets away with it. As Gumiho's still building up. Factories on the way. Interesting. Into the follow-up starport. Wait a minute. wait a minute. That's a factory into a 3rd CC. Into a delayed starport. Okay, Gumiho is not going for a timing. I assumed he was going to be going for a +1 timing, but he is not. He's chilling back at home. Part of this might be because of the size of the map, but then if that's the case, then why open up Stim? And why open up 3 Racks? Curious. So Gumiho is macroing up behind this. It's going to be transitioning. And if that's the case, then I mean, Classic is getting away with quite a lot here. The 3rd base getting saturated. Gumiho does move out. This is a wild move out, by the way. The Marine count is a little bit lower here, but I mean, does have Stim, does have combat shields. There's no medevac support, obviously, as the starport is just now finishing. And Gumiho is sneaking out across the map. As a result, he's losing SCVs. He has limited anti-air to defend. Back at home, there's already a shield battery. I believe Classic should be able to maintain himself here. Yeah, he scouts the move out. He's ready. He shuts down the army. Does step forward. Does take down both sentries. Both sentries do fall. But Gumiho is being cleaned up. And Classic defends. Classic, he defends, he holds. Classic, he's in a much better position here. Colossal production has begun. Getting to a gateway explosion into Forge, Twilight Council +1, charge. Taking up. Better economy, higher base counts. Classic looking good. Looking solid here. And Gumiho behind this is still kind of working his way into the mid game. Now, at least he did get an earlier third TC, that is true. Does get an earlier third. But he is stuck at home. And I do favor Classic getting into the mid game. Like, again, he's going to be able to build up to 3 Colossus real fast, real quick. All these upgrades, of course. And we'll see what Gumiho can get done. The pressure is on Gumiho. 100%. The pressure is on the Terran to move out across the map, to go for some drop play. Marines are built up. But now just keeping up with the Phoenixes. And yeah, Classic just freely getting a 4th. Can go for a second forge. Speaking of second forge, yep. Second forge on the way. Templar Archives into Archons into Storm. Like, upon seeing the third, like, Classic, he recognizes, oh, I can just keep cutting corners. I can just keep cutting corners, keep taking. I can just chill, get away with everything. And Classic is looking insanely comfortable here. Now, Gumiho's not out of this. It just means that he's going to be up against quite an army of Protoss with Colossus and Storm and Archons and everything. I would just see Classic getting ready for a drop towards the natural or into the main. Likewise, main army rotating towards the left-hand side. I don't think Classic has to commit. If he sees an opening, he will go for it, but really just going to be posturing. Hoping for a distraction while he comes in with the War Prism. More Zealots reinforcing as well. Charge about to finish. Second rover is on the way. So they get dropped off. Gumiho gets distracted. He sends back home. Picks up. At the same time, here comes the main army. Ooh, swipes get wasted here on the depots. Going for the mineral line. Nice EMP. EMP on the Archons. And the Classic has to get the hell out of here. Ooh, bleeding out an Archon. Expensive loss, but this is more than worth it because 32 SEs go down. The Zealots, they just, oh my god, they snowball out of control. They're pulling Gumiho apart. Zealots in the natural, Zealots in the main. 37 SCV kills. That's still not done. Going for +2. And the main army is still moving in. I don't think he needs to. It's still a risky maneuver. There's still an army waiting for him. Speaking of, Gumiho does respond. More Zealots pushing in. And Gumiho, he will defend, he will survive, but is he really living here? He's lost almost 40 SCVs. And Classic, he's getting a 6th base. Sorry, a 5th. He's getting a 5th, man. Well, Gumiho's on 3 base. Yeah, there it is. GG gets called. There's no coming back from that. And Classic takes game number 1. GG. A very, very comfortable game for Classic. Again, the initial build of Gumiho kind of fell on its face. If you recall, he rushed into Stim, he rushed into +1, but he didn't really make use of it. I mean, technically he went for a Marine move out on the right-hand side, but it killed 2 sentries, that's all it did. And then Gumiho went for a fast 3rd base, which got scouted, which told Classic could just be really greedy. He could just be as greedy as possible. Just a very comfortable game there for Classic. And with that, Classic takes a lead. Does take a lead in the series, and now we find ourselves here in game number 2. Going to be a much smaller map. This is Gumiho's map of choice. And I'm curious to see how Gumiho does adapt and does open up this time. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the blue Terran player, the Korean Terran. It is Gumiho. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss. Leading the series 1-0, it is a Classic. Here we go. But yeah, like that build that Gumiho went for was crazy. Like, I'll be honest, I've never seen it before. That specific variation of 3 racks. And even then, like, it felt a little, it left me a little bit wanting as to the purpose of the opener and what we were hoping for. Especially considering it was on Abyssal Reef as well. So if the map was kind of deterring him, and again, especially against the Stargate opener, I feel like that was the ideal position for Gumiho, but Yeah, didn't quite go for any kind of crazy early timing. Played more macro, and Classic took advantage of him. Now we're settling into Ultra Love. Now, this is a smaller map. True, it is a smaller map. It means that if we did want to be aggressive from either side, you can be more active early on. Double gas opener this time at a Gumiho. Double gas into a faster factory, into a delayed CC. Something more aggressive here for Gumiho early on. From here, we can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion. He can go into a committed Widowmine drop, Tank Banshee, early Cyclones. Speaking of early Cyclones, we have seen Gumiho play mech in this matchup. Even in this patch, we've seen Gumiho go mass Cyclone. True, he has done so before. I don't know if this is the ideal map for it, though. I can see that working on maps like King's Cove, for sure. And Ultra Love, I'm a little bit shaky on. Not too convinced. But we'll see. We'll see. Gumiho is up against the wall. What does he do? In this position, show us the second factory. It's crazy. Reaper moves out into a second Reaper, no add-on. Moving out for scouting formation and a Classic. I will say that on smaller maps, it is a little bit more difficult to get away with a Stargate opener, and there it is, a Twilight Council instead. Makes sense. As we were kind of alluding to previously, Stargate play does leave you vulnerable early on to, like, especially heavy bio-committed move-outs, which is why you can get away with it on larger maps like Abyssal Reef and less so on smaller maps. Not impossible, just, you know, more difficult. Ooh, as the Reaper gets hunted down. Nice control here by Classic. Hunts down the Reaper. Twilight Council's on the way. Safety Cyclone here by Gumiho. Gumiho, he didn't scout the tech, which is why he's going for the Cyclone to make sure he's safe and sound. Going for a second Rax before Starport. Okay. Now, last game we saw the 3 Rax opener, and I had assumed that we were going to be hitting like a timing with +1. That did not happen. That didn't happen in the last game. So I don't know if I can say with confidence what Gumiho is going to do, but this screams 2-base all in. He's going 3 Rax and a factory before Starport. This should be a 2-base all in. Either we move out with the 3 tanks without the Starport, without Medivacs, or with Medivacs, so you pull the boys. This looks hyper committed here from Gumiho. Now, we also assumed that Gumiho was going to be aggressive last game, and he wasn't, so that's why we could just see like a random 3rd CC out of nowhere, but there shouldn't be a 3rd CC. Not in this position. Marines are amassing. So are the tanks. Are building up. Go. As we have, I believe, the second tank on the way. Typically, this move out is with 3 tanks. Likewise, Classic finishing up Link. He can start being active on the map. And right now, the pressure is on Classic to be as active as possible to spot this move out and to slow it down. Ideally, he needs to slow down this push. You can see Gumiho hoping to catch out the Stalkers. 3rd base on the way for Classic. Stalker's moving in. And Gumiho, can he get a free shot off? Oh, he can! Tank volley goes up. Classic retreats. Spots the army. And Gumiho is waiting for his upgrades. And then he has the option to pull the boys. Does have the option. Observer confirming the army. Classic tries to avoid it. Reaper comes in for a scout. Getting guys in the gateways. Classic catching out a tank. Can he get it? Can he get the tank? He can. He gets 1 volley off. He gets a second. Tank goes down. Massive pickup. Classic commits. Ooh, bit of miscontrol. Does shoot the building. We'll lose every single Stalker. Was this worth it? I'm afraid to look. How many Stalkers was that? 8! 8 Stalkers for a handful of Marines and 1 tank. And here comes the all-in. As you mentioned, the build did scream a 2-base all-in. The boys are being pulled. It's all or nothing. 1 tank does go down. Massive pickoff. There's 1 tank left. The boys are here. Again, Classic has to do whatever he can to slow down the army or to pick off another tank. Or pick off the Cyclone. Boys are here to repair. More gateways warping in. There's 5 gates on the way, but alas, Classic needs more time. He's taking down so many Marines. Tank does siege. Robe is under fire. Robe is under threat. Pylon goes down. Second tank has arrived. He's going for the backup pylon. It looks like he's going to depower the Robo. The Immortal does not pop out. Robo goes down. Massive pickup. There is no Immortal. And Gumio, has he done it? Charge is done. Gateways are finishing up as well. We're waiting for the charge to warp in. Behind the army. And Classic is getting ready for a surround. Can he break out? And here we go. He goes for it. Tank's unsieged. He's going to get 1. He's going to get the high ground tank, and the tank from behind. He's going to clean this up. Classic, he defends. Takes out both tanks. Marines, they rush into the mineral line, doing what they can. 9 SVs go down. But Classic is ready for this. Does warp in time. Takes down the Marines. And now Gumio's in trouble. Remember, Gumio, he did pull the boys. Gumio, he was completely all in. Behind this, he has built up his SCV count. True. Has built up. Oh, the tank. No, the tank is exposed. Another tank goes down. Boys are being pulled. Gumio will survive. He will defend. But Classic is not stopping. Classic, he smells blood in the water. Ooh, we'll lose a Stalker. 1 Stalker goes down. Picking up more Marines. Oh, the target firing. Gets almost every single Marine. There's 1 Marine left. GG gets called. He breaks through. The all-in of Gumio failed. And with that, Classic, he will take it. GG gets called. Classic, he will take the 2-0. GG. Again, a very nice pick out of Classic. He was able to take down 2 tanks before the army got across the map. I was concerned that Classic had lost too many Stalkers. Remember, it was 8 Stalkers. He lost 8 Stalkers for the first tank. But alas, if you remember, he was also able to very quickly get the second tank as well because he was being active with reinforcements. So very nice pickoffs there. In the end, he was very patient. He may have lost the Robo, may have lost the Immortal, but he was able to get a full surround with those Zealots. Again, just really patient play from Classic to surround the army, catch both tanks, and then win it from there. GG. GG, well played. Classic does take the 2-0. And with that, we have 1 series left in the round of 16. 1 best of 3 remaining here. It's going to be a best of 3 between Clem and Rogue. Let's go. Let us go. There's going to be a rematch. We've seen these two face off many a time over the past couple of months in the off-season of EPT. And now they're back. They're facing off once again, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Abyssal Reef. We have the Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. He is Mlem. He is Clem. Here we go. The world champion himself, the reigning world champion. Now, we have seen Rogue bring Clem down specifically and famously in Star of Zagora, but it has been a long time. It has been a very long time since that tournament. I say Star of Zagora, if I remember correctly. Sorry, was it Lily Cup? Was it both? I think it was Lily Cup. That's it. It was Raynor popped off against Clem at Star of Zagora, and Rogue popped off at Lily Cup previously. True. Yeah, Rogue, he had his moments. Of course, that was when he was able to flex that mass overseer style. But since then, it's been over a month. It's been quite some time. And of course, we've seen Rogue struggle with it more in recent times. As Terran players have gotten better and better at dealing with it, at handling that in that kind of late game situation. Of course, new map pool since then. And Clem is coming in as the heavy favorite. Oh, hello. Oh, we're scouting. Gasless. I see. As Rogue is going to be opening up Gasless here. Now, Rogue, typically his MO in ZVT is to rush into lurkers, is to defend, is to survive until lurker tech. That is his go-to, into lurker, into hive tech as well, and this is a part of that. As we can see here, Gasless opener. Now, this is a feature seen in a lot of the newer maps like Abyssal Reef, maps like Neon Violet Square, maps like King's Cove. All three of those maps are large, and all three of those maps are very defendable here back at home, and very easy to rotate between the natural and the third. Be careful at home if you try this yourself. This is not as viable on smaller maps and not as viable on more exposed maps. I'm referring to Frostline and Whispers of Gold. You'll just die. You'll just be torn apart by Hellions, and I'm excited to see how Rogue handles Clem. Now, Clem is no stranger to this kind of opener. Winding it back here, explaining what this is a gasless opener, no link speed. No link speed to defend. The goal here is to defend with purely queens and a handful of slow links. The goal here is to be greedy, to drone up as much as possible, to get away with a higher drone count early on, with better mineral saturation, and then take delayed gases into roach play. This does, as Reaver goes down, and this is a roach-based opener here, leads into roaches. And because of the map, you're able to wall off. You're able to throw down your roach horn with one queen or with an Evo chamber. You're able to fully wall off this ramp, and then as a Zerg player, you only have to focus on defending here instead. Like, there's nothing to threaten your natural, and you can focus on defending your third. Behind this, Clem, how does he respond? Third CC on location. Very greedy build here by Clem. So his answer, he sees greed, and he meets it with greed himself. Now, what I was going to say is that Clem has gotten really good at punishing this. If you watched EWC, if you watched Esports World Cup, Serral attempted to play gasless. I want to say like 3 games in their series against Clem, and he just died to Hellions. Like, it was crazy. Like, it was like Clem, he was just so good at punishing Serral, as Serral did attempt time and time again to go gasless. Here, because Abyssal Reef is so large, and because it is so much more easier to defend without link speed with a gasless opener, Clem, he accepts it. He's like, you know what, I can't break you, I'm gonna just expand. So we are headed towards the mid game. Rogue, he shouldn't really sustain any losses, and Clem should be able to get away with this faster, greedier third. Roach Warren has in place here for Rogue, so once again, it's going to be a Roach-based opener, which is what we expect. And typically, Rogue, you can go one of 2 ways here. You can go Roach opener into Lingbane Roach Ravager, or you can go Roaches into +1 range, into Hydras, into Lurker tech. Typically, Rogue is one to skip Lingbane and go into Hydras and then Lurkers. That's usually like Rogue's go-to playstyle, but we'll see if he does like indulge us with some Lingbane. Like if we were casting Dark, for example, Dark does go Lingbane after this. Rogue, I'm less certain on. It's more often than not he does just go Hydra. As we should be seeing range upgrades here. Now Rogue, he's joining up. Again, the Hellions are looking for a way in. The Hellions can at least deny creep, but the Hellions cannot really punish the economy. They can't really move in, as Rogue is basically like turtling up, essentially. He's turtling up here with his roaches, with his buildings, of course, with these choke points. Lair is on the way. Hellions, they attempt to dive, but again, this is a full setup. And behind this, Clem is going into Bio. He's getting into his 3-1-1 setup here into Stim. And we'll see where he takes us from here. I do expect this to be a long one, especially on Abyssal Reef. I don't expect Clem to like 8 racks. Like 8 racks is they're very difficult to pull off here on Abyssal Reef. The map is working against you if you try to 3-base all in. And here comes the double drop. Double drop towards the left hand side. There are those 1-1 upgrades into Roach Ravager. Roach Speed on the way as well. And Rogue Safari does get eyes on the double drop. He's aware. His army's keeping up. And Clem is deflected. And yep, there it is. So with the infestation bit, this is a sign that Rogue is indeed intending to skip Lingbane. So he's skipping Ling Speed and skipping Banelings, and he's going Roach Ravager into Hive Tech into Hydra Lurker play, into Hydra Lurker Viper. Like, and as we mentioned at the start of the game, like that is Rogue's go-to. You know, Clem stems in. So far, getting 2, 3 roaches, getting a 4th roach as well, 5 getting all 6. Oh my god! He stems in, takes out all the roaches, gets into the mineral line, and Rogue's out of position. He tries to respond, he tries to rotate, drones aren't going down. This is becoming far too much. Rogue getting caught with his pants down. 8 drone kills, ay ay ay. Roach speed is still not done, took a long time, took too long for the roaches to respond. The queens, they do zone away the medevacs at least, but they survive, and Clem gets away. So a very strong start for Clem, as that should not have happened. There's that Hydra that we spoke about, again, going to Hydra, going into Lurker, and Rogue should not be counterattacking. That's the thing with this kind of style that Rogue is going for. It's very defendable, very tech heavy, which is also why these losses were a little bit unacceptable. Like because we're already being defensive, we should not be losing that many drones here. Rogue had too much faith in his initial 6 roach defense. And Clem has momentum. Rogue, he has yet to reach his final form. He needs to buy time for lurkers, and he's not there yet. Clem forced to pick up. Forced to pick up, forced back. Rogue will see if he can get there. Knocking down those rocks. Getting into 2-2. The hive has begun. We should soon be seeing a lurker den. We could see Rogue go into, I was going to say safety infestors, but I feel like we would have seen them by now. So for the time being, just focusing on Roach Ravager. And Clem, he's not slowing down. Now behind this, he is getting a 4th CC. Remember, he is not going for a 3-base all-in, but this is the initial move out with 3 tanks, with Stim, with combat shields, and 1-1. This is the 1-1 timing of Clem. And he's trying to force the army to fight within range of the tanks. Tanks are pushing forward. Roach Ravager within range of the tanks. And Clem can take this fight. He can, and he will. Yeah, he's breaking through the roaches. GG gets called. Clem, he will break Rogue before the Vipers, before the Lurkers. And Clem takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, just very decisive play out of Clem. Greedy opener did allow Roach to get away with his own opener as well, but the initial drop play towards the 3rd base, getting 8 drones, killing 6 roaches was brutal. That led into, of course, that 1-1 timing of 3 tanks. And alas, Rogue was not able to hold on, not able to survive, not able to defend. GG. GG, well played. Again, just solo play there by Clem. He's hangry, Pap. He's upset. How about the last time they played? Not again, not this time. I'm not going to allow you to get into the late game, and this is going to be Rogue's map of choice. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the red Terran player, the French Terran representing Team Liquid. Leading the series 1-0, it is Clem. And spawning in the top, or in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg from South Korea, representing Team Falcons, it is Rogue. No sympathy for Rogues that refuse to make anti-air, fully knowing medevacs are coming. There was anti-air. That wasn't what killed Rogue. If you remember, there were like, I want to say 7 to 8 queens in the main. It looks like Rogue was expecting Clem to maybe threaten the 3rd base and then drop into the main. So Rogue was just waiting in the main base with the queens, and the drops, like, they never really committed. If you remember, after the drop had killed 8 workers, then he attempted the main drop, and that's where the queens zoned the army away. But again, because the queens were waiting in the main, they weren't able to defend the 3rd. So it was more Rogue getting caught out of position. There was anti-air, there was an army. Rogue was just caught out. He was caught with his pants down, but yeah. And here we go. We are going to be selling in so far hatch gas pool. Hatch gas pool here out of Rogue. Meanwhile, standard opener out of Clem. We go. So it was more of a Rogue getting caught out of position more than anything. And again, as we mentioned at the time, maybe just having too much faith in the initial 6 roach defense that it would be enough to deflect Clem. It clearly was not. And Rogue is going for something interesting here. Rogue going for, yes, a hatch gas pool into a very fast 3rd base. As a result, is going to be delaying his queen production. in favor of a faster third. So typically you would be making 2 queens, but you can't afford 2 queens when you have a fast third base. So interesting build here out of Rogue. It is quite greedy. It does allow the space to be uninterrupted by the Reaper harass. So fast third base, less queens, and we'll see if Clem can punish this, as the queen is still on the way. Just the 1 queen at the natural, the queen in the main is delayed. So delayed queen production for Rogue. First link goes down, Reaper into the main base. Again, this queen is nowhere near finishing. The drones are exposed. And Clem, he's going to be zoned away. He's going to be zoned back. Behind this, third CC here before starport. Economic build by Clem. And we're settling in. Whew, okay, again, that could have been so much worse, but Rogue, he defends. He gets away with his initial opener. Gets away with his greed. So far, so good. As, ooh, Clem is going to be very aggressive here. He's going to be going for a third CC into a 3CC 2-1-1. That is a second Rax before the starport. So he's going for a stim timing. He's going to be going for a stim timing here. And we'll see if Rogue is going to be opening up Roach again. Link speed is on the way, true. So we could be seeing a mainliness follow-up here out of Rogue. We'll keep an eye on him. For now, just running up, just saturating. Stim is on the way for Clem. And the way this works here is that we should be waiting for 16 Marines, 2 Medivacs with the add-on swap. Starport should be on the horizon here with an add-on swap here with the factory as well, with another reactor. Into that stim timing. There's that starport, and we should soon be seeing that reactor as well. Now, the downside of the build that Clem is going for is that he has less Hellions. Because of the earlier add-on swap, he's only able to make 2 Hellions, so it's just very light map control here for Clem, very light pressure, as he can maybe pick off tumors, but not much more than that. So that's the downside. It does mean that Rogue, his creep spread should be more uncontested and should be able to drone up heavier, more faster, like more earlier on. Rogue, he did scout, did check, and did get eyes on, I believe at the time that would have been the building second Rax. So he should be aware of the build. Lair first here out of Rogue. And we'll see if Rogue can keep up with the drop play of Clem. Yep, this is a Bailey Nest. Again, if we were going Roaches, we most likely would have skipped Ling Speed. So there's going to be a Ling Bane here out of Rogue. There's a Bailey Nest before the 2 Evo Chambers, so really safe play out of Rogue. Going Lair, into Bailey Nest, into delayed upgrades, into faster bailing speed. So a safe follow-up, and we'll see if he can keep up regardless and minimize losses. Does an Overlord, does supply block Rogue. Clem expanding towards his opponent. And welcome to El Dorado. El Dorado is a very good map for Terran players going for a 3-base all-in, going for 8 Raxes. That is going to be a viable option here for Clem, especially as he expands towards Rogue. So we'll keep an eye on those Raxes. Double jump moving up. Rogue going for a spy. He's crazy. Going Ling Bane Muta. We'll see if he can get there. For now, his Ling Queen is keeping up. So far distracted by the Hellions. Enemy checks. No expansion. Stims on in. Does take down a couple of workers. Making his way towards the mineral line. Lings there respond. No Baileys to defend. Just Ling Queen. That is enough. Clemmy backs off. Does retreat. Gets eyes on the 4th. From here he rotates. And this time Rogue doesn't take any critical economic damage. Has lost 2 drones, but only 2. Clem picks up. He pulls back. I believe Clem did not scout the Spire. He is not aware of the potential mutas. But again, this still feels so risky here from Rogue. Second factory on the way. It looks like we're taking gases. Yeah, we're taking extra gases. Clem, he's not going for an 8 Rax. He should be getting a 4th CC. And from here, you can just go for the gold. Yep, there he is. Gold base on location, getting his 4th. Now, what's special about El Dorado and this 4th base is that you can actually get away with a 4-base economy with a much lower worker count because of the gold minerals. Like, these gold minerals are so much more valuable. And again, bearing in mind that Clem, he is expanding towards Rogue. So you can actually be more aggressive and more assertive than normal here, while still getting a 4th. As you can stay on a lower SCV count. So we'll see how Clem builds up. Mutas have arrived. And these mutas, they have a lot of work to do. Have a lot of work to do here. As they move out. There are some Banelings to defend. Baneling speed is done, but it's going to be 0-0. Here comes the 1-1 timing here of Clem, and he's going to deny the base. There's no saving this. Mineral line is exposed. Meanwhile, the base is going to go down. That is going to be a kill, not a cancel. Ooh, that's going to be it. That's it. That is brutal. That's a kill in the expansion. Clem moving in. 12 SCVs going down. Good damage here with these mutas. And he does land. Big Baneling connection here on the bio. Clem, he did not split in time. Rogue, he's holding. He's holding well. Is getting damage done across the map. Getting more SCVs. 15, 16 SCV kills. No turrets. No turrets here for Clem. Still, okay, we have a turret in the main. But the 3rd and the natural are still exposed. And the 4th base is delayed. And he continues to delay. Trying to force a cancel. Oh, not even. Just getting SCVs. Getting more workers. Again, still no turrets. Clem getting pulled apart. Rogue, he's pulling this off. He's doing it. Let's go. I say that's this round. Oh my god. Rogue, he bleeds out one. Bleeds out one muta. Did I say one? Oh, almost another. He almost got this around. Roki pulls away, takes the northern bases instead. Massing out more mutas. And Clem finally can get his 4th base up and running, but he's sustained a lot of losses. That was 19 SCVs going down. Now we have our turret here at the natural. Still no turret at the 3rd. Bold move. Clem, he believes he can defend this base, especially because his army's in location. His army is here. Will it always be, though? As mutas are still being active. Baneling around by being set up here towards the natural. As we have a game. We have a game, Bappy. You're just moving in. Up. My army gets spotted. Banelings, they smash through that wall. Once again, remember, no turrets. And Clem a little bit overconfident. 4 more SCVs go down. As Clem was out of position. Oh, there's a Thor though. Thor has arrived. The Thor is here. Rogue has to respect it. Likewise, Widowmines are building up as well. Clem going full anti-air, catching out some of these mutas. That's 2, 3, 4 mutas going down. Very nice pickups. I wouldn't be opposed to Rogue taking up into a hive into ultras from here, but for now he's still on lair tech. Still committed to mass muta. And it's going to be very awkward trying to engage with the main army. Like, the problem here is that this entire section is walled off. How does Lingbane engage when the only entry point is here towards the left-hand side with one mineral patch? The center towards the area towards the center here is fully walled off. Banelings, they try to roll in. But there's just no way for a ground Zerg army to engage here towards the south. Which is also why Rogue is focusing towards the north instead. But Clemmy is so secure down here, and there's no way for Rogue to expand. Ooh, mine just going up. Very nice connections of tanks. He gets one. Up. Oh, gets 2 for another 3 mutas. That was an expensive trade for Rogue. Does get better tanks. Once again, Clemmy rotates. Rogue should be canceling this. Up. Thankfully, does cancel in time. Then making his way towards the natural. There is Lingbane waiting. Now would be the time for ultras. Oh, the bird Banelings! Up! Up! Ah, no! Barely not paying attention. Oh wait, no, it's my apologies. Lings, okay. I just assumed they were Bailings. They're just Lings. Bobby, don't tease me like that. Get some Bailings out there. Speaking of, no splits. No splits here out of Clem. Takes the Bailings to the face. Trying to bait out of the mine shots. Trying to force off relief fire. Some of the mines do connect, but the Widow mines are cleaned up. And now it's just Marine Thor. No Widow mines left over. And this at least just scouts the army as it rotates. Clem going for the center gold base. Ay. Taking more bases, taking more expansions. Rogue is spotted by the Widow mine. He is spotted. There's once again more mine shots going off. We spoke earlier about trying to get into ultras. The ultra cavern's on the way. Bailings, they crash in. They don't quite bring down the CC, but they trade somewhat well. As Rush get knocked down, one command center is denied. And Roki attempts to break through that front door. The wall is open. We can just go into the mineral line. Now going for the depot wall. Depot is going down. Oh, the full HP. So far, Clem is holding. He's able to keep up. Getting his 5th gold base up and running. Rogue trying to knock it down. Once again, going for that depot wall. This time there's a little more value here. Things they flood in. Ooh, brutal mine connection. Then once again he's holding on. We got mutas here towards that gold base. Roki bleeds out a lot of mutas, but he needs to. He needs to make room for ultras. And there it is. 4 ultras in production. He needs a greater ground army. I wouldn't be opposed to... Yeah, there we go. I was about to say, I wouldn't be opposed to mining through these center patches, and Roki is working his way through them. And now his ultras have access to the southern half of the map. Roki can start to engage. He can start to fight this head on. As more ultras are building up. Rogue's still going for run-bys. The gold mineral line has opened up as well. Yeah, what was once a defendable location, I mean, now is almost wide open. And here comes a bailing run-by. Does Clem notice in time? He does pull away. Mine shots going up. Bailings, they crash in. They do connect. Planetary, it's barely going to survive. It's going to be 11 dead SCVs. Ooh, mine shots to the face. Rogue just remacked with more ultras. No spellcasters, I believe. Yeah, there's no Vipers or Infestors. Just purely Lingbane Ultra Muta. As Clem is just expanding into Rogue. And Rogue, he needs to do something about these bases. But he still just doesn't have enough to push in. Likewise, there's no real answer to these Liberators either. Typically, Corruptors would be required. Rolling in. Some decent bailing connections. Claiming his mine through that wall. Ling's trying to catch reinforcements. Getting to the main. Where's Clem moving out? And he's setting up here a ring of turrets. Liberation as well. Rogue trying to come in from behind. Oh, the mutas, they take so many hits here from the libs. And he's run up on the ground. Let me kites back well. The Thorns, they tank so many Bailings. Ultras are breaking through just barely. Breaking into the planetary. Liberators do so much damage to the Ultras though. And even without grabbing the Ghosts are coming in. With that, the Ultras are all going to go down. Massive losses here for Rogue. Does remax, but what does he get? Oh, gets a CC. Forces the lift. Does an expansion. Still no planetary. Getting more CVs. Still just remaxing on Ling, Bane, Ultra. This time with Corruptors. Let's go. They're going to be answers to Liberators. I still would prefer a couple of Infestors to lock down the army. I mean, it can be difficult just because there are so many Liberators here. But not impossible. Got me scanning. Trying to figure out where Rogue is. Clem pushing in, going for the kill, going for the natural. Rogue, he has to respond. So going for a run by. May not be moving forward. Queens, they do help against the anti-air. Or against the Liberators. And Rogue, he will shut this down. The planetary, the lives, the Metamax, or maybe most Metamax to survive. But Rogue, he's holding. Rogue, he's holding on. And Clem, I just realized he's been bleeding at SCVs. Clem has not been rebuilding. Clem is down to 43. 43 SCVs left. The main army does dive in, going for the base, going for the planetary. Ooh. And Massive Might just going off. Planetary goes down. And Clem, his economy is crippled. He barely has any mining. He lost the gold. He lost both gold bases. He has 8 patches or 8 workers mining left here. 4 patches left over at the third. And Clem, he's just stuck at 138 supply. Drones are going down. Liberators do full. They got 9-1 drones across the map. Clem still has a terrifying army, but again, he's just running out of steam. He needs more bases. Does Mule? He mules the hell out of this base. He wants to engage. He avoids the Liberators. Ooh. Forcing friendly fire. And these goes, there's no escape. GG gets called. The main army gets shut down. And Rogue, he fights back, forcing the ace match. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. Again, it was a very risky build to go for the mutas when he did, but we saw how much those mutas got done. They were able to wreak havoc. They were able to kill so many SCVs, and more importantly, just keep Clem busy. And Clem, he never really got to be too assertive with his army. Sure, he did maintain control of the southern half of the map, that is true, but he never really got to threaten the bases of Rogue. Rogue, he was freely expanding towards the north, just taking more bases, more expansions, joining up to 80, joining up past 80 even. And with that, Rogue, he could afford his army. There were some rough moments for him, but eventually just opened up that southern half, got better fights, better trades, and more importantly, did cripple the economy of Clem. Clem, he just ran out of steam over the course of the game. Just ran out of money. GG, well played. Whew, and that leads us into the ace match. We go the distance. Let us go. We are going the distance here. And we are loading into Ultra Love. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. Representing Team Falcons, it is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran. Representing Team Liquid, it is Clem. Now, what I do need to emphasize here is that the outcome and the way the game 2 played out was very unique to El Dorado. I know that I was talking about how, like, oh, you know, like Clem, he wasn't really able to punish or really apply any pressure to the economy of Rogue. A big reason for that is because basically the map was cut in half, like horizontally, where Clem had control of the southern half of the map and Rogue had control of the northern half. And it's just because of the map layout, it's just really awkward trying to apply any pressure towards the top half. For the Terran side, for example, like Clem, it's just so awkward trying to push in and trying to reinforce and try to apply pressure towards the Zerg bases, because as he does that, he exposed his own southern bases, his own CCs, and he has to be there to protect them, to push in, and to push in towards the natural. So it's just a really awkward map for that, and as a result, Rogue took full advantage. Meanwhile, 2-Rax Reaper. Let's go. Going old school here. 2-Rax Reaper out of Clem. Again, a much more standard map in the map pool. I mean, I say standard. Rush distance by ground is shorter, but very defendable 3rd and 4th bases. So defendable bases here, but shorter rush distance by ground. We open up Proxy, sorry, not Proxy, but 2-Rax Reaper. Now, the goal with this is to deny the 3rd, is to deny and delay the 3rd base for as long as possible, and then macro from here. This is not an all-in, this is not a cheese, this is a macro opener designed to give the Terran an economic edge over the Zerg. We'll see how Rogue responds, as Rogue is going hatch gas pool. So standard opener out of Rogue. Again, this is one of those maps where it is unsafe to go gasless. Like it's so difficult to open up gasless on Ultra Love. It's just not worth it. Just because of how vulnerable you are, how exposed your bases are, how far away they are from each other. Rotating with queens between the 3rd and natural, it's not as viable as it is on other maps. So Rogue, he doesn't try it. We're now investing into Reapers. We should be getting 5 Reapers at the most. The first Reaper is out. We have a 2nd and 3rd Reaper on the way. And looks like we have a 4th and 5th Reaper as well. Now, if Clem realizes that he's doing the damage he's hoping for with only 3 Reapers, then he can cancel the rest. You can see he checks for a 3rd base, no 3rd at the linear location, no 3rd at the triangular location, and bam, he cancels. He cancels the Reaper, only 3. So very efficient play here by Clem. Again, if Rogue was trying to expand and trying to rush into a hatchery here, then Clem would make a 4th and 5th Reaper to make sure he forces a cancel. But if there isn't even an expansion, if there isn't even a hatchery, then Clem doesn't need it, and he switches into much faster upgrades with SHIN. As the add-ons are on the way, and a 3rd CC before factory as well. Very greedy here as a follow for Clem, but he has map control, he's safe and sound. He's safe and sound. Now, if Rogue was continuing gas mining into link speed, into not just... Jesus. Okay, I was about to say, mate, he's got 200 gas. What's the gas going to be spent on? Does Clem scout? He does not. What do we have? Link Queen Nidus all in? I'm feeling either Link Queen Nidus all in, potentially Drop Lord base all in if we go into Overlord speed. That is a lot of gas to work with, though. But that should be enough gas for a Nidus. There is that Overlord outside of the bases. What are we going for? What do you have? What I was going to say that if Rogue had stayed in gas and gone link speed and go for a Baneliness and go for a Bane Bust, and a Bane Bust could kill Clem in this position because he is delaying his factory. So he is being quite greedy here. So being quite greedy, he can be exposed for that. He can be punished for that. As Rogue, he is not going for the Nidus Storm. He is instead going for a wall off here at the natural, Roach Warren and Evo Chamber. Okay. So we're opening up 2 base Roach. As Rogue is running. Rogue is taking gases. This could still be a Spire, technically. I'm not counting that out. Plus on range. Now, oh! Cancels the upgrade. Do we go for the Spire? No shot. What do you have for us? Overseer's on the way to Scouts. Is going to be Roach Speed. Oh, the Reaper does get eyes on the lair. Does spot the lair. Overseer diving in. And it is going to be Roach Raptor. Okay. Investing into the upgrades. Rogue does confirm the faster 3rd CC. It's already done. It's already in orbital. Clem, he is ready to expand. And Rogue's 3rd base is heavily delayed. Very late 3rd base here for Rogue. Clem, he scouts. He confirms that Rogue is expanding. The question becomes, mate, this looks like a fake 3rd. This looks like a 3rd just for Larva. Yep, here comes the German taxi. Overlord speed was the tell. Overlord speed is on the way, so we're going for a German taxi across the map. We're going to be sending everything across. The Lings, the Queens, the Roaches, everything being sent out with a timing, of course, with these upgrades. And so far, Clem doesn't scout. Clem, he hasn't seen this yet. As Rogue does move out across the map. Rogue, he just made 5 drones. Ooh, okay. 5 workers on the way. Curious. Getting another drone. Is he just macroing from here? Interesting. He is moving out, don't get me wrong. But it looks like Rogue is not going for an all-in. Now, with this kind of style, he can actually spread creep backwards. This is, of course, a style that Eric did popularize and Cyril took from Eric, is spreading creep here with these tumors, spreading creep at the third base locations. Unfortunately, he's just a little bit too late to delay the third base of Clem, though, unless he's able to force a lift. That's where he should be spreading creep. And spreading tumors. And again, this would be ideal if he delayed the third, but alas, the third base is getting up and running. The creep is nice, he's forcing out some skins. Infestation pit. Very fast infestation pit here out of Rogue. Rotating over. Again, can he force the lift? That's all he wants. Great for the CC. We do have the mass repair. And Clem is holding his ground. Boys are being pulled. Massive tank blow is going off here on the Ravagers. Does get one tank, but the Marines, they hold. Yeah, the army is forced back. Behind this Rogue, he is droning, is saturating, taking all of his gases. Are we feeling Swarm Host or just Hive Tech? I could see either or being the case here for Rogue. Show us what you got. Hive. Okay. It's going to be Hive Tech for Rogue. Rushing into the Hive. Should be headed towards Lurker production from here. That would make the most sense. But Link Speed is on the way. Again, it's just a really quirky kind of follow-up here from Rogue. He's still kind of like stumbling his way into the mid-game. I still give the edge to Clem. Clem is still ahead. He still has an even base count and an even worker count. Has been mining more for longer. Clem is in a better position. Taking gases and a factory as well. So Clem is not going all in. He's macroing up. Okay, there we go. Is going for the range upgrade, but still going for the Balin S as well. So it's going to be Lingbane Roach Ravager. Into Vipers, I suppose. There's no Hydra then. As Rogue is doing the best he can to contain Clem. Clem moves out. Herald's getting caught. Gets one, gets two. It's going to be straight into Ultras. Oh, okay. Okay. It's going to be a bit of an awkward transition into Ultras, but sure, let's go for it. Meanwhile, double drop into the main. Getting a Queen. Gets one. Gets two. Massive pickups. Doing very well. Now, the reason why I'm concerned about the Ultras is because of the range upgrade. That throws me off. I assume that we were going to be committing a little bit harder here to Roach Ravager, but looks like from +1 range, we should be going into +1 melee. Adrenal's on the way. Viper as well. Very tech-heavy from Rogue. Can he survive? Can he actually get to Ultra Tech? We'll see. I have my doubts. Seriously, I don't hate Ultras because of the high Marine count. I mean, the problem is we can't really afford Ultras, and when they come out, they're not the best upgraded Ultras either. Like, so far, nice kiting out of Clem. Does kite well. Rogue's still trying to stabilize, still in a 3-base economy. Just now droning up. Kindness plating has begun. Getting to at least kindness plating. And the Ghost Academy is almost done for Clem. Already working towards Ghost production. Clem is scanning, looking for any stray expansions. Clem should be feeling pretty confident here. Just comparing the economies. And again, he's still looking for another base. Still looking for another expansion. Catching another tumor. Shaving up Lings. Confirms there is no hatchery. So we got the one Viper. Let's go. Ghosts are building up. A couple of Vikings as well. That'll help zone away the Vipers. And Rogi is embracing those ultras. 2 ultras on the way. They're gonna be like 1, 2 ultras. Let's go. With kindness waiting, sure. +3 is still on the way.
Armies do clash. So for a decent kiting gear, powerbomb on the Metamax. Nice splits here by Clem. Does get away. Does pull back, and Jesus, that's a terrifying army. How many tanks does he have? 10! 10 tanks for Clem. His 5th base is on the way behind this. Moving out across the map. And this is going to be a tough hold for Rogue. Gonna try to file in, but again, there's just a wall of tanks waiting for him. He cannot engage. Viper's out of energy, went for the powerbomb. Coming in from behind, a couple of tanks still on siege. Tanks are exposed. And he gets on top of them. 1, 2, 3 tanks gonna be going down. Very nice engage here by Rogue. Takes down most of the tanks and forces back the army. Oh my god. Again, that was the best fight he could have hoped for. Took down how many? 6. Took down 6 tanks. 6 tanks went down. Clem's still pushing in. This expansion is going to be forfeit. It's going to fall. Rogue, he's got 6 more ultras on the way. Vipers are topped up, ready for their blinding clouds. They're ready for the blinding clouds. Clem rotating in. Show us what you got. Again, good kiting back against the Bailings. Ooh, Vipers, they go down. Brutal pickoffs. Yeah, the Vikings, they did their job. They shut down the Vipers. No blinding clouds. I can just kite back. Kite back, down to 2 ultras. Oh, force the pick up. Okay, the ultra count a little bit too high. Forces back the army, the tanks are exposed. And Rogue, he's holding. He holds, he shuts down the army, but can he do anything about the economy? That's the big question. Can he slow down the economy of Clem? Liberation has arrived. Clem, he has freedom. More ghosts all the way, getting a 5th base up and running. Rogue is stuck on 4. Yeah, Rogue, he has no money. Stuck on 70 workers. And Clem can just remax. Like, it's Clem's economy that's carrying him in this game. Where he's able to remax and Rogue cannot. Despite that does force the pick up. Does force Clem back home. Rogue pushing in. Tries to race past. Oh no! Ooh. Gets 1 lib, bit of friendly fire, it's fine. A bit of a messy attack though, and the planetary is going to hold on. Ultra's going to be falling. That's what, 3 ultras going down. Expensive losses. GG gets called as Rogue again. He's broke, he's run out of steam. Cannot afford anything else, and Clem will take the series at 2-1. GG. GG, a very chaotic final game, especially between Rogue and Clem, where Rogue, he went up to a very fast lair into 2-base Roach, into spreading creep across the map. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to delay the 3rd. As we mentioned, the purpose of going into that like queen drop to spread creep is to delay the 3rd base and force more scans. But if you remember, he was a couple seconds too late and the 3rd was already on location. We saw that he was trying to force a lift, but alas, Clem, he was ready to defend that 3rd base. So the initial like queen drop opener wasn't really worth it in the end. Likewise, he never really got into a better economy. Tried to rush into ultras, which, I mean, did allow him to survive. And again, as we pointed out, he had like the best fight possible when he was able to come in for a flank and catch out 6 tanks. Like, that was like the ideal situation, and Rogue was able to survive a little bit longer because of it. Survive is the key word, because even though he took that fight, if you remember, he did not save his 5th. The 5th base still went down, so Clem still maintained an economic lead over Rogue. And Rogue, he never was able to really catch up with Clem in that respect. And GG. GG well played. Clem did overwhelm, and Clem will advance on into the next series. Whew, oh boy. GG. GG well played, and with that, we have some catching up to do, as I believe that is the round of 16 concluding. Let us update the bracket. Here we go. One momento here. Just updating the bracket with all of our results. I probably should have been doing this in between games. it's fine. It's fine. Going to be updating. There we go. Clem advances on over Rogue, and herO did advance on over Nick. Right. Okay, so let's switch our scenes over and catch up on that bracket. Bam. We have our updates. We have our quarterfinals. From the very top, of course, SHIN took down Skillers. We casted that here on the channel. SHIN took down Skillers 2-1, advancing on to the quarterfinals. Likewise, Zoun took down Ateshi 2-0. So SHIN versus Zoun, they're going to be facing off in a ZVP. The ZVPs continue. 3-point takes down Prome 2-0. Does advance on also into the next round to face off against Gerald. It's great to see. It's great to see 3-point. 3-point. It's very rare to see him competing in SE2 tournaments. He is typically all about StarCraft Evolution. So great to see him competing in OlimoLeague. He is a rare sight. He's a very aggressive player, very cheesy as well, so best of luck. 3-point advancing on to face off against Gerald. Classic took down Gumiho. That was a quirky series. Like Gumiho, he had his own twist, his own take on things, and Classic was able to dominate there. Very strong showing from Classic. He was able to keep up with the more unorthodox style of Gumiho. So Classic took down Gumiho, Solo took down Cure. That match did happen off stream. Unfortunately, we did not have the replays of Solo versus Cure, so that did finish, that did conclude, and Solo takes down Cure 2-1, advancing on to face off against Classic, another ZVP, purely ZVPs towards the top half of the brackets. Towards the bottom half, Clem versus in the rematch. Oh my god, that's a crazy quarterfinal, mate. Who's seeded this tournament? Ay. Clem versus herO, best Terran versus best Protoss in the world facing off in the quarterfinals. That should be like a grand finals match. Like I feel robbed that's not a best of 5. Oh my god. That's crazy. Also, that was a bit of a joke. For those that are curious, OlimoLeague, they don't do seeding. They do random. They randomize the brackets, and they just let it all land wherever it does, and they let chaos ensue. It's all about the random. Love to see it. But because of that, it leads into this. And again, I do feel a little bit robbed that it's not going to be a best of 5. Regardless, best of luck. Honestly, that could go either way. We have seen Clem take down herO. We've seen herO take down Clem. Clem, I would say, is favored over herO, but we have seen herO take maps and take series before, so that's going to be a spicy one. It's going to be a spicy one. Unfortunately, there's no Terran opponents for Clem, otherwise Clem would play Protoss, but alas, the only Terran opponents were Gumiho and Cure. Gumiho went down to Classic, again in a more dominant series, and Cure went down to Solo in a more back and forth series as well. Did fall in the end. When it comes to missing Terran players here, only Bjorn is the Terran that comes to mind. I think someone was asking earlier, like, yo, where's Bjorn? Bjorn has been having a bit of a hard time recently when it comes to competing in these big events. Bjorn, he failed to qualify for Master Coliseum, and he failed to qualify for Little League Cup as well. Did attempt to, but he did struggle in those qualifiers. And Bjorn has been a little bit less active as a result. He still pops up from time to time in online tournaments. That is true. He still does pop up. But alas, has been having a bit of a harder time when it comes to results-wise. Bjorn has been struggling. So regardless, with that, we at least have Clem in those quarterfinals. And we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll be covering all of these matches. I believe when it comes to the quarterfinals, we are missing a series. So we have SHIN versus Zoun. We have 3-point versus Gerald. Ooh, we are missing Solo versus Classic. Ah, no. I would love Solo versus Classic. That looks like a lot of fun. But we are missing that. We do have Clem versus herO though. So 3 out of the 4 matches we're going to be covering here on the channel. That's going to lead us into the semifinals and then into the grand finals. We have both semifinals and of course the grand finals matches as well. We have all those matches ready for us. So we're going to be going on a short break here. Then we're going to be embracing the rest of the tournament, the rest of OlimoLeague 237. Let's go. Bjorn is too. It's true. They are 2D gen. Yeah, 2D gen. What's StarCraft Evolution? Oh, I should mention. Oh, something going on. True. What's StarCraft Evolution? StarCraft Evolution is a mod. We've been casting a lot of StarCraft Evolution tournaments as of late, but it is a mod in StarCraft 2 which does introduce Brood War races into the game. So you get Brood War races versus StarCraft 2 races. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. It is very refreshing, and we always do adore whenever we get to cast it. We did at least cast the StarCraft Evolution 4 Championship last month in December. If you missed it, I recommend the VODs. And it's a mod that is specifically balanced for Brood War versus SE2 races. In that kind of format, it forces the player to play one or the other. You don't get Brood War versus Brood War. You do not get SE2 versus SE2. It's specifically Brood War versus SE2. And there are certain Koreans that do play it quite a lot, like 3Point, who we can see here. 3Point, Ateshi as well. He's another StarCraft Evolution player. Ateshi, 3Point. herO plays a lot of StarCraft Evolution. Quanta, of course, as well. Rebellion, he's another player in the round 16. He also plays a lot of StarCraft Evolution. Who else comes to mind? Lunacy as well, and a couple of others, and some foreigners as well. Do embrace it when they can. Like Skillus, he plays it. Classic he does. SHIN does as well. I would say Classic and SHIN are the best sorry, I should say they're the best like Korean pros that play StarCraft Evolution like on a more regular basis. Classic and SHIN, and they're pretty good, pretty damn good. It's always a lot of fun to watch them. Always a lot of fun to embrace. Brutal races ain't the same races. They're not. The brutal races are different enough to label them as separate. So you could see like Brood War Zerg versus SE2 Zerg, and they play so differently. They play so differently. For example, where I don't want to talk too much about it because it's, you know, we're focusing on OlimoLeague, but like for a mirror matchup, for that mirror match specifically, for example, Hydra's a hatch tech in Brood War. So Hydra's a hatch tech, so you can rush into Hydras earlier, but there are no Roaches. You don't have Roaches, you don't have Banelings either. So typically Ling Hydra is the go-to. Hydra also a lot cheaper, so you can mass them up a lot faster. It's just, and I mean in general, the Hydra is a very different unit in Brood War because it has the Brood War stats. So it's just a very different dynamic seeing Ling Hydra against Roach Ravager, for example. Muta versus Muta, also a very different dynamic. As you can imagine, Brood War Zerg, what do they have? Scourge. They have Scourge, so it's Muta Scourge versus like Muta Queen, and it's like a different dynamic as well. You get into like Broodlords versus Guardians. Like honestly, like ZVZ Brood War versus SE2 is a lot of fun. It's just so different and so crazy. If you want to tune into like some high level StarCraft Evolution ZVZ, we casted SHIN versus Dark. This was back in December. The VODs are on YouTube. It was beautiful seeing like late game like Brood War ZVZ, like Brood War StarCraft Evolution ZVZ. But it's just so they just play so differently to each other. They're the same only in name, really. Like they're both Zerg, but they're very different kinds of Zerg. Same with like Terran versus Terran. Like the Ghost. The Brood War Ghost with Lockdown and Science Vessels, they play things out so differently as well. Still like very tank heavy is what I will say, but like the Ghost is just such a different unit because of Lockdown, and their role in TVT. Likewise PvP, like Dragoons, it's mainly Dragoon Reaver instead of, you know, Stalker Immortal when it comes to like main army compositions. Reaver drops, of course, are crazy. They're wild and they can just like shake up a game state so well, and it's just a lot of fun. It's just really refreshing. Like if you enjoy SE2, like watching StarCraft Evolution is like just a breath of fresh air. And it has its own scene as well. As I mentioned, there are some of these Korean players that do commit a little bit more to StarCraft Evolution whenever they can. Yeah, it's fun. It's just fun. Obviously SE2 is where we focus, like proper SE2, but Evolution is always fun to dip our toes into. Otherwise, we're going on a break. We're talking about mixing the two. Yes. Ghosts are very common in TVT. When it comes to Brood War versus SE2, it's we're talking about StarCraft Evolution. But yeah, I whenever we cast it with Yaku, the best part is whenever we see Ghosts. Whether it's in TVT or TVP as well. The craze, Lockdown is insane. Anyway, Anyway, we're going to be going on a break. When we come back after the break, we're going to be live with SHIN versus Zoun. It's going to be coming up next. See you soon. Oh, see you soon.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the OlimoLeague week number 237. We just wrapped up with the round of 16, and now we are here. We are back with the round of 8 with the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals are upon us. We have 3 matches ahead of us here, 3 best of 3s, and our first one is upon us. A ZVP between SHIN and Zoun. We just casted SHIN versus Skillous, did go all the way to the ace match. SHIN did come out on top just barely over Skillous. And we'll see where this leads us. We'll see if Zoun can avenge his fallen color comrade here in Skillous. We'll see if he can as we're jumping in. We're jumping into Ley Lines. Now, Ley Lines is going to be the first game of the series. As a reminder, the format of OlimoLeague is that the first map is predetermined. So every game in the quarterfinals will begin on Ley Lines and then loser's pick. Oh boy. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the South Green Protoss player, the Red Protoss. It is Zoun. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. Representing Diamond Gladiators, it is SHIN. Here we go. As we are settling in, we have our ZVP SHIN already warmed up. Zoun, we'll see how he compares, how he's able to keep up. Now, when it comes to Zoun, I don't know what to think of him anymore, because for a very, very long time, and even in his recent return from the military, Zoun, his best matchup was PvP, and second to it was PvT. That is where he thrived. That is where he looked strongest and looked best, and that was accurate, especially in November. Sorry, especially coming into December. But in recent times, his PvZ has been looking insane. We've seen Zoun shut down SHIN, shut down Dark as well in the recent KSL. Sorry, I said SHIN. Zoun take down SHIN, Zoun take down Dark. Zoun has been looking very impressive in this matchup as of late, and he hasn't been cheesing or anything like that. He has been going for some more standard builds and standard play. Of course, we recently casted Zoun in the playoffs of Masters Coliseum. He made it that far as well. Zoun did end up falling to Raynor. True, did fall to Raynor, but it was a very, very intense back and forth between Zoun and Raynor. I believe that went all the way to the ace match. Let me just double check that. If I recall correctly, yes. So Zoun and Raynor, this was over the weekend. This was recent. This was a couple of days ago. Zoun and Raynor went all the way to game 7. They went all the way to game 7 in a best of 7, and it barely went the way of Raynor. And mate, Raynor, I would say he's what, second if not third best Zerg player in the world. I would say right now, like, I don't think Dark is very much so in form. He has been less active, so yeah, I would say Raynor's what, second best Zerg player in the world, alongside several, of course. And for Zoun to bring Raynor to the ace match in the best of 7 is crazy. If he can do that, he can take anyone down, really. So yeah, Zoun, he's been, specifically, it feels like he's been focusing on this matchup. He's been focusing, and he has been improving a lot here in PvZ. It's been crazy to see his growth over time. Has been crazy to witness. And here we go, we're settling in. We are going to be settling in. For now, we do have our Stargate opener out of Zoun. Back at him, just Gate Expand into Stargate, or into Cybercore into Stargate from there. Everything looking as it should. And we should just being Stargate opener into Oracle, into a third base. Now, what I will say is that what Zoun did show us against Raynor over the weekend, is that Zoun, he was very charge heavy, very much so. He actually very rarely opened up standard. I'm referring to third base into Blink. We would often see third base into Charge, into Archons. From there, he could go into the late game. If he initially, he would try to go for a +1 timing. If he missed the timing, or if he scouted and saw that Raynor was prepared in time, then Zoun would back off, and Zoun would go into Storm, go into a fourth base, Turtle, and then go into Skytoss. And we would see late game between Zoun and Raynor. And a lot of it, very often, would be off of a Void Ray opener as well. So there we go, Void Ray opener out of Zoun. So far, so good. With the power of the Void Ray, of course, he can shut down any scouting overlords, can shut down any vision of SHIN, and we can settle in from there. Again, we'll see how SHIN compares. So far, SHIN just opening up Hatch Gas Pool into a third base, saturating his natural, and settling in. Is going to be investing into extra Lings here. With these Lings, he can, of course, not just defend, but try to harass, try to punish this third base. We saw this, we saw SHIN embrace this quite often against Skillous earlier in their series. Overlord goes down, and the Lings move out. And again, the goal here is to try to force a cancel, just pick off any stray units at the third.
We'll see if Shin can. As he moves out, Oracle's moving in. Again, Void Ray into Oracle. There is no second Oracle or third Oracle, not yet. Again, typically we should be seeing, ooh, yep, second Void Ray. This is Zoun's go-to, second Void Ray into Twilight Council, into Forge, into Charge. This is very stylistic to Zoun. Does Rico back home? Lings, they get a force around. Can he force a cancel? Ooh, it's going to be close. He can. He can, and he will. Massive pick up here. Third base is denied. Oracle arrives but a little bit too late, and with that, Shin, he pulls away. He pulls away, happy, content with the damage he's dealt. Back at home, keeping a high drone count, or sustaining his drone count, I should say. And there's that follow-up Forge, Twilight Council, again, +1, Charge, into Temple Archives, into Archons and Storm. It's usually how Zoun does play this out, but again, he is now behind. His third base is heavily delayed. Heavily delayed third. Oracle moves out, Queens are ready. Shin is keeping up. And Zoun is investing into, I believe that's a third Void Ray. Yeah, he's getting a third Void Ray. I believe he usually stops at 3. I don't quite recall him investing into any more than 3 Void Rays in previous games. Ooh, that is not Charge. +1 and Blink. Okay, you have my attention. You have my attention here. Going to +1 and Blink instead. Likewise, Lings, they once again check the third base. Oh, they threaten the natural. Overlord speed is on the way. He is getting a 4th Void Ray. This looks like the beginning of an all-in. We're building up a high gateway count. That's going to be, what, 6 gates? 6 gates for the time being. Getting up to a 4th Void Ray. Building them up. I'm waiting to see if he throws down another 2 gates to go to like 6. Sorry, to go to 8. So far, just 6. Zoun does transfer, saturating his expansion. Void Rays, they move out to try to snipe a base. We'll see if he can. Meanwhile, Shin, he's cut his own worker production. I did notice Overlord speed. Overlord speed is done, and we're going for a drop load all in. Shin, he's loading up, and we're sending it across the map. He's not going to lie and wait to see what Zoun is up to. Void Rays, they will deny the expansion, and Shin, he doesn't care. He doesn't care about the 4th base anyway. Wasn't going to join up, wasn't going to macro anyway. Does cancel, and here it comes. Here comes Shin. Back at home, what do we have to defend? We have, so far, 2 more cannons on the way, and 2 more shield batteries. Oh, Overlord is going to be focused down. Queens do unload in time, but the drop load will fall. Say, oh no! Ooh, stasis to connects! Massive connection! Ay, ay, ay. Shin, he got too excited. Remember, he piled, but still ran in. And this will slow him down. 2 stage traps, they are baited out. Queens being targeted down by the Void Rays. No creep, no transfuse. But Lings, they're coming for the surround. Is it going to be enough, though? Zoun, can he hold on? Lings, they do overwhelm. Yeah, they overwhelm the army. Stalkers, they do fall. And Shin, he's done it. He breaks through. The Void Rays will clean everything up eventually. The Miles! Oh my god. The Miles connect. They take down a Void Ray. But there's still 3 Void Rays remaining. And they will clean this up. Blink about to finish. +1 as well. Boys being pulled away. Still 14 probes going down. And Shin behind this, he's macroing. He's droning. He's droning up, rebuilding his 4th base, getting a hydrogen, taking more gases. Shin, he has recognized he cannot kill Zoun, but he does cripple him. As he gets 17 probe kills. 17 probe kills, 14 stalkers, 3 Void Rays. Ay, ay, ay. There's still 3 Void Rays left. Jeez. As he has not stopped Void Ray production. And Shin is following this up with Hydras. Still needs a little bit more time. Queens are amassing. Zoun going for his own counterattack. We'll see if he can deny the 4th. So far the Queens are defending. They're holding. 6 Queens. And Shin should be fine. There's those 6 Queens and Ling Hydra that's just now popping out. Likewise has Transfuse. Does buy time. And Shin is looking to outscale Zoun. Zoun just now getting his 4th base, essentially trying to double expand. Hive is already on the way at the same time as Zoun is finishing up his own Temple Archives. Both players are teching. Shin is in a slightly better position here. Despite that, we might just embrace a longer game state and get into a macro game. What I'm referring to is both players getting their 4th bases saturated, SHIN taking into Lurkers, and Zoun taking into Archon, Storm, and Immortal. Could end up in that position. We're getting there. Zoun needs more time, though. And does SHIN give him that time? Coming in first round, forces a recall. One Stalker won't make it back in that recall. Although the two going to be hunted down. As SHIN, he has drawn up to 81. One Stalker does escape. Let's go. Makes it back in time. Does make it back. Behind this, yep, there's the Lurker Den, as we mentioned. So it looks like the game is going to slow down. And I don't really see Zoun being too active. Like, I see more of this, right? Just cannon, shield, battery, stasis traps. Zoun, he has to defend. He has to just fortify himself on 4 bases. Getting a 5th base is going to be so difficult for Zoun. Given this kind of game state. As SHIN is pushing from both angles. Takes Storm to the face. Really, SHIN is just applying pressure, and he will get a gateway. Oh! Let's pull back. Takes down a gateway. Hive is now done. Soon to be into those Lurker upgrades. The Hive upgrades, I mean. SHIN, he's getting there. And SHIN is the first to max out. And here we go. 9 Lurkers on the way. Before Zoun can really stabilize, SHIN, he's here to knock him down. Again, this is all because of the damage that SHIN dealt earlier. Because he wasn't quite able to kill Zoun, but he was able to cripple the economy. He was able to cripple him enough to allow for this kind of game state. And here come the Lurkers. The Lunkers, they're coming. Is there any detection? There's an Oracle. There's one Oracle with a Revelation. Observers on the way. Nice Storm. Very nice Storm in the Hydras. Lurkers are slowly pushing in. And just lunging on the cannon. Let's go. Cannon goes down. Army's being bullied back. Further into the natural. Lurkers, they spread out. Oh, gets a Revelation. Nice Revelation. Observer has arrived. And Zoun is going to break out here. Decent Storms. There's more Lurkers behind this. And more Lurkers, they have arrived. And there's just too much. SHIN, he should be able to maintain this position. He's going to be reinforcing with more Lings. Oh my god. The Storms have been brutal. But the Lunkers, they keep coming. They keep pushing in. And again, Zoun just wasn't able to stabilize. Did try to. Getting into more Immortals, getting to +3. Fleet Beacons on the way as well. Does try to break out, but again, the line of Lurkers just too much to handle. GG gets called, and SHIN takes game number 1. Ooh, GG. SHIN does take a lead in the series. Again, it was hyper aggressive. It was a unique build out of Zoun, is what I will say. I feel like part of it might just be a reaction because he lost his 3rd base early on, if you remember. But I was shocked to see him not just going to +1 and blink, but to continue Void Ray production. He went up to, what, 6 at the end? It was crazy. I mean, he was getting a 6th Void Ray, I should say. But yeah, it was being very Void Ray heavy. Of course, we saw that SHIN was able to catch him off guard, catch him with his pants down, with his own Drop Lord, like, kind of German taxi-esque Queen All-In, which didn't quite kill Zoun, but did cripple him. Did kill 17 probes and 14 stalkers. Like, the trades were still insane. Did give him enough of a lead. And with that, SHIN takes a lead in the series, and this leads us into game number 2. Shouldn't be a surprise, the map of choice for Zoun is going to be Abyssal Reef. Again, Abyssal Reef is known for being hyper-defensive, very macro-oriented. I'm sure Zoun is going to be a lot more comfortable here on a much larger map. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the red Protoss player from South Korea. Just coming back from the military, it is Zoun. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zurich player, the South Korean Zurich representing Gaming Gladiators, leading the series 1-0. It is SHIN. Here we go. As again, it was almost a hold from Zoun. He had like an amazing stasis trap early on. He had plenty of Void Rays to focus on the Queens, to focus on the Roach Ravager. But the Swarm did prove to be too much. And we find ourselves with SHIN with a 1-0 advantage. Now coming into this, I'm curious to see if Zoun does open up Charge once again. I mean, I'd say once again, like he did against Raynor, if he opens up Blink like he did last game. I expect to see something more macro-oriented, though. I don't expect Zoun to go for an all-in. I expect him to take full advantage of this map and get up to 3, 4, 5 bases. That's going to be his goal, at least. I don't know if SHIN can quite stop him. It might just be a game of greed here on Abyssal Reef instead. About cutting corners, rushing into tech, rushing into the 3rd and 4th base, and saturating. We'll keep an eye on our players. When it comes to being a little bit more cheeky on this map and a little bit more unorthodox, we could see SHIN, for example, going to Mutaplay. True. Like that is viable here on Abyssal Reef, to go into gases, go into roaches, and instead of going Hydra, just throw it in the Spire. That is an option for SHIN. But I don't expect SHIN to go for a similar attack that we saw last game. I don't expect like another, Drop Lord based all-in or Drop Lord based attack. Just much more difficult to pull off here on Abyssal. Much more difficult. But now we're settling in. Zoun's go-to is to be very Void Ray reliant early on. And we could see that again. We'll keep an eye on him. Now Zoun needs scouts. He confirms no early gases, no early spawning pool. No weird start out of SHIN. The probe does pull away. Behind the Stargate opener out of Zoun. I see, not Miguelito Pro TV, Miguelito Pro TV. Ah, ¿qué tal, papi? ¿Qué tal? Ga. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Had to do a double take with the name. Amazing. As now the Stargate is done, and once again Void Ray opener. And this shouldn't be a surprise. This is, oh, never mind. He cancels. Wait, does Link scout? Opens Void Ray, cancels, goes for the Oracle. Ling did confirm. Is going to be an Oracle first. Okay. We could see a much more standard build this time. No Void Rays, not yet. Oracle to move out for scouting information. Zoun getting his 3rd base. Last game, of course, it was a massive Ling flood, and SHIN was able to force a cancel. I can't imagine he's going to invest as hard this time. As the Oracle does zoom across the map. Okay, it's going to be Oracle into the later Void Ray this time. Okay. So still Void Rays. So still the Zoun that we know and love. But later instead. Just Oracle first and scouts. Dips in, gets 1, gets 2 drones. Oh, gets 3. 3 workers go down, and Zoun does pull away. SHIN did make a wave of Lings, but nowhere near as many as last time. Only 11 Lings this time. Can scouts, can apply some pressure, but can't really do much more than that. Which means this 3rd base is safe and sound. It's going to be safe and sound. It's going to get up and running. SHIN can drone, can saturate his own bases. We can settle in. There's the Forge of the Twilight Council. Should be plus on in Blink, but again, Zoun has been known to go into Charge instead, so we'll see if he does deviate from the norm. And how he does play this out. Likewise, SHIN going to be joining up his own 3rd. Going to be saturating. Lair is on the way. It's going to be just under a 5-minute lair for SHIN. And a safety Roach Warren. Typically, or ideally, SHIN would be avoiding roach production this time and going straight into hydras, but we'll see if that's the case. We'll see if he does avoid it. As Zoun is indeed going into +1 on Blink. Okay. So much more standard here from Zoun. Getting into +1 Blink Stalkers. Building up. Should be eventually taking his 4th base. And we're settling it. We can macro, Pappy. We can macro. Let's go. Oh. As Oracle gets zoned away. There is now done, and we are going for the spy. We mentioned earlier that Muta play is viable here for SHIN on Abyssal Reef. So he's going roaches into mutas. Okay. Good thing we did mention it. And if this goes unscattered, this can wreak havoc. What I will say, though, is that because Zoun did open Blink instead of Charge, he does have anti-air available. He does have an army that can keep up. So it's not going to be as dire as it would be if he had gone into Charge instead. Behind this, Temple Archives into Archons, into Storm. Additional Stalkers get spotted. With that, SHIN, he should be aware of Blink. As he sees extra Sulfur Warpins. Void Ray does threaten the natural, but Last doesn't quite scout. There is 2 Oracles here, ready to dive in. Uh-oh. And do they get eyes on the Spire? Oh, they're so close. They head towards the main. They don't check the natural. Up! Up! Oh my god, almost. They head in that direction. They get a Revelation. They scout the main, but again, they do not get eyes on the Spire. They even get a Revelation here at the 3rd. They check the main, they check the 3rd, they don't check the 2nd base. They don't scout. Charge on the way alongside +2. And SHIN, he's embracing those mutas. Now, it's only going to be 7 mutas. Bear that in mind. Because we had +1 range, we do see that SHIN, he's focusing on his ground army on Ling Roach Ravager, as only enough mutas to harass. It's not mass muta. Meanwhile, Zoun does poke in, catching at a couple of Overlords. So far, SHIN is keeping up. Just trying to buy time. 18 more links on the way. Hydrogen as a follow-up. Mutas are routed across the map. 7 mutas, that is enough to one-shot probes. And what do we have to defend? We have a couple of Stalkers in position here at the 3rd. The main base is vulnerable, and so was the natural. So 2 exposed bases. And looks like they have been spotted. Zoun responds. He blinks. And he's keeping up. Oh my god, as 1 muta goes down, and he only kills 1 probe. Very nice defense here out of Zoun. He defends, he holds, loses only 1 probe. That was risky for SHIN to dive in between all the bases. That was crazy. That was wild. Alas, he was denied, and so far these mutas have not paid for themselves. It's not been worth it so far for SHIN. Meanwhile, SHIN is taking into a hive and taking into hydras and lurkers. Again, this lurker tech would have already been done by now if SHIN hadn't gone into muta. A little bit concerned. Massive storms. Massive storms connect. Muta's rotating in towards the main. By now, Zoun, got plenty of cannons, shield batteries. Yeah, he's well fortified. And that's a fleet beacon in production. Zoun getting ready for Skytoss. Again, this is why he went for Abyssal Reef of all maps, as he's secure in 4 bases and can even get a 5th. Mutas, they threaten to die, but the Stalkers are in position. They get 2 more mutas. And now we're out of one-shot range. Oh no. And SHIN struggling a little bit here. Lurkers are morphing in. These are going to be lair tech lurkers for the time being. The hive upgrades aren't done yet. The lurkers are not done. 1 lurker gets denied. 2nd lurker goes down. How many lurkers left? 4. 4 lurkers remaining. SHIN is up against the wall. Zelrun by coming in from behind. Going for the bases. Zoun is poking in, pulling out. Again, Zoun, he has no intention of committing into any of these fights, into any of these lurkers. If he can catch a lurker here and there, that's ideal. But remember, Zoun, behind this, Tempest on. Like, there's no reason to take a fight early on if he's building up Tempest behind this and refining his army. So it's all about just posturing and denying creep. Denying creep more than anything. SHIN does break out. Ooh, takes Storm to the face. Massive Storms even. Plenty of Storms left over. Stasis goes off. Zoun is keeping up. Tempests have arrived. +1 air attack almost done as well. And SHIN can't quite push into this. He is in position to deny the 5th, that is true. But any more than that, yeah, the Tempest, they just bully the ground army. Zelts, they bust into the 4th. Hydras, they get forced back. Zoun holds. And Zoun can just pick away at these lurkers. For free, Pappy. Up! Gets one. Does get a lurker. Zoun from here should be looking to take in towards the mothership. And now, how many Tempests? 6. Jesus. He's already at his ideal. He's at 6 Tempests. There it is. Mothership's on the way. Behind this, SHIN is trying to take it in towards Corruptor production. Thankfully, he already had a Spire. True. Spire was already done. So Corruptors are on the way. But SHIN's upgrades are still somewhat lacking here. Again, like, the investment into Mutas did set him behind. And SHIN has a ways to catch up. SHIN is repositioning. Decent amount of lurkers. He's got 12 lurkers, 15 corruptors. Has a decent army set up. No spellcasters yet. Zoun just throwing away supply, throwing away stalkers. Refining his army. From here, he can go into a carrier production. So Tempest carrier ground toss. SHIN trying to dive in, does catch out the oracles. And he's going to try to commit. The storms are brutal. There's a wall of cannons. Chloe gets activated. And he's going for it. Yeah, the storms that connect with the Hydras. Hydras get shut down. Corruptors, they go for the dive. But there's a wall of cannons. And the Corruptors are all going to go down. They do not get the mothership. As there's, what, 4 Corruptors left. And the mothership barely goes down for every. That's 15 Corruptors. Oh my god. 15 Corruptors for 1 mothership. Ay, that was not worth it. Oh, no. From here, Zoun can just rebuild, going into carrier production. And SHIN backs up. See here, that was 15 Corruptors, 11 Hydras, 9 Lurkers as well. For 1 Tempest and 1 mothership. Did trade with some of the ground units, it's true, but I mean, at the same time, Zoun wants to get rid of them. He does want to get rid of this gateway army. So a much better trade for Zoun. I mean, you can see that SHIN is burning through his bank. Like, SHIN, he has no bank. He's just spending everything he has to try to build up. And here comes Zoun. Likewise, SHIN, he can't even afford, I mean, at this point he can, but he needs upgrades. He's on 1-0 for the Corruptors. Storms, once again, they pop up. We just try chasing down another storm. SHIN just rushes through the storms. I mean, he feels desperate. I don't blame him, but the storms are just so brutal. The Hydras are melting. Corruptors, they get 1 carrier. One carrier goes down. Another one rises to take its place. And from here, there is detection. Corruptors, it looks like they get a second carrier. They're going for a third. They get a third carrier as well, but everything else crumbles. The Hydras, the Lurkers, there's nothing else left here to support the army. GG gets called as SHIN just rams into a brick wall, and Zoun ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Ooh, we have a series, we have a back and forth, and again, like, this is kind of the ideal that Zoun wanted. It's why he chose this map, to get into a solid 4 and 5 base economy, embrace Skytoss, got there in a very comfortable way, and yeah, SHIN kind of stumbled his way into the mid game. Unfortunately, SHIN took a chance. If you remember, he did invest quite heavily into Aspire, into 7 mutas. As a reminder, that does delay Hive, it delayed the Lurkers, it delayed Hydras, it delayed everything else in favor of those mutas, and we saw that it didn't really come to pass, didn't really do anything. Killed one probe. One probe went down for the mutas. It was impeccable defense by Zoun. And from there, SHIN did fall behind, and Zoun was looking very comfortable, just able to embrace the Skytoss and just snowball out of control. With that, GG, well played. We're getting into the final game of the series. We are loading into the ace match, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of first line, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaming Gladiators. It is SHIN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player, also from South Korea. It is Zoun. Now, I'll be honest, I'm a little bit concerned. We are still in the quarterfinals. This is the first series of the quarterfinals. We've had some long matches. We've had some long games. Mate, we're 7 hours into the Now, I was expecting like an 8-hour cast, like at most. I was like, hey, I can do 8 hours. It's gonna be fine. Mate, we're still in the quarterfinals. Oh, no. No shot. No shot. We'll make it. We'll make it. Aye, aye, aye. We'll make it through. So now we're settling in. Good luck with the 12-hour cast. Oh, God. It's happening. It's happening. Oh, wait, no, sorry. We're good. I was adding extra hours because the stream went down, but, okay, I think we can reach 8 hours. I think we should be good for 8 hours. My mistake. We've been like 5 hours. I was adding an extra 2, but I didn't need to. I didn't need to add it. Thank God. This is still the first series of the quarterfinals. Oh, let's go. And I still have a cast after. We'll make it. We'll make it in time. I want to believe we're not going to reach 9 hours. No shot. Copian. But now we're settling in. We're settling to Frostline. Now this map does make sense. This is, of course, SHIN's map of choice. It's going to be SHIN's map of choice here. Loading into Frostline. From here, SHIN is looking to try to be hyper aggressive. We've spoken of this before, but the 3rd base and 4th base are very exposed. So when it comes to 3 base aggression, whoever's being assertive can really gain a lot of momentum. And the style that we saw out of Zoun last game, going into a more defensive setup, going into, of course, a wall of cannons and shield batteries, into Skytoss, is a lot less viable here on Frostline. Much less viable. I wouldn't be surprised even if Zoun does open up with something like Charge instead of Blink. To be more aggressive, to be more assertive. We'll see. Again, this is the downside of, or this is something to consider when it comes to OlimoLeague, is that you're forced to play on otherwise uncomfortable maps because there are no vetoes. It's going to be a Void Ray opener here out of Zoun. It's going to be Void Rays. Here we go. But yeah, we've been getting a lot of late game. Like even in like Rogue versus Clem, for example, SHIN versus Skillus. This series, SHIN versus Zoun. A lot of longer matches. Let's go. Even Ryung earlier, if you remember, when Ryung played against Zoun. I think game 1 was very long. Now though, SHIN poking in, looking for the third. Third is being taken. We'll see if SHIN can force a cancel. Or at least pick off a probe, pick off an adept. Void Ray is revealed. And Lings, they do dive on the base. Can they force a cancel now? With the Oracle coming in, Zoun holds. Zoun holds, Zoun defends. Behind this, second Void Ray is on the way. And we should soon be seeing the tech of choice. As Oracle dips in, gets a drone. It's one worker so far. Lanes are deflected, Void Rays they defend well. There's that follow tech, +1, and also the Forge and Twilight Council. Now, I'm making the assumption that we're going to be headed into charge instead to be more active on the map, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm making that assumption just because it is more difficult to turtle up and defend. But we'll see how Zoun will make the approach. Could always go into like an 8 gates, +1 blink all in. Could try to pull that off. As we have +1 melee on the way, this tells us that SHIN, he intends to skip roaches. We may see a safety roach warren, but typically this is for Ling Hydra as a composition of choice. As that lair is on the way. And yep, there it is, +1 in charge. Again, this makes sense in my mind. +1 in charge is more active. The reason for this is you can hit a really strong timing with charge and with +1, of course. With Archons as a follow-up. Basically, you can throw down the Temple Archives and you can morph in Archons as you push, as you attack. And there it is. Yeah, there's the Temple Archive. So this is going to be a pretty strong timing here from Zoun. And now I'm concerned. What this is ideal against is if the Zerg player does skip roaches. If the Zerg player is going Ling Hydra, as we were assuming that SHIN was going to do, I mean, this build from Zoun can snowball out of control. Just because your army is so fragile. I'm referring to the Zerg army. Like, Ling Hydra is just so fragile against Archons, against Charge-Loss, that they melt so quick. And we do have a safety Baneling Nest. So this confirms no roaches. No roaches for SHIN. It is going to be Ling Hydra. Thankfully, Baneling's going to be available, and Baneling's going to be crucial in the defense. As you can imagine, when charge hits, I mean, they could run into Banelings or not. Comes down to the control of both players. Comes down to whether Banelings are ready for this. Here come the Archons that we spoke about. Again, they morph in just in time for the push. Archons get spotted. SHIN knows, and he has to get ready. Pulls back home. Building up Hydras. You can see SHIN getting ready for a counterattack. Zanny rotates. Does find the Lings. Forcing them back. Behind this, throwing down a Robo. That's going to be for Immortal production. And my apologies. I assumed the Robo was done, as that would have been for the War Prism. So Zoun is staying back home. Upgrades are done, but he can't commit. Again, without a War Prism, he cannot move out across the map. I mean, not reinforce at least across the map. Still going for a run by. Still pushing. Bold move. Is still moving out. Hydras are building up. This is to distract SHIN. Keeping his attention here towards the north side. As I'll say, check for the fourth. There is none. At least not towards the south. And Zoun pulls away. Zoun pulls away. Storm is soon to finish. And SHIN, he gets away with Ling Hydra. He gets away with it. I don't think he even morphed in any Banelings. Yeah, not a single Baneling was morphed in, so very efficient here from SHIN. And so this defense is going to turn into an offense. This is one of the big reasons why SHIN chose this map. As Zoun attempts to take a fourth. Again, this fourth base and this third base are very difficult to defend both locations. Very difficult to hold on. And here come the Banelings. Here comes SHIN. As SHIN is cutting workers at 76. Cutting workers just under full 4 base saturation. And again, Shin, he's intentionally not taking up. What do I mean by that? No Infestation Pit, no Hive, no Lurkers, a purely Lingbane Hydra. It's very committed Banelings, they roll in. 11 probes going down. At the same time, Hydras, they don't quite commit into the expansion. Gonna be forced back by the Zealots. More Banelings. 14 more Banelings being morphed in as well. Towards the south side. The Storm is ready. Zoun, he's somewhat keeping up. And again, Shin is pretty much all in. Is all in here. Yes, do critical damage. Banelings, they try to crash into the High Templar. They will. Yeah, one High Templar left. Massive stasis traps. Oh my god. And without the stasis, we're trying to hold on. Banelings, they attempted to crash in. Only 2 probes going down. Hydras are being collapsed upon. The Zealots, they defend. Yeah, the Hydras go down, and Zoun, he holds. He shuts down the army. Stasis is about to run out. But the Archons are ready. High Templar pull away. Banelings, they don't get into the mineral line, and Zoun, he holds, and he barely loses any workers. Just 2 probes. Did trade a lot of his army. But Zoun, he's holding on. Shin, he's still just hammering down that Z key. Making more Lings, making more Hydras as well. Remember, still no Infestation Pit, still no Hive, still no Lurkers. Still all in. And the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Zoun. Because Zoun should be dead by now. Like, in Shin's mind, he would have at least killed a base. At least killed either the 3rd or the 4th. And he has failed to do so. And I'm concerned. I am concerned here for Shin. And this is also the strength of the initial charge opener is faster Archons and faster Storm. And you can see just how well Storm Arc, or this kind of composition, deals with Lingbane Hydra. Like the Archons, they soak everything. Storms, they deal with the Hydras themselves and everything else. Like, this is the ideal setup for Zoun. Which is why he did not open Blink this time. You can see Zoun trying to position himself in between the bases so he can respond, he can react. Shin is still committed. Shin has still not made a single drone in quite some time, and he still has not thrown down any tech whatsoever. He has not started +2, and I don't think he really intends to. So no upgrades, no tech, no nothing. And yeah, we're gonna be fine. The Storms get thrown down. Nice dive here on top of the High Templar. But the Archons, they hold their own. Ooh, some High Templar do go down, but Zoun, he holds. Zoun, he's gonna hold another brutal Storm. There's just not enough here, not enough Zerg. Zoun, he just shuts down the army. Now it's time for a counterattack, and Shin has nothing left. +3 is on the way. Zoun, he breaks free, breaks out. GG gets called as Shin was completely all in, and Zoun will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semifinals. GG. GG, well played. Zoun does take the series. Very impressive. And again, we've seen Zoun improve so much over the past month. I mentioned before that Zoun, he went all the way to game 7 against Raynor at Masters Coliseum. It was a crazy series between the two of them. And even here, it takes down Shin in a best of 3. Impressive. Very impressive play here by Zoun. Again, he has been improving specifically this matchup over time. With that, Zoun will advance on to the semis. And the question becomes, who will he face in those semifinals? We're here to find out. We're here to find out as we are jumping into what should be a much shorter series. We're going to be featuring 3-Point versus Gerald. Let's go. 3-Point, for those who maybe don't watch StarCraft Evolution or who haven't seen the CranKy Ducklings before, 3-Point, he is a regular here on the channel. He is an up-and-coming Zerg player in Korea. He's a Korean Zerg, and he kind of rose through the ranks alongside Stephen Curry, alongside players like Quanta, Percival, Farmy, Rebellion. Rebellion's a little bit older, but is a more recent addition here to the rising stars in Korea. I say recent addition, basically the COVID era of StarCraft. That's when 3-Point debuted and when he started competing, and he is the most aggressive Zerg player in South Korea. And I am being validated because he's 12 pulling. But yes, you do not expect macro out of 3. He can macro, but don't expect it. Now, spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the red Protoss player from the land of Poland representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. And hold on, I'll set up the name. Un momento. Bam, beautiful. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. Representing Team Hyper 1, it is a 3-point. We go. And again, he's all about cheese, he's all about aggression. It's not just a 12 pool, we have a 12 pool and a proxy hatch across the map. It is time to cloud it up, papi. We've been casting a lot of longer macro games, and they've been a lot of fun, don't get me wrong, but I'm here for the cheese. I'm here for the 5-minute game one, if not 10-minute series. Let's go. As the drone has arrived. Oh my god, the hatchery is denied. Very nice done here by Gerald. Hatchery is going to be delayed, and likewise not the best position for the hatchery either. And Gerald, he responds beautifully here with the forge. Now, again, this is the ideal response. The reason for this, as you can imagine, especially if you believe your opponent's going to be committing here into aggression as Lings are moving out across the map, and Gerald does confirm there is no expansion, is that you have limited production. As a Protoss player, you have limited warp ins, limited production. You don't have warp gate, for example. You can make one unit at a time. So how do you make up for that? Cannons. Cannons are the correct response here if you believe your opponent's going all in. Speaking of, here come the Lings, and here come the boys. The boys have been pulled. It's all or nothing for 3 points. And Gerald, he has to wall up, wall off, and throw down some cannons. Forge is done. Forge is done. Cannons on the way in the main. He's setting up in the main base. The boys are here. Expansion is cancelled. There's no re-wall. Ooh, Gerald, he will abandon this low ground. And we'll see if we can defend the main. I love it. More cannons in the way. Again, the natural doesn't matter. It's all about the main base defense. Boys are being pulled. Zeld gets surrounded. The surround. Zeld's going to go down. Massive pickoff. Zeld does fall, but the cannon finishes. And with the completion of the cannon, that should be game. Gerald, he holds. He does hold. He shuts down the army. More cannons finishing up. Again, Gerald, as I say that, the probes are falling down. It's still fine though. GG gets called, and with that, Gerald, he defends, and Gerald takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played, Gerald. He saw the boys being pulled with the probe, and again, once he realized that it's going to be the complete full all-in, he's like, you know what, I don't need the low ground. The only thing I have to do is defend the main. Defend the main base. That is the win condition here for Gerald. Just gave up on the natural, and GG. Just had to buy time for the cannons to finish, and he did so beautifully. With that, Gerald takes the lead in the series. Now we're jumping into game 2. Game 2 is going to be 3 points map of choice. Shouldn't be a surprise. El Dorado. Let's go. What kind of crazy builds do we have here for this map? I'm ready for it. I am ready. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is Gerald. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player from South Korea, representing Team Hyper 1. It is 3 points. Finally, a real game. We can put in home order for an FFA. We'd be good to go. Oh, you're an animal. You're an animal, papi. Aye. Here we go. You can hold this with low ground cannons. You can, but I believe because he pulled the boys, like that resulted in the main base cannons instead. Which again, because the boys are being pulled, it means that Gerald knows that 3 point. He isn't just looking to take control of the low ground; that he has to end the game, like with that push. So I would say a good read there from Gerald overall. I mean, very safe read as well. With that, we're settling in, and gas first. Is going to be a gas first opener here by 3 point gas pool into hatchery. What does this mean? This means early gas means early link speed, early banelings, or potentially early roach rush. There are options. There are options here with how we want to follow this up. Do we go for the baneling nest? Do we go for the roach warren? Again, rush distance by ground is very short, and it's on Gerald to figure out what's going on. Back at home. Gate into Cybercore. Safe setup out of Gerald instead of a gate expand. Gate into Cybercore. Could even throw down a second gateway as well to wall up. 3 point does expand. Going for the unnatural. Natural link speed is on the way. And more importantly, he doesn't pull out. He does not pull out of gas. And as he doesn't pull out, that means we can go for a baneling nest. We can go for a baneling nest. We need a little bit more gas here for the baneling nest itself. Otherwise, we could still go for Roaches, I suppose. True, but it should have been like an earlier Roach one. Yeah, there we go. Bane Bust. So Bane Bust here at a 3 point. Now, it is difficult to pull off a Bane Bust in a ZVP. I'm not going to lie, especially if he gets scouted. Gerald, he is unaware as to what's going on. He did see the opener. He saw the early gas. So this, I'm sure, is in the back of his mind. He knows that something weird is going on. He knows that there's something odd. He's ready here with that probe. Lings are moving out. Baneliness is halfway done. Going for a Stargate, open a Stargate, a part of the wall. And I believe that's a full wall off. Yeah. Again, Gerald, he's played against 3 point plenty of times. He is familiar with him. Not taking any chances. And it's going to take a lot of aliens to break through this. What I'm concerned by here is, there we go. Okay, Stalker's on the way. Is the delayed first unit. The Stalker is delayed. And because of that, we might not even need Banelings. Actually, the wall is under fire. Okay, there we go. The Adept is here. Is the one Adept going to be good enough? Lings, they're going for the Stargate. If the Stargate goes down, they can deny the Oracle. Oh. Okay, Stalker pops out just in time. The gateway, it's going to go down. Here come the Banelings. And this Oracle, it's not going to pop out. Gerald, he should have enough for a full wall behind this. There we go. There's the gateway. Does re-wall as well. Banelings, they can crash on in. They can break through. They can, and they will. They break through the front door. We do have a second wall behind this. Just in time. Gerald doing well. He is re-walling. Sentries on the way. Here come more Banelings. Up. Does wall off. He needs another wall. He busts through. Warp gate is denied. The gateway's depowered as well. Sentry does not pop out. And with that 3 point, has he done it? Does he have enough? As this is all there is to defend. Just one Adept and one Stalker. Does focus on one of the Banelings. The other is going to finish. No! Ooh, does complete. Takes down the probes. He's going for the Adepts. Nice kiting. Running out of Lings. Only a handful of Lings left. Cybercore is under fire. Banelings connects. Cybercore, it's going to go down. Denies Warp Gate. Warp Gate is denied. Lings, they flood in. A clutch force field. Very clutch force field. Oh my god. Gerald, can he hold on? Backup shield battery on the way. Can he hold? Another force field. The NG overcharge popping up. Does deny the Lings. More Lings, they just keep flooding across the map. Banelings morphing in. More Banelings on the way. And there are plenty of force fields. The reality is, with good enough force fields, these Banelings should not be able to break through this wall. I love this kind of like secondary wall that Gerald has built up here. Protecting his main. Banelings, they try to smash through. They depower the gate. They denied Warp Gate once again. I barely didn't protect the pylon. Backup pylon on the way. Oh, this is still a really clutch hold. Lings going for the expansion. Stalker's trying to engage. Banelings rolling in. Do we have a force field? We do. Force field does complete. Everything gets repowered. Shield battery gets up and running. Void Ring is on the way. And again, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Gerald. He's had better mining the entire time. Once again, another clutch force field. Very nice. And with the arrival of the Void Ray, I mean, that's going to be game. The Void Ray can just focus on the Banelings, and then everything else. Another force field. A bit of a fumbled force field. Here's Lings do flood in. Yeah, there we go. Backup force field does properly wall up, and GG gets called. Gerald, he holds, he defends, and Gerald takes the series 2-0. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played, Gerald. He will take the series, will advance on into the semifinals. My condolences to 3 point, but I appreciate the aggression. I appreciate the short best of 3. We've had a lot of longer games here tonight. I appreciate it. GG, well played. Again, 3 point has defeated Geralt in the past, but again, 3 point has a reputation. He has a reputation to him. There's a reason why we called him the cheesiest Zerg player in South Korea, because he is, and Geralt is fully aware of that as well. He is fully aware. Does shut him down. GG, well played. With that, big shout out to John Wolf in the chat. Thank you so much. Papi, thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Hi. Hello. Hello. Good to see you. Good to see you, Papi. Good to see you. Thank you so much for resubscribing. with Twitch Prime for 3 months. And welcome to OlimoLeague. We are about to wrap up the quarterfinals. We have one series left. I'm sure a series that everyone, myself included, have been waiting for. It's a rematch between Clem and herO, and it is a crime that these two are playing in the quarterfinals. It is crazy. This is a finals match. This is a best of 5, worthy of a best of 5. We have them here for a best of 3, and this is brutal. Best Protoss up against the best Terran in the world, and this could go either way. Both of these players are favored to win the entire tournament, but they're facing off here in the round of 8. Let's go. Best of luck. Game 1, ley lines. We're jumping in. Here we go. As we are jumping into game number 1 and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of ley lines, we have... Oh, hold on, I should fix up the in-game name. There we go. In the bottom left hand corner, we have the South Green Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming. It is herO. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. I can't believe they're playing here in the quarterfinals. And I'm ready for a series. I'm ready for a back and forth. Again, the best that we have to offer. And they do go back and forth when it comes to their matches, true. Whenever they face off, whether it's in the finals of the biggest or Monday Weekly, Warrior TV, or any kind of major events like your Master Coliseum, your Little League Cup. These two do trade back and forth. Of course, herO just coming off the back of his 2nd place. I do recommend checking out VODs of online events if you haven't missed out on them. We've been featuring, of course, Little League Cup alongside Master Coliseum and many others. Clem, likewise, also very close in skill. I mean, I say very, the best player in the world. The world champion, of course. The Clem. Let's go. And I feel like Clem, he has to redeem himself a little bit here. For those that are curious, Clem, he was absent for the playoffs of Master Coliseum. The reason for that is that Clem, he did not make it out of the group stage. There was a crazy turn of events, and Clem did fail to advance on. But it was due to a technicality. It was kind of like a weird situation to be in, and I do feel for Clem, but yeah, he barely did make it out of the group stage, and did lose to Spirit in the group stage, more importantly. I know the Spirit, he spoke out about it afterwards. He was saying how, like, Clem usually clowns on Spirit with his Protoss, but Spirit, he got lucky, and Clem was having a bit of a rougher day there. So Spirit brought him down, and Clem, he was denied the playoffs. So now it's time to bounce back. Now it's time to redeem ourselves. So far, Economic Opener going for a Rax into Expand from the side of Clem, going to that Factory follow-up. If you missed out on any of Master Coliseum, all the VODs are on YouTube. All the VODs are all there. Do check it out. Otherwise, we do have our initial openers. Nothing too crazy. There's our take of choice going for a Twilight Council. Twilight Council opener out of herO, going into Blink. And the question becomes, how many gateways, how aggressive or how defensive does herO want to be? Do we go 2 gate, 3 gate, or 4 gate instead? As the Reaper does move out. And herO, so far, is keeping up. Does zone the Reaper away. Behind this, going for a Hellion follow-up, most likely into Widow Mines, into drop play. We'll see if Clem does go for faster add-ons instead, which is also an option. Up, there's the answer. It is faster add-ons. Hellion into a Tech Lab. No Widow Mines. With this can lead into early tank production, can lead into an early even Cyclone, just to be safe. Bearing in mind that Clem did not see the take of choice, could be a Stargate for all Clem knows. As Hallucination dives in, and we're going for the add-on swap into Raven production. Okay. Standard follow-up, nothing too crazy, nothing too safe either. Loving researching interference matrix. Let's go. I believe that should be a fake out. Typically, especially in modern StarCraft, yep, there we go, it is a fake out. Basically, Clem, he was trying to make it look like Banshee play, so that forces out an Observer and forces a more defensive setup here out of herO when there are no Banshees. So really nice mind game by Clem. Again, Interference Matrix as an opener has fallen out of fashion just because Robotics Bay follow-ups and kind of Colossus openers are out of meta. So you do not expect Interference Matrix in TVP, not this early on. The Reaper is, oh god, it's going to be cornered. There we go. Does go down. And here is playing it safe. It is going to be 2-gate blink into a Forge and a Bay before expanding. So double gas into a Bay before third base, very tech heavy. Does mean that hero's economy is going to be delayed in favor of faster Colossus production. Life Bets Observers moving out. Hallucination does check the bases, does check the add-ons. Confirms tank production. Hero is aware. So just checking, just scouting. From here, we're building up. We do see Clem going for a much faster... the Raven was scattered as well. Bear that in mind. So hero knows that there is no Banshee. And behind this, Clem is going for a faster third CC. It's going to a faster third CC. So we're building up towards a macro game. It's going to be on hero to contain Clem, to deny any kind of move out, any kind of drop play. Just with some light aggression. And because Clem is going for a faster CC, this means that hero should get away with this tech. Again, like building up into fast +1, into fast Colossus, he should be fine. Hero, he's under no real danger. Under no danger back at home. Just freely embrace those Colossus. And catch up with his later third. Raven does skirt around the edge. Clem, he's about to break out. So basically, Clem, he's stuck on 2 bases until he can finish up Stim. Stim is almost done. Once it finishes, then he can start to move out and force back the Stalkers and lay claim to his third. And then we can have our back and forth. We can get there. Raven dives in. Gets a probe. One worker. Here comes that move out from Clem. He breaks free from his contain. Hoping to try to catch out those Stalkers. Hero expanding towards... oh my, he's crazy. Expanding towards Clem, actually. I'll be honest, I have not seen this base taken as a 4th in TVP. I'll be honest, that's a first for me. Usually we take the southern base, the center base, or the base on the left-hand side. The low-ground expansion, that's crazy. Okay. It's very vulnerable and very exposed, is what I will say. Very ambitious for a hero to try to hold on to it. If he does, I mean, shout out to hero. That's the first disruptors on the way. I'm sure hero's goal is to make sure that he maintains map control so he can hold on to this base. If he can keep Clem contained, then sure he can pull this off, but that's a big if. It's Clem, you can only contain him for so long. Great Academy's on the way. Clem's still playing it slow though. Doesn't go for any drops. Raven is denied. And as hero maintains map control, we have the Dark Shrine on the way as well. Heading into DTs. So going to be Colossus Disruptor into Dark Templar. Hero, once again, he's posturing outside of the base. As I mentioned, like, this is all about map control. This is all about just like, the only way you can hold on to the space is if you can keep Clem at home. And the tanks are exposed. He gets 2 tanks. Very nice pickups. He gets 1, he gets 2. Backs off. Nervous go up. Good splits. Ooh, meanwhile, the army does rally in. Disruptor goes out for free. And here is he getting caught out. Does pull away. Decent trades. did lose the disruptor. Wait. He lost all three. Ooh, he lost all three disruptors. Expensive losses for herO. Now I'm less confident. I'm not much more concerned. herO pulling back. Zel's get caught out. And he has to pull away. There he goes off. Up! Nice connection. But once again, another disruptor goes down. Yeah, some rough losses for herO. And Clem, he's broken out. He's breaking free. He wants a Colossus. And he's gonna get it. Colossus goes down. The first one, the second as well. And how do you stop this army? Not like this. Now the fourth base is exposed. There's one Nova. There's one Nova here for herO. He has to make it count. Up against the wall. Nova doesn't quite connect. And Clem can stem in. He lands the Vikings. He breaks through the shield battery. The base is vulnerable. Dives in with the charge lots. Not bad. We do get a good EMP. One ghost goes down. herO just trying to buy time for his other Colossus. But the EMPs are brutal. And yeah, Clem is going to just snowball out of control from here. He's going to break down the expansion. Again, far too ambitious here for herO. And herO just cannot keep up. Not against this kind of army. It's not going to happen. I'm sure here he's got a Colossus now, but there are plenty of Vikings. They can always just lift. herO contained to 3 bases. Brutal EMP. Oh, the splits! The splits are brutal. The Nova doesn't connect. Colossus goes down. The Vikings, they can land once again. And there's only Stalkers remaining. Only a Gateway army remains. Again, just really ambitious play here from herO in game 1. It wasn't just about the expansion, but like because he took this base, he had to be aggressive, and because he was aggressive, he lost everything, right? He lost all the disruptors in the first fight, and that was almost game then and there. Losing those 3 disruptors early on, because that's how you buy time with like non-stop Novas. But after losing the first 3, like he only ever had 1 at a time. Just could never keep up. Not after that first fight. And now Clem just snowballs from here. Takes down the Colossus. Rallies across the map. Breaks the 3rd base. The boys are being pulled. herO getting desperate. That's all he has left. The boys. Gets the ghost. And from here, Clem, he can sim and he can win. As he finds the backup 4th base. Here he has to try to pull in. Once again, the Vikings, they land. They do amazing against probes. Oh, the pickup micro. Oh, Colossus has made it. The Colossus has arrived. Vikings, they just lift once again. Colossus goes down almost instantly. And at this point, here he's just fueled by Kobe. GG gets called, and Clem, he takes game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, Clem does take a lead here. Again, like I'm not too opposed with how herO was playing it. I mean, it all made sense. It all made sense with like how he was posturing, how he was being aggressive, especially with how he was expanding as well. As we saw, he initially caught 2 tanks, which wasn't the worst move. But as he caught 2 tanks, Clem, he stimmed in and he killed 3 disruptors. And again, those early disruptors were so pivotal when it came to maintaining map control and keeping Clem on the back foot and keeping him pinned back at home and contained on 3 bases. That was the whole plan. The whole plan of herO was to contain Clem and keep him contained. But Clem, he broke out real quick. And that was game. that was game then and there. With that, GG well played. We're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado. We have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player. We have the blue Protoss from South Korea, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. Here we go. See in chat, is it going to be early Tempest or something? Typically, early Tempest and early Skytoss is something that Classic is very fond of. Classic is very fond of rushing into early Skytoss. But typically, the prerequisite of early Skytoss is 4-base economy and map control. If you have map control, if you have a 4-base setup, if you had a really good early game, then you can get away with rushing into Skytoss. That is true. but it's also a little bit more map dependent, and it is kind of dependent on how well the early game is for you, and if you have a lead already as well, then you can get away with that. herO instead was crazy that last game, doing something very different. And we'll see how herO adjusts here in game number 2. We'll see if Clem can get his revenge. Again, the last time they played in the Picasaur Monday finals last week, herO did defeat Clem, but it went all the way to the ace match in a best of 5. It was a 3-2 in favor of herO, with, I believe, herO pulling off a reverse sweep, if I remember correctly. I think Clem was up 2-0, and then herO brought it back. But this is a shorter series. That's the thing. Like, I wish we had another best of 5, but it's merely a best of 3. So here he's up against the wall. One more loss and he is out of the tournament. Meanwhile, Clem scouting for proxies, making sure nothing crazy is going on. Going for an economic opener. Racks into expand into factory. Making sure he's safe and sound. That's why I thought taking goes Tempest versus Libs, that's a typical pull-up. Oh, yeah, usually, at least from my experience casting the Koreans, usually, like, Tempest rushes are usually after you establish a 4th base, and if you are able to maintain map control. herO was rushing into the 4th, and yeah, just very different. It's crazy, man, crazy. Here, though, welcome to El Dorado. As a reminder, it is herO's map of choice. It is herO's map of choice. And we'll see how he does follow this up as well. It's going to be a Blink-based opener. Once again, Twilight Council into Blink. As a reminder, last game, herO, he opened 2-gate Blink into extra gases at the natural, into faster tech, into faster bay, before expanding, before getting the 3rd. So remember, it was a very late 3rd base out of herO last game, into faster Colossus production, into faster Disruptors. This time, I would imagine we're going to be going for a different approach. I would imagine different build out of herO. As he is getting his 2nd gateway. Again, here's the whole purpose of his build last game was for the earlier Disruptor production. Which is why when he lost him, it was that much more brutal. Good. There's that Robo. 3-gate setup. So much safer play out of herO. 3-gate Blink. Into a 3rd. Assuming he doesn't get a 4th gateway. Behind this, Clem setting up his own eventual 3-1-1 setup. Once again into Raven. No early Woodamine drop. Hellion gets almost a free scout. Doesn't quite get into the main. Checking the vision. Clem, he did get eyes on the tech though. He did confirm the Twilight Council. Is aware of the Blink. And herO from here should just expand. Yeah, so 3-gate Blink into a 3rd. So a very safe opener and much more economic compared to last game. Remember, last game, the 3rd base was heavily delayed in favor of extra gases and extra tech. This time, gases are not taken at the natural yet. So much safer and much more economic here from herO, which means we can calm things down and most likely embrace a much more standard mid-game here between herO and Clem. Now, when it comes to El Dorado, of course, we have the center goal bases, which can be a factor. Likewise, there's also the short rush distance by air, so drop play can be very effective. This goes both ways when it comes to drop play from Clem or War Prism harass from herO. Speaking of, War Prism is on the way, and so is Charge. So here he is setting up. Bearing in mind, he's only just now getting his 3rd gas saturated, so we're not going to be able to tech up into any kind of splash damage yet. It's going to be very gateway-centric, Blink Stalkers and Chargelets, going into delayed splash damage instead. And we'll see what herO can get done. Raymond moving out to harass, likewise, hallucination towards the left-hand side, towards the main. We'll get a full scout. Does confirm the timing of the 3rd CC as well. So he's aware there's no 2-base all-in, he's aware that Clem is expanding, and this is a sign that herO can throw down more gases and can focus on his economy. Or at least he has the option to. When it comes to this War Prism harass, we shouldn't really be seeing any kind of commitment until Clem takes his 3rd. It's when he takes his 3rd base that he moves out with his army, and that's when he's most vulnerable. Meanwhile, Raven comes in, gets a couple of probes, Does check the gases, and of course sees saturation at the third, so Clemmy scouts, he confirms. Is aware of what's going on. And now we see the Bay. Again, a much later robotics Bay here from herO. Zelt's load up. And again, herO, he shouldn't be pulling the trigger yet. There's no reason to, as Clem is at home. But he's ready for that moment. Raven once again threatening a dive. herO, it looks like he's going to try to distract with the Stalkers. At the same time, can dive into the main. Hallucination, re-scouting, rechecking. 2 pros going down in the main base. And this is the moment here. Clem, he's taking his third base, he moves out. As Clem moves out, herO can move in. As Clem gets dragged out in the open, there we go. Prism gets activated. Ooh, doesn't quite commit. If he's not moving in now, then he might just wait for the army to push across the map instead of taking his third. So here he's reinforcing. Dodges the mine. Is looking more secure. Now what's he pushing into? 2 tanks. We have 3 Widow Mines here in position as well. We have Clem going for his own drop. So is herO. Here he slips into the main. Clem, he does react, does respond, going for a massive warp in. Does a bust into the main base. And again, the main army is trapped at the third because of the main army here. The mine shots! Up! Up! Oh my god. No friendly fire, 7 SCV kills. herO picks up, gets away. Oh, misrally. Misrally! No! The misrally! Oh my god. The Colossus, he's not gonna get away. No shot, Colossus goes down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, unfortunate rally there from herO. Throws away his first Colossus. Not like this. Not like this, papi. Ay, ay, ay. And with that, I mean, it was good damage. He killed 7 SCVs. That's good, but that's not worth a Colossus. And that does mean that herO's going to be slowed down when it comes to his Disruptor production, as he has to rebuild those Colossi. I'm going to be harassing. Gets into the mineral line. Clem's still building up. Getting to his armory, getting to 2-2 upgrades. And Clem, it looks like he's still just chilling back at home. Taking more defensive stance. As it does look like the army is a little bit delayed. Clem is scouting, checking for expansions. You can see herO double expanding. The first disruptor is now on the way. And here comes Clem. Does move out. Gonna be 2 Colossus waiting for him. The Viking count is still quite low, just 2 Vikings. One of them gets targeted down. Very nice target fight, gets 2. Nice pickups there by herO. But the Colossus does fall. And Clem, he just stims in. There's 1 Colossus left. First disruptor, I believe, has arrived. Tanks are slowly getting within range. Again, this base on the low ground is exposed. Not easy to defend. Oh, the Nova gets 4 Widow Mines out the value. Jesus. 4 Widow Mines go down. He dives in. Goes for the dive. Tanks going to be targeted down one after the other. Second tank goes down. And here he's holding. He's barely holding on. Still has that War Prism. As here he holds on to the 4th base, gets away with his 5th. His 5th is going to finish. herO is down in supply, but he's holding on. And Disruptors do help make up for that. They have a lot of potential. He has a lot of potential with his army. As Clem is looking to max out. 2 is on the way, Ghost Academy as well. Clem expanding towards herO. As herO throws down two more robos. Oh my god, that's going to be a lot of disruptors. He can soon make 3 disruptors at a time. So very disruptor heavy. But again, can he get there? He needs a little bit more time here for all those robots to get underway. Does need more time. Likewise, also set up with a massive Zealot run by. No War Prism towards the main. Just run by towards the 3rd. And the War Prism alongside them. Clem, he is maxing out. Does rotate, does find the Zealots. Oh, big catch. Does find them, chasing them down. As Clem's main army gets dragged out of position, here comes herO. Doesn't commit. Just posturing. War Prism going in. herO catching out 2 Vikings. He gets 1. Gets 1 Viking so far. Zelse dive in. At the same time, War Prism into main, going for a massive warp in. There are units to respond. Clem, he's somewhat ready for this. Can he defend all 3 locations at once? Ooh, does go for the Colossus. Nice force field slowing down the army. Disruptor goes down. And the Colossus, they barely survive. Alas, there is a bunker to defend. Clem, he will bleed out some SCVs, but he's holding. 13 SCVs go down, and Clem, he turns around. Does turn back around. 16 SCV kills. And here he gets away. Does survive with all 3 Colossi. They're very low on HP, but they survive. Building on more disruptors. There he goes up. Up! And they take down 1 Marauder. Love those connections. Vikings overextend. Very nice kiting here from herO. Shuts down the Vikings. Same time, Clem sneaking out with his own double drop. But herO, he meets up with it. herO, he is ready in time. Going for the gold. So far, so good. Building up more disruptors. Both armies are maxing out. Likewise, Clem going for a second starport. And we have yet to see a fusion core, so no liberators yet from the side of Clem. We're taking it slow, and we are cutting the map in half. Cutting the map right down the middle. You're moving out. He has potential. Again, there's not many attack paths here on El Dorado. It's a lot more straightforward. You're moving in. Again, he's got, what, 6 disruptors. EMPs go off. The Novas. They don't quite connect. Not quite, but they turn back the army. First Colossus going down. Big connection here. As I think he has 1 Nova left. Up. A decent connection, but the army, he collapses in. There's just not enough support. The Stalkers go down. The Novas were lackluster. We had, what, 1, 2 decent connections. And Clem, he overwhelms. He just overwhelms the army. Was able to flank, able to concave. Brings everything down. And here he has nothing left. He lost every disruptor, every Colossus. He's down to a handful of Stalkers. Clem could just keep going. He's playing it safe. Does play it safe. Does consolidate. Rotates around. Nice EMP. And this low ground expansion, it's gonna fall. And even though herO can make 3 disruptors at a time, it's still it's not gonna be an easy hold. Takes out the disruptor immediately. Very nice target firing here out of Clem. Does focus it down. The Novas are not connecting. Up. And they're just not connecting. Not good enough. And Clem is coming in for the kill. We can see here trying to set up a surround. Once again, another disruptor falls. Zelse coming from behind. On the Nova. Boom, massive connection. Finally, what we were looking for. The first one, second one does force a pickup, and herO holds. Here, he's barely at least holding onto his natural, but for only how long? For how long, Pat? Clem just keeps rallying. Just keeps rallying across the map. He's not stopping. He can't stop. He won't stop. Liberators have arrived. Freedom is here. The army's being zoned away. And he can just commit. Takes down one, takes down both disruptors. Nervous coming from behind, forcing the pickup. No major connections. Clem still maxed out. Still even making Vikings. And he takes down all the Stalkers. The Gateway army has fallen. Sure, there's a couple of stray disruptors left over, but there's no saving this expansion. The Liberators, they just cut this area off completely. Clem is going for top right. Decent connection with the Nova, but does get one disruptor already. And the Northern bases, I mean, there's no saving them. There's just no saving them. No shot. And again, here he was able to max out and hold his own, but just a little bit too overly aggressive, pushing into a concave earlier when he lost everything. He just wanted to attack. There was very little patience from herO when it came to his push earlier. Very little patience, and with that, lost everything and just snowballed out of control to this kind of game state. Now there's one disruptor remaining. The production's falling one after the other. Down to one robo. GG gets called, and Clem, he will snowball out of control, taking the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played, Clem. He will take the 2-0. herO, I would say that he was able to have a better showing here in game 2 compared to game 1. Game 1, I mean, was just a crazy build out of herO. It was wild. Game 2 was a little bit more back and forth. herO was able to maintain his own economy. He was able to keep up with most of the harassment, but it really just came down to the main big fight. As you can imagine, when it comes to these high-tech armies that are so heavily reliant on robo-based units, if the army does fall, it takes quite some time to actually rebuild and to stabilize once again. So we saw herO lose. What did he lose? He lost 3 Colossus and was it 6 Disruptors? Yeah, it was 6 Disruptors and 3 Colossus in that one fight. And losing that large of a robo army, like, mate, you can't afford that. Like, it's not, you can't get away with that. Like, the trade was too heavily in favor of Clem, and he just pushed from there. And he just moved out from there, was able to break the expansions one after the other. Losing that kind of army is just something that herO could not afford. Takes too long to rebuild, and he just lost from there. GG. GG, well played. Get a very strong fight from Clem. And with that, we have our semi-finalists ready for us. Let's go. We have our semifinals. One momento. Here we go. As I quickly just update the brackets. Update what's going on. And here we go. As we switch our scenes over, we have our updated bracket here. From the top, we have Zoun. Remember, Zoun, he took down SHIN earlier, 2-1, went all the way to the ace match, but Zoun did advance on over the Koreans very clear. Likewise, Gerald took down 3 points, and we have a PvP Zoun versus Gerald in the upper semifinals. We have a Protoss confirmed for the finals, but we have a non-Protoss as well, as we have the lower semifinals between Solar and Clem, a ZVT 2 and the Knights. Let's go. We're going to be starting with the upper semis, followed by the lower semis, followed by the grand finals thereafter. We have 3 matches left. Let's go. The end is nigh. We're almost there, Pappy. We're almost there. Now let's jump in. But yeah, Zoun has been looking very impressive as of late. Gerald, shout out to Gerald, by the way. We don't really get too much European representation in these tournaments, but OlimoLeague is at a better European time slot. True. Better European time slot is OlimoLeague. So with that, we have Clem, we have Gerald in those semifinals. Very impressive. And we'll see if we can even have a full EU finals as well. Or if Zoun can stop that. Zoun is going to be the favorite player. True. He's going to be the favorite player coming into this. But I don't want to count Geralt out. He has his own strengths here in this matchup. Definitely. Has his own strengths. are jumping in. Sorry, I'm just setting up the player names. Huh, I keep forgetting that Solar, he's not on Vitality anymore. He's on Falcons. He's on Falcons. There we go. Okay, so we have our first semifinals of the night. We're jumping into our PvP between Gerald and Zoun. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on Ultra Love. As a reminder, Game 1, or I should say, the first starting map is predetermined here in the semifinals. Both the upper and lower semis will begin on Ultra Love. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Polish Protoss player representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have Zoun. We have the South Korean Protoss, the red Protoss himself. It is Zoun. Here we go. And as we settle into this, Zoun, he is known for his PvP, but so is Gerald. Gerald, he has a very unique form of PvP. If you've been watching his matches over the past, 6 months, if not a year, Gerald, he's very fond of skipping certain tech here, certain tech structures. I'm referring to if he can get into the mid-game, if he can get into a solid 3-base economy, then Gerald, he is one to typically, not always, but typically skip out on Archons and try to rush into Disruptors earlier than not into the late game. We've been casting so many of Gerald's late game PvP. When I say late game, I mean Disruptor Skytoss versus Disruptor Skytoss, especially in the lead up to the off season of EPT. We'll see if we can get there though against Zoun, as Zoun is usually a more aggressive player. For now, we have our initial 2-gate opener out of Gerald. Meanwhile, Zoun setting up on the low ground, going for his own gate into Cybercore, into Nexus. Let's go. Now, again, a lot of the Korean Protoss players have been embracing this. If you've been watching players like Trap, players like Classic, herO, Zoun, Nightmare, I believe herO did pioneer this in the EPT offseason, but basically, the Korean Protoss have been a lot more adoptive of the Max Packs opener. In saying that, though, this is more standard on Ultra Love because there's a ramp coming into the natural. Basically, because there's a ramp, and this is unique to Ultra Love, it's unique to Abyssal Reef as well, and some of these other maps that have ramps coming into the natural base, it means you can get away with more economic builds. It's going to be on Gerald to try to delay this. Pylon has been placed, and again, I'm a little bit surprised myself that Gerald did not go for his own low ground setup. 2-gate opener. Double Stalker. Interesting. So double Stalker opener here out of Gerald. He can follow this up with a 3rd and 4th Stalker. If this probe escapes, then he could even set up a proxy pylon across the map. How aggressive is Gerald going to be here? Zoun forces a 3rd and a 6th, Stargate before Nexus, into an Oracle. So Zoun, his base is delayed. Oh, another pylon! Probe finally goes down, and finally Zoun can expand. Aye. He just wanted to take us natural. Pylon goes down, there's the Nexus. Zoun can finally take his natural base. And Gerald behind this. He is moving out. Double Stalker. Only 2 Stalkers behind this. There's no 3rd and 4th Stalker. He delays his 3rd and 4th units in favor of a Nexus himself. So his base isn't too far behind the base of Zoun. Stalkers poke in. Void Rays on the way. And Zoun, he confirms that there is an expansion. With this knowledge, he might cancel the Void Ray. I don't know if he... actually, he has no Stalker on the way. So most likely we'll let it finish. Just the one. Just to defend. Across the map, Gerald, he does keep up. Does keep up with the Shade. Does shut it down. Gerald's going for his own take of choice, going for a Twilight Council opener into Blink. Zoun does Shade away. So in chat, Zoun good in the Polish tournament. Yes, in the House Galactic Battle. True. Galactic Battle Champions. For those who do not know, Gerald, I do recommend tuning into the VODs. They're on YouTube, they're on Twitch. But Gerald, he made it all the way to the finals of the House Galactic Battle. He was able to bring down Spirit in the semifinals, which was a big win for Gerald. Took down Spirit, went toe-to-toe with a laser as well. Gerald, for the first time, I believe, in the history of the offline LAN events in Poland, did actually surpass Cristiano. Did surpass him when it comes to standings. You know, Stasis in behind the mineral line. Oh! Gerald, he responds in time, pulls away. Adept towards an Astral, but only one Adept. Cannot one-shot probes. The Void Ray will find some damage. A very chaotic attack here from Zoun, attacking 3 places at once. Gets one pylon, depowers the gateways, and gets the hell out of there. Does pull back. Likewise, Adept does escape as well. Adept gets away. Void Ray going for another pylon. Shiki moves out of Zoun. Won't get it. He's forced back. He's going to be forced back. Behind this, going into his own immortal production. Bearing in mind, because of the Stargate opener, typically, or it is very commonplace for the Protoss player to go into a Robo from there, just because they're so far behind in Stalkers. The stasis! Oh my god. Catching 2. Not too bad. Does catch 2 workers. Zoun pulls away. And behind this immortal production, well underway as well. Building up more immortals. Orca races back. With that, our players are getting secure. We see Gerald attempting to throw down his own proxy, but it does get found out. We'll see if he can hold on to it. Stalkers, I believe he has Blink. Yeah, Blink is done. That is Gerald's advantage, of course. He has a more mobile army. Throws down a second pylon, and he will save the proxy. Behind this, getting his own third. Again, Gerald, he has map control. That's the advantage of these Blink Stalkers, a much more mobile composition. And Zoun is stuck on 2 bases. Now, eventually, Zoun, he will break out. He has +1, charge, a third immortal on the way. He will break out. He will eventually expand. But until then, Gerald, his goal here is to try to delay that moment for as long as he can. To contain for as much as possible. Oracle hits the mineral line, gets 2 probes. And the Oracle's been slowly getting value over time. And getting there. That's 4 more gates on the way. This is turning into a 2-base all-in. Oh my god. Massively delayed 3rd base, and with the hallucination, Gerald, he should confirm this. As there are how many gates? 5, 6, 7 gates. Jesus. It's going to be a 2-base 7-gate all-in. Yeah, Prism's on the way to reinforce. And Zoun, he has no intention anymore of expanding. He may have at one point, but not anymore. Now, the way this is lined up here, I believe the Temple Archives should be finished. It was now done, and that means that Zoun can reinforce with Archons. First Archon has already arrived. Prism is here to juggle, to micro back. And Zoun should be pushing. The Verb is here to expand, so Zoun looks like he will be getting his 3rd. Based on the pylon, massive warp in. Never mind. Here we go. Zoun does break out. And back at what does Gerald have to defend? He has 1 shield battery, soon to be 2. 2 shield batteries. Gateway explosion. Does have how many stalkers? 14. That's still 3 immortals though. And more Archons on the way. Again, it is a terrifying army. And Zoun is still choosing not to expand. He's still warping in. He still just commits. Yeah, he's just going to be committing here. Does have the upgrade lead, but +1 is finishing up in 5 seconds here for Gerald. Going for the mass hallucinations. Yo, no, that's the stasis. Stasis pops up. Oh no, once again, double stasis here. Gerald, he gets completely caught out. And with that, Zoun, he gets snowball out of control. He can just break through the main army, push into the bases. There's almost nothing left. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal stasis traps. Bobby. Zoun looks like he's waiting. He's waiting for the stasis to run out. He wants to just try to catch the army. Shuts him down. Yeah, the Stalkers, they crumble. And Zoun, he has done it. He's broken through. Unfortunately, Gochi just wasn't aware of the stasis traps themselves. And with that, he lost everything. And Gerald, he's down to a handful of Stalkers. And nothing really else behind this. And again, Zoun never expanded. GG gets called, and Zoun takes game number 1. GG. Again, he had at one point he had the option to expand, but last he was contained on 2 bases, threw down extra gateways. It was a 7-gate 2-base all-in with, what was it, 3 Immortals, a handful of Archons as well, was reinforcing with even more Archons. Hit with +1, just snowballed out of control. And unfortunately, Gerald, he just wasn't able to really slow down the army, and it was just a brutal engagement as well to be caught by 2 stasis traps back-to-back while trying to dive in. And with that, our red Protoss takes the lead. And now spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our red Protoss player. We have our South Korean Protoss. It is Zoun. 1 game away from advancing onto the grand finals, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Gerald. We go. Now, this time there is no ramp coming into the natural. This is Gerald's map of choice, of course, and this time we should not be seeing economic openers from either player. We should be seeing 2 gate openers from Gerald and from Zoun as well. Something a lot more standard. As we do have our probe scouts, do have Gerald opening up 2 gates, and Zoun, hello, going for a gate into Nexus. Oh, no, not quite, gate into Cybercore. Regardless, Zoun going to be opening up with a Max Pax opener. Bold move. Bold move to open up in such a way, even on a map where it is unsafe to do it on. And again, as I was trying to allude to previously at the start of Game 1, this is something that the Korean Protoss players have been embracing more and more often. Not too certain what it is exactly, but in the latest patch of StarCraft, they have been more willing to embrace this, whereas otherwise they were not. Whereas previously it was only Max Pax, going for these more economic builds. Now it has become a lot more mainstream. At least amongst the Korean Protosses. And now the pressure's on Gerald to try to punish this greed, or delay it. So far throwing down pylons does force out the Zealots. Once again, going to be a Stargate opener out of Zoun. Let's go to throw down another pylon. Another pylon. Setting up for his own expansion. Gerald once again 2-gate opener into 2 Stalkers, into delayed 3rd and 4th units, into a faster Nexus. Most likely is what we saw last game out of Gerald. We could see it here again. There's Nexus for Zoun, and Gerald not too far behind. So both players expanding. Zoun, he has hidden his probe towards the south, but this might just be to go for a rescout to confirm whether or not Gerald is expanding. For all Zoun knows, there could be a 1-base all-in coming his way, so Zoun has to confirm. Zoun dips in. Meanwhile, we have to take a choice. Once again, Stargate opener into Robo, into Immortal production. So we saw this previously by Zoun in Game 1. It is the exact same build so far as Zoun in Game 2. Same build so far. Meanwhile, Gerald also going to Twilight Council into Blink Stalkers. So just like the previous game, Zoun is going to be contained. He's going to be contained on 2 bases. He's going to build up an Immortal count. He's going to be stuck here as Gerald gains map control. And this could once again turn into a 2-base all-in, or Zoun could break out earlier and actually expand and take a 3rd. It's possible. But now the things are looking very similar. The deja vu is real. I've seen this before. Oh no. Not again, Pappy, not again. Ooh, this time though, that is a Twilight Council before Forge. Which means that Gerald, he might be able to rush into... Sorry, Zoun might be able to rush into Blink himself a little bit earlier. Okay. Which means he can be active earlier as well. Meanwhile, there's the early Immortal production. Immortal's on the way. Still building up. Likewise, just waiting for a blink before he moves out. Until then, it's going to be on Gerald to keep up with the aura. To keep up to defend, it's a 2-base all-in. It's going to be Glaive and Abs. Now, Glaives do not scale well into a longer game. They do not scale well into a longer game setup. Hallucination is checking for an expansion. We, of course, know there is none. There's 2 more gateways and Immortal production behind this. Glaives, they actually do a great job when it comes to trying to pull apart a defending player, because obviously they can shade behind the army, they can threaten a shade into the main, and they force the defending player to, of course, split up and to try to keep up with the movement of the aggressing player. Likewise, actually trade quite well against Zealots. So Gerald, if he goes Stalker Zealot, which he is, then, I mean, Adepts, they have their role, they have their place. It's going to be Adepts against Zealots and the Immortals against the Stalkers. And of course, with the Glaives, with Shades, you have the potential to dive on an army as well. And yeah, there's just no expansion. There's no expansion. Gerald can try to dive into the main, though. Hallucination's on the way. And can he depower some of the production? Can he catch out the Warp Prism? Blinks in. Blinks in, going for the Robo. Can he snipe it? Up! Couple more volleys. It's getting low. Not quite. Immortal does pull away. The Immortal survives. And the Robo does survive as well. He holds. Zoun does hold. As God, he rotates down to low ground, going for the pylon. Pylon is going to be shut down. Depowers the gateway. Depowers the forge. And Zoun, he's had enough. he's had enough. And he's going to get caught out. Gerald, he can catch some of these reinforcements. Yeah, very nice pickoffs. The depth does fall. Zoun trying to be active, but it's a messy move out here from the Red Protoss. Trying to keep up. Does try to keep up. Prism has Riot, warping in 5 Adepts at a time. These Stalkers are hoping to catch an Immortal. Adepts, they get scouted, and Gerald is being very proactive. Takes out another Adept. Meanwhile, Zoun is trying to commit. Plenty of force fields. Stalkers, they come in from behind. They could try to snipe the Prism. Or even the Immortal. Can go with the attempted surround. So far, Zoun keeps up. For the force to spend force fields. And so he rotates. Up. Takes down the Oracle. Barely does avoid the stasis. Let's go. Not again. Not this time. Oh, alas, he gets caught elsewhere. Only 3 Stalkers. Could have been so much worse. And again, still no expansion. It's just 2-base all-in. Just 2-base all-in here by Zoun. Off of a 7-gate setup. Catching up the army. Nice force fields. Adepts say threaten a shade. But Zoun does pull back. Does cancel. We can see Gerald getting ready for a counterattack to try to snipe that War Prism. But there are just so many Stalkers, and again, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Gerald. Snipes 2 of those sentries. 2 sentries go down. Zoun is running out of steam. And he's trying to force his way in. The Immortals, they do a lot in the back line. Once again, the force fields, they push him back. Zoun just cannot engage. He's gonna try to, though. Shades pass, we dive on the army, the Immortals are exposed, he gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3, the Prism too far behind. And with that, Gerald, he will completely shut this down. And we're looking to force the ace match. Yeah, the all-in will fail. Adepts, they shade into the main, then get some probe kills. But he needs more than that. His probes are going down. I'm shading into the mineral lines. Getting 8 probes. It's something. But it's still not enough. And Not enough, Happy, not enough. And here we go. Gerald, he breaks free. GG gets called. That's all that Zoun had left. And Gerald, he will tie up the series. We are going all the way to game number 3. GG. Let's go. We are going all the way to the ace match. And we'll see how this story ends, as this is going to be Zoun's map of choice. And oh my god, we're going to be loading into El Dorado. One of the more quirky maps of the map pool. Curious. We'll see what his plan is going to be coming into this. As we load in. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of El Dorado, we have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Streamer Zoun. Tying up the series and forcing the ace match, it is Gerald. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player, also from South Korea. It is Zoun. He has gone for an all-in. He's gone for an all-in every game so far. 2-base all-in game 1, 2-base all-in game 2, 2-base all-in game 3. Potentially. As we open up with an economic opener. Gate into Cybercore into expansion here. And Gerald's once again setting up on the high ground. Oh my god. Very interesting. Down to scouts. Again, 2-gate opener out of Gerald. Likewise, Gerald, he's once again in position here to deny the expansion. So we should see the same dynamic here, where Gerald, he delays the Nexus with pylon blocks, he forces out the Zealot, he forces out the Cybercore and the Stargate before expansion, and Gerald opens up Link Stalker. And then Zoun follows it up with a Robo. Like, it's... Now, whether or not that Robo leads into an all-in, that's what I'm most curious by, right? Game 1, we saw a Charge Archon Immortal all-in on 2 bases. Game 2, we saw Immortal Adept on 2 bases. Game 3, do we macro? Do we expand? Do we get a third? Does it finally happen? Maybe. We'll see. We shall see. As there's a Stargate. Again, before expanding. Gerald, he should be opening up double Stalker into his own Nexus to catch up. There's another pylon block. Let's go. Delaying even further. Probe checks the main. Gets eyes on the pylon locations. Make sure there's nothing crazy going on. There's another pylon block as well. Probe finally goes down. And finally, we can expand. Zoun can get his natural. Likewise, so can Gerald. As both players do move down. Nexus on the way. Nexus also on the way. Okay. So again, so far the openers have played out the exact same every single game. It's been the same setup. There's that Twilight Council into Blink Stalkers from Gerald. And we're waiting for the Robo from Zoun. As the Oracle's on the way. Do have a little skirmish between the first couple of units. Gerald does recall back home. Does preserve his army. And yep, there's the Robo. There is that Robo follow-up for early Immortal production. And again, Zoun doesn't have to all in with this. He can just build up to like 3 Immortals and then expand and get a later third. And then go for like a 3-base push. Like herO does that very often. But we'll see. As Zoun is built up to 2 Oracles. Likewise pushing towards the top side as well. hoping to distract his opponent. Zoun does poke in. Gerald shouldn't react with these units. Yeah, Gerald, there we go. He still holds his ground. Basically a skill check here that Zoun's attempting. But Gerald, he's got the skill. He defends. Alright, how many gateways? How many gateways down? What are we going for? Do we go for another Forge? Another Twilight Council? More gateways? Oh! Okay, going for further tech. Here we go. Twilight Council into Forge. So Zoun is going to be staying on 2 bases that much longer. Gerald is taking a much faster third. So Gerald, he will have the better economy. Will have a much better economy. Zoun will have the better upgrades. And there it is. I mean, it makes sense. Ronel Dorado and Gerald, he did not mind through those patches on the south side. Zoun expands. For the first time this series, we have a third base. It's not an all-in. Let's go. Meanwhile, we can see Gerald already heading in that direction. He does see this. He wants to punish this. We'll see if he can. Of course, they hit the natural. They distract the Stalkers. 5 probes going down. 1 Oracle does fall. Nice pickup. Oracle goes down. Gerald, he will rotate over towards the south side. And what is it to defend? 1 Immortal, 2 Sentries, an Adept, and a Shield Battery. It's the bare minimum. Oh, the Stasis as well, true. Hallucination. I'm sure Gerald saw that. There we go. He baits out the Stasis, dives on the real Immortal as well. Shield Battery's not ready, and Gerald, he's doubling out control. He takes out the Immortal, takes out the Sentries. Zoun, he is in trouble. He is hurting. Same time, Adept Parasia towards the natural. Gerald poking in. Catching out more units. Gerald, he will retreat. Will back off. But so far, good pickups. Very nice trades. Killing workers. The Immortal. Sentries. Behind this, getting to +1 in charge. Oh, as he does run into a stasis. Not like this. Not again. Not again. Okay, thankfully this time it won't be punished anywhere near as hard. Thankfully this time he's not aggressing on Zoun and there's not like a crazy surround being set up. As Gerald pulls away. Ren's a dive. Going for the Cybercore. Oof. 1 Stalker goes down. Gerald is holding. Catching more probes across the map. Zoun is holding. Catching probes across the map. And Gerald, he will take the 4th. Let's go for the linear 4th base. He was mining through those patches, so I assumed he was gonna go for the gold, but alas, not gonna happen. As once again, Gerald, he attempts to snipe that Cybercore. Unable to. Does kite away with the Zealots. Decent trades. Still has to respect the army. Now from here, we're taking up Temple Archives on the way. Gerald, he's not rushing into Disruptors. He's going into Archons. Let's go. Standard follow-up. Zoun isn't there yet. Zoun going for the center gold. Bold move. He's rushing into the gold base. We'll see if he can hold on to it. As Gerald, he gets eyes on it. He rotates. He responds. He gets spotted. Zoun, can he save it? No, shot. He's too far out of position. And the expansion, it's going to be denied. Again, it was quite ambitious here from Zoun. But Gerald does not let him get it up and running. Now, what's important here is that this entire time, look at the immortal counts. 4 immortals already. This is a hefty army. He's got 4 immortals, building up archons as well. Or just immortal. Yeah, archon chargelet. This army still has a lot of potential. Gerald trying to keep up. Oh. Try to maintain control here over the ramp. Or over the mineral wall. Getting a couple of zealots. Can't quite push in. I mean, neither player can. Stuck on the opposite sides. And both players are building up. Now, in head-on fights, I do actually favor Zoun's army. The reason for this is because it's a little bit more high-tech. There's a little more archons, a little more immortals. Geralt is very much so very gateway-centric. That's a lot of zealots. And the reality is that all those zealots, they could just be dead supply if they run into archons, if they have a really rough engage. They won't last long. Up. Sandy shuts down the War Prism. Geralt baiting at the stasis traps. Baiting one and taking the other to the face. Now keeping up. Nice force field. And Geralt, has he been skipping some warp-ins here? But now he's taking up Robo into a bay. That's going to be for disruptors, but he needs more time. And Zoun pushing here and now. He's not giving him that time. Collapsing in. Geralt has 1 immortal. He's got 3 archons. Denies the expansion. Zoun can't keep pushing. Peels off a couple of zealots. Likewise pushing through the center. Trying to wedge his way in between the bases. The archons, they do get a lot of volleys off. Zealots are going to be melting on both sides. Still more zealots on the way. Zoun pushing his way in towards that natural. Trying to take over the ramp. Archon goes down. There's still 3 archons left. And the zealots, they melt. The zealots, they just fall over. Zoun is breaking through. Again, just so much of the army supply for Geralt was just in a very cheap army. And purely zealots. And it just melts. Meanwhile, Zoun, what does he have? He has the immortals. Yeah, the immortals are still very much up and running. They can shut down the archons. And that's still 4 immortals. And he breaks through. Takes down the Temple Archives. Robo. He has the high ground as well. And Zoun is just snowballing out of control. Just breaks through the defensive line. Busts into the mineral line as well. And there's just almost nothing left here for Geralt. Just trying to fight up into his own natural base. +3 is almost done, but it doesn't matter. GG gets called as Zoun. He takes over the rim, takes over the natural, and Zoun will take game number 3 in the series 2-1. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. Congratulations, Zoun. He will claim the series, will advance on into the grand finals. We have our first finalist. It is going to be Zoun. The question becomes, though, who will face off against Zoun in those grand finals? Who's going to be? Who is it going to be here? We have a Terran and a Zerg player lying in wait. It is going to be a TVZ between Clem and Solar. Let's go. Oh my god, I'm waiting for this. I have been waiting for this. Now, when it comes to Clem versus Solar, he has been less active. He has been less active ever since leaving Team Vitality. He was playing in less tournaments, and as a result, we have seen less of Solar as of late. Likewise, he did not make it into the upper echelons of the online tournament scene. I'm referring to the Luli Cup and Master Coliseum. So Solar, he had a bit of a rougher performance in those events, and as a result, we have seen less of him as of late. But he has made it here to the semifinals. Not an easy performance. He took down Cure and he took down Classic, and now he's up against Clem. the best player in the world. Oh boy, Clem, he's the best player. I mean, he has the best TVZ in the world as well. This is not going to be an easy one. I'm curious to see what Solar's answer is to the problem that is Clem. Does he play greedy? Does he try to cut corners? Does he go for all-ins? Does he play standard? We're here to find out. Let's go. Game 1, Ultra Love. Loading in. Are loading in. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. Oh boy, we just featured Clem versus Rogue, and they had a banger of a series, went all the way to the ace match. It was very impressive to see Rogue and Clem duke it out between each other, and now Solar has risen up here to challenge Clem. And Solar's a very different kind of player, very different. If you recall, something that was kind of like prevalent throughout the series between Rogue and Clem is the more greedy kind of gasless opener. Solar isn't really one to go gasless. Amongst the Zerg players out there, like Serral, Dark, and Rogue, Raynor even as well mixes it in. They're a little more accepting and a little more willing to open up gasless on certain maps. This wouldn't be a map for it, to be fair, but Solar, he really does avoid that more often than not, and does often play Ling Bane, typically avoids Roach play, not always, but typically. So we'll see. We'll see how Solar will adjust against Clem, as Clem is the heavy favorite. I mean, he always is, regardless of who is up against. Is the one to bring down. Is the favorite. Here we go. As Clem opening up economically, going for a racked expand. Likewise, Solar going hatch, gas pool. Everything looking normal so far. Everything looking normal. Likewise, Clem is going to confirm. He does poke in, does get eyes on the timing of the hatchery, is fully aware, and gets eyes on the drone as well. From here, Clem can chase. So Solar, he sends out 2 drones. One is going to be interrupted, the other is not. So Solar, he will expand, gets his 3rd. Your 3rd base is on the way. Clem pokes in. Dance has begun. Gets a Ling, not bad. 1 Ling goes down. He wants a 2nd. He won't quite get it. The Queen has arrived, and from here, Solar should be able to defend. Should not lose anything else. Does hold. Behind this 3rd CC before Starport. Economic build here by Clem. Now, we have seen Clem go for 3 C2-1-1s already tonight. That is a viable option for him. Otherwise, he could play it safe and standard going for the Starport. What's it going to be? There it is. Starport is on the way. Is going to be a 1-1-1. Hellion most likely into Banshee. We'll point out if Clem does deviate. Likewise, behind this, Solar just happily droning, pulling out of gas, saturating his bases, getting to Lings, into eventually his tech of choice. So very passive so far. And again, one of the reasons why this opener is just so standard is it just gives you map control early on with Hellions. So Reaper Hellion initially to fight for map control, to make sure the creep doesn't get out of hand. And if Solar were to play Roaches, then Banshees would be ready here in the follow-up. Assuming that we see a tech lab, but there is no tech lab, there's no add-on, there's no add-on swap. It's going to be Hellions into Liberator, not Banshee. Okay. And I believe that is a Liberator before the Viking. So usually it's Viking first to hunt down the Overlords to deny vision, followed by the Lib. Going Lib first is riskier. There's a higher chance of it being scouted, but at the same time, there's high risk, high reward. But there's also a chance where it doesn't get scouted, gets across the map, and then catches Solar completely off guard. Likewise, because there's no add-on swap, that means faster stim. Stim is on the way. In a more standard build, this tech lab would actually be, there'd be an add-on swap to go for the tech lab on the starport for the initial Banshee. That's not happening here. Earlier stim, Liberator has arrived. Zooming across the map. And we'll see if Clem can find some damage. Oh, breaks in. And being forced back. Liberator towards the natural. We'll siege up. Solo does notice, does pull away. Oh! Queen will take a lot of hits, and ooh, the Queen goes down. Ah, that should not have happened. Yeah, late pullouts from Solar. We'll lose the Queen. Likewise, Liv going for a second Queen, and will get it. 2 Queens go down. Can he get 3? No shot. He does. 3 Queens for 1 Liv. Ay, ay, ay. That's very, very well worth it here for Clem. A very nice trade. The Hellions don't find a way in, but the damage has been done. Catching out 3 Queens. Behind this, Solo is going double Evo Chamber before Lair, before Baneliness as well. So very greedy build here by Solar, prioritizing upgrades over Banelings and over Baneling speed, and over Overseer Scat as well. So there's a lot that Solar's giving up on here to get faster upgrades. Across the map, Clem just happily getting to his own. 3rd CC on location. Armory's on the way for 2-2. Just a very comfortable setup here from Clem. We'll see if Solar can keep up as he double expands. Okay, his 3rd and his 4th. We'll see if Clem can punish Solar, is what I'm getting at. So here comes that double drop. As a reminder, Stim is done, and the armory is finishing up just in time, so there's going to be a Hellbat push, actually. Okay, double medevac Hellbat push out of Clem. Hellbat say morph in. That's a lot of tumors that are going to be going down. Yeah, the active tumors are shut down. Widowmine does siege, does burrow. Catching out workers. Just throwing away the army, forcing transfuse. Lings they can't engage his head on, not against all these Hellbats. And Solar's being fully bullied back. The mineral line is exposed. Now trading with the Lings. The Lings, they melt. Oh my god. They force to pick up at least. Solar he holds at the cost of 9 drones. That is brutal. 9 workers go down. And Clem isn't done. He drops into the main. Thankfully, there are Lings to defend. Forcing the pickup. Q force the pickup. Clem doesn't quite get another worker. More reinforcements on the way. Clem is taking extra gases, going for a second factory. 4th CC's on the way, so Clem is not going for a 3-base all-in, but he's achieving a lot here with the little. Solar's in trouble. He goes for a counterattack. That means that much less to defend. Remember, Baneling speed was delayed. Baneling's going to try to crash in. Nice target firing. More Banelings waddling in as well. Oh! Did he connect? Oh, no! Bit of miscontrol. Clemmy runs in. Bit of miscontrol. He takes the Banelings to the face, and with that, Solar holds. Whew. Solar, he does hold on. Hi, hi, hi. That was very clutch. Very clutch in the end. Clem playing with fire. Got burned. Calm down, Patrick. Calm down. And suddenly, Solar, he has momentum. He moves out, hits the mineral line. Nice split against the Widow Mines. Code to force some friendly fire. Baneling run by on the way. Solar needs more gas. And Clem is pushing in. Here comes the second wave. Solar, he's not out of the woods yet. Alright, just going off. Catching a queen. Widow Mines are going to be denied. Ooh, one big connection. Mind Shock goes off, takes down some Ling Bane. At the same time, Banelings they run in, but lastly are going to be shut down as well. So far, defense. Does defend, does hold on. Clem diving on the queens, gets one. This time he does pick up in time. This time he picks up. Doesn't take the bailings to the face, getting a 4th CT on location. Planetary is done. Clem, his economy is brutal here. I mean, he has a comparable, if not better, economy here than Solar. Solar's building up, getting to Hive. Hive is on the way. Lurker then as well, getting to Lingbane Hydra. The creep has been looking solid, especially on the right-hand side of the map. As they've been fighting on the left, Solar, he has been vigilant. Has been on it. Has been on that creep. Both armies are about to max out. Ooh, +2 never began, actually. +2 melee. Getting into range, waiting for the Hive instead. Interesting. That's 2-2's almost done. And rotating over. Last Solar, he has split up his army. He's ready for this. Is diving in. Someone asking, is this a replay from today? Yes. I say a couple of, oh my god, the Mind Shot! Mind Shot goes off, shuts down the Lingbane. Solar, he's struggling. Likewise, oh no! Clem, no reaction, no response, massive bathing hits. Clem once again, he takes him to the face, otherwise distracted. Solar, he's holding. He's holding back. I mean, took a Mind Shot, connected him left. Can reinforce here on the right. Ooh. Mind Shot once again. Solar trying to keep up. So far he is. Lurker production has begun. Let's go. Solar, he's holding. The Lunkers are on the way, and once they come out, then the momentum can switch one to the other. Solar can gain map control himself. He's almost there. He's almost made it. And he rotates. Right, just going off. There's connections. Lurker goes down. Then moving in, the Vipers, they have arrived. Ooh. They do have Duck. That's another snipe on a Viper. Yeah, the snipes have been brutal. Solar still holding on there. Still keeping up. No Lurkers here towards the right-hand side, which is concerning. Despite that, Solar, he will hold on. Forces the pickup. More liberation has arrived. Catching another Lurker. Another 2 Lurkers even. Yeah, and Solar kind of push into this. He gets shut down. He gets punished for it. He can't push into the freedom. Oh no, the Viper. Viper goes down. No more Vipers left. And Solar is being broken. Clem is snowballing actually. He's breaking on through. Takes down the Vipers, the Lurkers, most of the Lingbane. Solar, he has to respond. He's trying to keep up. But again, just very larva inefficient trades here from Solar, bleeding out far too much. The snipes, they pummel, they shut down the Hydras, the Queens, everything really pushing into this, into their liberation zones, into the freedom. Solar, he barely holds, but this is a brutal hold. Look at the supply here. The supply is not lying. Not lying here. 200 supply for Clem. Solar down to 160. Barely any gas. Ay, ay, ay. He's trying to keep up, but the trades have just been too inefficient. And Clemmy's not done. He's already remaxed. He's moving out once again. Might as well left behind. Zero dives in. I believe there is a Nidus. Yep, there's a Nidus. Gonna be shut down. Clem is being active. Solar doing everything he can to try to force Clem back home, but it's not happening. Do we have any lurkers left? 8. There's 8 lurkers remaining. Ooh, they're in the night swarm. Oh. They're not at home to defend. Lurker's not ready. Mine shot's going off. Ling Bane does nothing. Forces a bit of friendly fire. And despite the good connections that Solar had earlier, he needs more. He needs so much more. The snipes are brutal. Hydras, they crumble. And he breaks through once again. Not quite getting on top of the expansion. Lurkers going for a counterattack, but once again they get caught out. The snipes, they're brutal. Oh my god. The lurkers, they do nothing. 3 lurkers go down. And with that Solar, he's been on the back for quite some time. Just some rough fights, some rough trades. And catching out the Hydras once again. Some rough pathing here from Solar. It is just looking bleak for him. There's a handful of lurkers left, not even. The snipes, they just keep on going, targets everything down. What was that? 5 lurkers and a Viper. GG gets called, and Clem snowballs out of control, taking game number 1. GG. GG, well played, Clem. He will just snowball. And again, Solar, he did have some good moments, is what I will say. He had some good moments when it came to his Baneling connections. I would say more so capitalizing on mistakes of Clem more than anything, but did connect beautifully. There were 2 big moments, of course, but despite that, it was still not enough. The reality is that Clem, he had a superior economy, and his workers were left alone. If you recall, like Solar, he just wasn't able to go for any Ling run bys, any Baneling run bys. He was stuck at home because of the aggression of Clem. It allowed Clem to very comfortably just build more bases, get a solid economy, and just never really relented from there. Sure, there were a couple of rough trades, but really Solar never gained map control. There were like some moments where he tried to Nidus across the map, but the Nidus runs had never finished. Without that Nidus play working well, then Solar just stuck defending the entire time. GG. Even with the lurkers coming out. GG, well played. That leads us into game number 2. It's going to be Solar's map of choice. Loading into Ley Lines. Here we go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the French Terran, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. Man with gun is pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, to be fair to Clem, a little bit was because of his multi-pronged aggression, with his drop play, his winter mines, his liberators, his transition to ghosts, of course, as well. The ghosts were brutal time and time again. He was able to catch out the Vipers, catch out the lurkers. The snipes were insane. And sure, there were a couple of missteps here and there, but overall, just did overwhelm. And those missteps were not enough for Solar to really gain any ground or really gain any breathing room. As we mentioned, Solar, he was never really able to be active on the map and harass. Never really forced Clem back home to defend. The aggression, just unrelenting. And we'll see if Solar can bounce back. Again, Clem is the heavy favorite, of course. He's the heavy favorite. We expect him to make it through, but we'll see if Solar can bring it back here and have a different approach. As a reminder, this is Solar's map pick. It is loser's pick when it comes to the maps. Here we go. As Clem just going for a Rax Expand. Again, the openers, we shouldn't really be seeing anything too crazy or too exciting. Just Rax Expand into a 1-1-1 or into a 3rd CC before Starport. Solar, as we mentioned before, he isn't really one to cut corners. He isn't really one to go gasless. So it should just be hatch gas pull into a 3rd. From there, we'll see if Solar does open up Roach. We'll see if he does go Link Bane again. We'll see if he cuts corners. And likewise, we'll see if Clem tries to punish. But yes, we always do our replay casts like, what, 8 hours after the events? Around that? Basically, OlimoLeague was taking place last night / this morning. Then once it concluded, we jumped on the replay cast. Every week. It's how we do. And again, this is just a lot of matches to go through. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. Of course, later on tonight, we have another broadcast. We have the OlimoLeague Cup, day 1 of the playoffs. That's going to be, Jesus, that's going to be what, like 5 best of 5s? No, 4 best of 5s. Jesus. I'll do my best to get some sleep beforehand. Meanwhile, for the first time, we do actually bring something different here. It's going to be a 3rd CC before starport. That's going to be a 3rd CC 2-1-1. That is a 2nd Rax before the starport. Let's go. So it's going to be an earlier stim timing from Clem. Much more aggressive, much more assertive here from the Red Terran. As stim is already on the way. From here, we're going to have some additional Hellions into starport, into, of course, medevac production. And this can hit quite hard. As is that add-on swap. As we mentioned before, this is a build that Clem had gone for and used against Rogue. There's a bit of a give and take. The downside of this kind of build from the side of Clem is you have less Hellions. It's only 2. Only 2 Hellions and 1 Reaper. Because of that, it does mean that if a solo was, being a little bit more greedy, if he was cutting corners, then you wouldn't be able to really punish him with Hellion harass, like Hellions busting into a mineral line or anything like that. If solo was going gases, solo would be in a better position, as Clem would not really be able to stop him. Likewise, creep is a little bit easier to really maintain as well, as there are less Hellions to threaten the active tumors and threaten the creep. Speaking of, Clem is denied. Of course, the plus side though is this: we have additional Marines on the way. This is different though. Typically, you get the reactor on this factory into an add-on swap into reactor and medevacs. The fact that he's making more Hellions feels like Hellbats. This feels like a Hellbat push that we should soon be seeing an armory. Yep, there it is. Armory's on the way. Okay, so this is a much more aggressive variation. Not all in. Remember, 3rd CC is already done. It was a 3rd CC well ahead of time, so this is not an all in, but this is a more aggressive version. And if Solar's not ready for this, I mean, he can just topple over, to be honest. Like, this could just kill. Now, thankfully, Solar, he's got a decent queen count. It is going to be a lair first into a Baneling nest. As a reminder, last game, Solar, he delayed his lair and he delayed his Banelings for faster double Eva chamber into 1-1 upgrades. This time, he goes for a safer build. If he had gone into Eva chamber first, then I think Solar he may just crumble. But thankfully, because of the early Baneling nest, he will have Banelings available to defend. Here comes the move out. And Baneling nest is finishing up in a couple of seconds. Boy. Without Banelings, this is going to be a tough hold. There we go, 7 Banelings morphing in. But here come the Hellbats. Here comes Clem. Dust him off the ramp. Dives on the armor, does target down the Banelings. Banelings are not going to finish. They're not going to finish up. Is this how it ends? Is this how it ends? Does target down most of them. 2 Banelings will finish. Oh! 1 connects. And so does the other. 2 Banelings do connect. With that, the Hellbats are going down. The Marines are forced back, and a Solar holds. Oh my god. Solar does hold. Really nice target firing out of Clem, but again, at least 2 Banelings did finish up. And with that, Solar, he will survive. More Banelings morphing in. More Lings in production as well. Clem, he still maintains that bio army, and he's not done. He's moving out with another drop. Away. Coming from the right. Catching out 2 of the active tumors. And an Overlord as well. Very nice value. Supply blocking Solar. Uh-oh. There's going to be supply blocks. We'll take some Banelings to the face. Both of his connections. And Clem, he wants a queen. And he is going to get it. Oh, barely not. Queen barely does survive. Was the only queen with a transfuse as well. Does hold. Solar, he holds on, getting to his upgrades, Baneling speed, into Hydra production, 4 base saturation. Likewise, Clem getting to his own 4th base as well. At least soon. As Clem is not going for a 3 base all in, there it is, 4 CCs on the way. So we are building up Solo once again against supply block. That is a heavy supply block. That's 4 overlords on the way. So Clem does push in. Going for the 4th. There are a couple of banelings. Is it going to be enough though? Wouldn't mind as they do on burrow. And with that, Clem is going to be forced back. And my shall say, don't go off. Whew. Solo holds. Solo, he's holding. Behind this infestation bit, that's going to be for the hive. That's going to be for the eventual lurkers. We'll see if we can get there. Okay, survive until lurker attack. Ooh, as the queens are left idle. Clem catching 2 queens. Still running across the map. Ooh. Last second split. Solo forces Clem back home. Clem is going to be reinforcing, going for a split push. Solo, he's been holding his own. So far, so good. He has been keeping up. He hasn't taken any critical damage, not yet. Holding onto his bases. And does crash in, takes down a decent chunk of Marines. Say that, 6 Marines going down. Add something. Oh! Likewise, Bailey run by across the map. But Clem, he does maintain his army. And here comes the push. Here comes the actual move out. Against Solo, he does he does not have access to lurkers, not yet. Just the main Hydra. Here could be rolling in. Crashes into mainly Marauders. But there's only Marine remaining. Solo should be able to hold on. Oh! My shield stay don't connect. Don't connect in the end. So far, holding on, getting away with it. Vipers are coming out. Hive is done. Lurker production about to begin. Solo, he's made it. He's made it to the Lunkers, to the promised land. I mean, almost. He has yet to morph them in. It looks like he will go off the base. Go with the expansion. Pulling away. So we're collapsing in the army. Lion Shell say get dragged away. Catching out the libs. Catching out the Marauders even. Clem is transitioning into Liberator, into more Marauders. No Ghosts yet. Oh, takes out the expansion. Very nice pick off. The base goes down. Clem going for another. Does go for the center expansion as well. There's one more shot and it will go down. Barely to survive. I spoke too soon. No, he's gonna get it. He trades too well. Takes down the hatchery. Oh no. Hatchery does fall. Once again, supply blocking Solar. Does supply block. 3/3s on the way. Ghost Academy's done. No Ghost yet. Should soon be getting there. Solo once again, he attempts to surround. As Clem gets away. He still shut down those wooden mines. Oh god, 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 no, no. Does take down most of them, but one shot goes off. Connects brutally here with the Lings. Another shot on the Viper. Still waiting for the Ghost production. There we go. 3 Ghosts at a time. They're coming. The Ghosts are coming. just in time for the lurker attack. Speaking of, there they are. 6 lurkers morphing in. Clemmy's ready. Securing another expansion. Both players maxed out. Clem is going to be the first hit 3-3. 3-3 done in a couple of seconds here. Solo needs more time as he has not started +3 melee. Going to +2 range. Tap out his lurkers. Clem stimming in. Oof. So let's target down most of those melees. Very nice target firing. Oof. Once again, the trades are brutal. So much the Link main goes down. Nidus into the main base, but the army's ready for this. Oh, Lurker pops out, but Lurker does fall. Do we have a scan? Do we have a scan? There we go. Scan was available. I'm still looking very secure. Fusion core is on the way. Second starport. It's going to be for more liberators for fusion. Sorry, for liberator range, of course. Best choke of the year. Ah, Smurge. Solo collapsing in. Once again, the mind shots are brutal. Decent yoinks here on the libs. And here, Solo fighting out in the opening, going for the base and going for the planetary. Reinforcements, they come in from the right-hand side. Planetary should be going down. I say that, it survives. It does get the mineral line, 9 SCVs. The Vipers, get out of here. Up, up. Oh my god, barely breaks out. They barely get out of range. Vipers, they survive. They do get away. Solar gets out. Despite morphing the lurkers, are they in the Nidus Swarm? Yeah, they are. Okay, they're in the Nidus Swarm. They're not a part of the main fight. Once again, diving in. Barely any SimCity down here on the low ground. Oof. Oh god, the mine shots are insane though. So many links going down. That's how many? That was 142 links. 142 links. It's insane. That's Solo trying to remax, trying to rebuild. But he's lacking support. He's lacking links here for his Hydras. And Clem can just keep pushing. He has momentum. Aliens don't quite crash in. Snipes go up. Again, there's just no support. The Hydras are vulnerable. They're naked. Link main just now coming in. EMP on the Viper. Then being forced further back. Couple of ghosts are getting caught out. Not bad. Takes down 3, 4, 5 ghost kills. A better trade for Solo towards the end. At the same time, though, bases are falling. Bases are going down left and right. 16 drone kills. The Nidus pops out, but the lurkers, what can they get done here? As there's just too much freedom. Lurkers force back, drop into the main. So far, Solo is keeping up. Forces back the drop. Down to 72 workers, lost an expansion, trying to rebuild. Did at least have a give and take. That was how many? That was 8 ghosts going down. 200 links. A couple of Hydras, of course. Still more efficient trades for Clem is the reality here. And Solo has no bank. Typically when we get into this kind of phase of ZVT, the Zerg player needs more bases, they need a better economy, and they need a bank to work with as their army's just less efficient. As you can see here, the Mind Shots, they just annihilate the Ling Bane. And Solo, he's running out of money. He's broke. Just running out of minerals. Running out of resources. The efficiency is just far too much. Snipes, they go off. They shut everything down. The Hydras, they can't hold their own. GG gets called, and Clem will take the series at 2-0, advancing on to the finals. GG. GG, well played. Despite the trades that were occurring between Solar and Clem, again, Solar just could not really gain control of his own economy. He was able to at least hinder the economy somewhat of Clem, more so than previously, but as we saw, he was just losing bases, losing mineral lines. Eventually, Solar just ran out of resources, ran out of steam, and was overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. Something also important to note as well is that unlike the previous game, this time Solar, he didn't really incorporate lurkers into his main army. He did morph in lurkers, but they were always in the Nidus Swarm, if you recall. They were always in the Nidus Swarm, always to counterattack across the map. It did also mean that his main army, his main force, never really had a backbone. It was very fragile as a result. He just kept going for dives, kept going for these big head-on fights, which did not work out well for him at all. And it did clearly look like Solar, he wanted to avoid like a slower game state where like he builds up more lurkers, he slows the game down. You know, we cut the map in half, we build up towards a greater spire, towards like Broodlord Infestor. It's not really Solar's go-to, not really his flair, if you will. GG. GG, well played. Clem, he will take the series, and now we have our grand finals. It's going to be a best of 5 between Clem and Zoun. Let's go. It is going to be a rematch. For those of you that remember, this was at the start of December, I want to say, maybe end of November. We actually featured Clem versus Zoun in a best of 3 in OlimoLeague quite some time ago, where Zoun did actually defeat Clem. It was a crazy series. It wasn't even in the finals. It was in the quarterfinals before the semis where Zoun brought Clem down, but that was quite some time ago. You know, that was back during the rise of Zoun, and that was pre-Masters Coliseum, pre-Little League Cup. That was when the patch was much more fresh, much more new. Now I'm sure Clem, he's ready for the revenge. Let's go. Here we go. Clem just too fast. Yeah, I mean, what's important to take note of is when it came to those engages in the center of the map, if you remember, Clem, he was dropping at the same time. Remember, Clem, he was dropping towards the top side. That's when he got the mineral line. That's when he got the base as well. He was pulling apart the attention of Solar, which I'm sure did help assist when it comes to how brutal the mine shots were. But regardless, we're getting into our next game state. We're getting into our grand finals here. It's going to be a best of 5 between our Terran and Protoss. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the French Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss from South Korea. It is Zoun. Here we go. But yeah, I mean, Clem, he has the best TVZ in the world, 100%. Better than Maru, better than Beyond, better than Cure, better than any other player out there. So it is going to be an uphill battle for any Zerg player to go up against Clem. Even, you know, some of the other best Zergs out there, like your Serals and your Raynors. Not easy, not easy. Regardless, GG well played. Shout out to both Solar as well as Gerald to make it to the semifinals. They've both fallen since then. And now we're down to our top 2. Down to Zoun and Clem. And I'm ready. I'm excited again. We have seen Zoun take Clem to task. We have seen him forced to bleed and even has lost matches against Zoun in the past as well. But as I mentioned before, it's been, you know, a month. It's been a month since then, maybe over a month at this point, as we're nearing the end of January. Where did January go? I feel like we just had Christmas and now it's already coming into February. Ay ay ay. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But alas, you know, it is now more than a month later, and I'm ready for the rematch. For now, economic opener, single gas, ranks expand out of Clem. It is going to be an economic start. Likewise, Zoun going for his own gate cyber expand as well. Standard opener out of Zoun, economic opener out of Clem. Welcome one and all to El Dorado. As a reminder, El Dorado is the starting map of the grand finals, and then it's loser's pick from here on forward. El Dorado is going to be an interesting one here just because of the layout of the map. We can have these more secure locations, can be a little bit more awkward to try to harass from top to bottom, depending on where we expand and where our players take this. We saw something similar earlier, if you recall, when we were casting herO versus Clem, where herO, he was able to kind of, in a way, simplify the game state by avoiding or by kind of forcing these main head-on fights. There aren't really too many different attack paths here on El Dorado either. It was very, very one note. Despite that, here he took some really rough fights and things very quickly snowballed out of control in favor of Clem. But I can definitely see a player like Zoun trying to take advantage of that. Take advantage of just taking away some of the mobility or some of the counterattack potential of Clem. For now, though, we're settling in. You have the Reaper diving into the mineral line and gets a probe. And is looking for the tech, and we'll find it. It's going to be a Twilight Council here, and Clem is fully aware of the blink-based opener. Let's go. Let us go. Only Raynor can keep up with his style. I agree. I want to say that Raynor probably has the best ZVT specifically versus Clem. I think Raynor, his Zerg versus Clem, if you will, is better than Serral's. I think it's better than Serral's. I think it's better than anyone else's in the world. Despite that, Clem is still favored against Raynor, but Raynor, he's had some very entertaining series against Clem. If you haven't seen it yourself, I do recommend checking out Raynor's matches, whether it's at Star Zagora, whether it's at WTL in World Team League. Again, did have some very, very good showings against Clem. And part of that is a stylistic thing as well. Raynor, he's a very different stylistic player compared to Serral and compared to a lot of the other Zerg players. I think Clem has talked about it in interviews as well regarding that, regarding how Raynor's is typically a lot more aggressive, a lot more chaotic in ZVT. So it makes for some great games. Kind of like just yeah. I mean, again, like if someone's saying that that isn't the case, then they just need to watch some more StarCraft. Watch more StarCraft. I recommend the VODs. Check out the YouTube. There's a lot of really good matches between Raynor and Clem. YouTube.com/CranKy Ducklings. Check them out. Hashtag not sponsored. As Zanny does catch out the Raven, even. Yo, it's been a long cast. we made it to the finals. We're 7 hours in. We made it. But a very nice catch on the Liberator. Sorry, God, I keep saying Lib. On the Raven. Raven does no damage whatsoever. My mind is still in the last ZVT, seeing all the freedom zones. It's still there. But the Raven does fall. Behind this, Clem is going to be contained here on 2 bases. And how many gates did we get up to? Just 2. Okay, 2-gate blink into a 3rd base. A very economic build here by Zoun. Behind this, building up, of course, taking up into Charge, into the Bay, into the Colossus. For now, just maintaining map control with a handful of Stalkers and hoping to contain Clem with the bare minimum. As we can see, 3rd CC. So Clem is not going for a 3-base all-in. He's rushing to a 3rd base a little bit faster. The Observer, I believe, did confirm and is aware. So this really is a signal to Zoun that he can be greedy. He's like, okay, you're rushing into a 3rd base. I can cut corners. I can throw down tech. I can throw down more production. I can get a forge. I can get upgrades. Zoun is under no real threat. Meanwhile, here comes the drop play. And this Observer I should say the second Observer does spot the move out. So Zoun knows, now it's time to warp in. As Zoun should have noticed with that Observer. Yep, he's repositioning. Warping in Stalkers. Just needs enough to zone away the drop. As we have a double drop here towards the main. Zoun is ready. And Clem does head in. Ooh, force boost away. Oh! Medivacs, they do survive, they do escape. Ooh, and Zoun holds. Despite that, here comes the main army. Clem doesn't quite commit though. And the Observer confirms. The placement of the army. And this is a wild one here. Zoun, it takes his 3rd base, which is fine, but his 4th base is going to be the gold. Ooh, okay, going to be a little bit awkward to defend. Bold move here out of Zoun. We'll see if he can hold on to it. He's taking a risk, taking a chance. Behind this, Zoun double forge. Once again, a little bit of greed here, but Zoun has confirmed that, of course, his opponent is expanding, so he can get away with throwing down extra forges, extra gases, fourth base. The pressure is now on Clem to try to punish this expansion. We'll see if he can. Colossus has arrived, and here comes Clem. Going for a Dream Drop, headed over towards the other side of the wall, which will make it more awkward for Zoun to engage. Zoun spots the army. And how does Zoun push it? I don't think he can. Yeah, Zoun is denied mining from the gold. And this is why it was a bold move for Zoun to attempt to take this expansion. And I mean, how does he fight this? He doesn't. Yeah, he expands. Takes that back up fourth base. No mining whatsoever. Zoun going for a Zealot round by. There are Widowmines back at home. They will shut this down. Oh, but I'm getting a little bit greedy. Just a little bit. I think the best that Zoun can hope for is to counterattack and force Clem back home. But the problem is, if we see a counterattack, I think Clem, he could just Doom Drop into the main, which Zoun is ready for, to be fair. He's ready for the drop. But Zoun, he can't collapse on this army just because, I mean, there's just no way for his ground army to really gain access to this. He can blink over the wall, that is true, but that's all he really can do. So here come the Zealots. Back at home, there's potential to get damage done here at the third, but there's a bunker in position as well. And yeah, Zoun is just in a really awkward position. He's like, you know what? I usually just veto El Dorado. I just wanted to try things out. And now I know why I veto El Dorado. Wicked. Clem pulls away, distracted by the Zealots. Yeah, he's a little bit concerned about a counterattack, so he does reinforce back at home. He only needs enough to just maintain this position. As Zoun takes another base. But again, this is a very late fourth. Zoun double expanding, getting a fourth and a fifth. Both armies are maxed out. Zoun embracing disruptors. How many? He's got 3 so far. Three disruptors. Soon to be 4. He'll also take the wide shots to the face. Again, there's that bunker in position. And Clem defends. Clem, he defends back at home. Yeah, the Nexus is going to fall. Oh, nice force field though. Very nice. Catching out some of the bio. Nexus goes down. From here, Clem, he can back up, he can reinforce and start focusing on the main bases on the top side. Dark Shrine on the way. How many robos do we have? We have 2. Okay, so 2 robos so far. From Zoun. Make 2 disruptors at a time. He's got 4. And these Novas, they have to count. First Nova zones. There's 3 left. Nice spread. Up! He commits! Disruptor goes down. No major connections. There's 1 Nova left. And Clem just commits. Massive EMP. EMP goes off. Clem just bullying back the army. Takes down the low ground expansion. Takes down both Colossus. And Zoun is in trouble. He's in trouble here. He just can't really push in. We'll lose the base. So the Rumbice coming in from behind. Does force boys to be pulled. And the tank is at least going to fall. Widowmines as well. Catching out the ghost. Oh my god, the mine shots are brutal though. Jesus. Widowmines, they punish the Zealots. Back at home, Clem defends. Does hold. Zoun taking the center expansion. I mean, the way that Zoun's been expanding is crazy. Very ambitious. Clem scans, looking for the base. And he hasn't scouted this yet. Widowmines get left behind. And Clem, does he check? He does. Oh. Ooh, not quite. Okay. Doesn't check the expansion. Decent Novas. But Disruptor goes down. Still trades out the disruptor. As Clem, he's not aware of the center expansion, it's going to finish. And can Zoun get this base up and running? I feel like, not gonna lie, I feel like this base should be like a gold. I don't know, like it's... it feels very exposed. Oh. As we have DTs being sent out. Back at home, there are turrets, there are bunkers as well. Yeah, plenty to defend. Dark Templar don't get much. Zoun, he rotates. Does rotate, Nova goes up. Massive connection! That's what we're looking for. Nova goes up, does connect, takes down the ghost. And Zoun has momentum. Momentum is on his side. Built up his Colossus. Vikings not quite in position. Nice wipes, Vikings now they're coming to reinforce. Good position here with those Stalkers. These connections once again getting more ghosts. More ghosts going down. Zoun being forced back. And with those Novas, he does buy more time. Zelsa collapse on the army. Jesus. Don't scare me like that, Zoun. Almost friendly fire. Nice target fight. We get a back and forth trade. Zoun does lose all his Colossi, but he does maintain some disruptors. Does keep 3 alive. Still has a disruptor army. He maintains the base itself. It's getting saturated. Getting another ghost. And another. 2 ghosts going down. Down to 3. Ah, that's another disruptor. Again, trading back and forth. Clem going for the gold. As both armies are burning through their gases. Burning through the banks. Have been trading. Hit a miss movement there from Zoun. Did move too far forward. Does switch back to Colossus. And the disruptor barely does survive, but the Viking hand is still insane. Yeah, the Colossus, they go down one after the other. Now is not the time for Colossus. Oof. And Zoun plummets in supply. I'm sure he was hoping that maybe he had thinned out the Viking count enough. Alas, that wasn't the case. And Clem is pushing through. He breaks through, takes on every disruptor, every Colossus. Did have some back and forth trades, but Zoun, he's up against it. Now moving out with his double drop. Liberators, they have arrived. We have Liberation, no Fusion Core yet. Nice spread here against those Novas. Zoun does get a CC. Base does fall. They're being active, moving out. Zoun still being just very gateway heavy. And he needs to trade. Takes down a lib, gets one. Gets a Liberator, going for the planetary. Oof, bit of friendly fire. And Clem, he holds. He holds at the same time. Double drop into the main. There are plenty of warp-ins, though. Oof, oh my god. Clem, he wasn't looking. Massive Nova. I mean, we weren't looking either. Massive Nova goes off. Zoun. Back up to 5. Back up to 5 disruptors. Oh, catching out the Metamax. Gets a full Metamax as well. Got some myth-farthing there from Clem. Clem getting ready for a flank. Really difficult to push in. I mean, herO found the same issue, if you recall. Where he just pushed in and got flanked. Nice rotation. Hitting a couple of Vikings. As the Viking count goes low, we can go back into Colossus. As I'll say, crash in, they shut down the Vikings. The Liberators are a little bit late to siege. There's one Liberator left. But last, Clem, he holds. Does hold, does force back the Protoss. Oh. And the final lib. Final Liberator goes down. How many Vikings left? Down to 3. Now we could go back into Colossus. It's possible. Now sticking with those disruptors. Popping off. Zoun now going for the gold. We're getting back into it. As Novus, they won't quite connect. Once again, good target firing here by Clem. Does focus down two of those disruptors. Novus don't go off. Nice EMP here on the Zealots. Again, Zoun being very Zealot heavy here with how he's reinforcing. Basically, Zoun is hoping to like conserve or preserve his Stalkers, just reinforcing with purely Zealots and Disruptors. It's a very cheap army. Does dive in. Going for the Planetary. This time he should get it. Planetary goes down. Now he has to get the hell out of here. Here comes the surround. Clem from behind. Does he have enough? Takes down all the Zealots. Yeah, he does. Yeah, that was not worth it here for Zoun. Sure, he got the Planetary, but he's going to lose everything here. He got baited, Faffy. Ay, ay, ay. Went too far in. Everything's going to fall. Final Disruptor goes down, and Clem on it. He has broken through. Again, up until that point, it was very close, very back and forth. But Zoun, he got tempted by the base as he went in. Just full surround. Just full surround. Just collapsed in from behind. And with that, Zoun, he's going to lose everything. He's going to try to buy some time and drag the army back home. But it's going to take so long to rebuild that. And now Clem can push towards the bases. Push towards the next side. We'll see some disruptors coming in to reinforce, but again, it's just an overwhelming Terran army. Oh! The Novas, they never connect. They never connect. GG gets called, and Clem, he takes game number 1. GG. Whew, oh my god. GG, well played. Clem, it does take a lead in the series. And as a reminder, best of 5. As a reminder, this is a best of 5. Plenty more games coming up ahead of us. Plenty more games to come. And again, shout out to Zoun. He was able to maintain himself. It was risky to go for the goal base initially, and it wasn't really worth it in the end. Likewise, Zoun did get away with the center location, the center base, which was exciting. It did allow him to maintain himself, to have kind of like a staging ground to push in. We were able to trade back and forth. But again, we saw everything just swing heavily in favor of Clem when Zoun went for the Planetary. When he committed for the Planetary, he blinked in. It cost him everything. He spent so much to bring it down, and in the end, it was not worth it. GG, well played. Clem takes the lead, and now we're jumping into game number 2. As a reminder, it is Zoun's map of choice. Loading into Frostline. Let's go. Let us go. Here we go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner, of Frostline, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Zoun. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. Oh, his zoners, is he a clown? Oh no. Oh no. His zoners, is he adding himself as someone that doesn't watch StarCraft? What's happening in the chat? Ay ay ay. We go. Yeah, we're settling in. Oh, hello, Zoun. So here we go. We are going to be going for a proxy across the map. Interesting. I mean, of course, Frostline is a larger map in the map pool. It is a larger map. And with that is going to be setting up here with a proxy, I'm assuming Star... Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Could go for a Twilight Council as well, technically. Show us what you got. Show us what you got. But yeah, for some reason, there's someone in the chat trying to make an argument that there were other Zerg players that had better performances against Clem. That just, yeah, I would disagree with that if you've been watching, especially the second half of the year, for sure. For sure. I think even Clem would say that as well. But it just sounds like you don't watch StarCraft, so it's fine. It's fine. As it is the proxy Stargate. With this proxy Stargate, it should just be an oracle towards the main. And we'll see what he can get done. This oracle is being chronoed as we speak. So far, so good. So that is going to be shut down. Likewise, behind this, Zoun going to be making his way into the main base. Clem, he has yet to really scout anything across the map. I mean, to be fair, it is not uncommon to avoid that, as we are going to be gearing up towards Reactor Reaper Hellion. Reaper's Hellion's moving out across the map, and they can do a lot of damage across the map as well, as there isn't really much at home to defend. That is going to be caught out. And we'll see if Zoun can make up for that, as does make his way into the mineral line, catching out some SCVs. The workers are going to be falling. Nothing here shoots up, by the way. Marines, they rotate from the natural. SCVs are falling at the same time. What is at home to defend? The shield battery's not ready. Oh boy, how many probes are going to be falling? Oh god, they're lighting up. No, they light up. The Hellion shots. The Hellion shots are brutal. 4 probes so far. Okay, the shield battery is done. Thankfully, 5 and 5. And we hold. We do hold on. 5 workers go down for both players. A second oracle's on the way. This time there is a cyclone. This time Clem holds. Clem, he defends his main. Does defend. Does force Zoun back. And likewise from here, Zoun, he survives as well. Okay, we trade evenly. Gonna be 5 probes and 5 SCVs. Thankfully, Zoun also kept the oracles alive. If they went down, I mean, it would have set a dire situation here for the Protoss. But does keep them up and running, and as a result can hunt down the aggression, can hunt down the Reapers and the Hellions. And now we can calm down and settle into a longer game state. We can take our naturals, we can settle in. From here, Zoun behind this going to be rushing into charge, not blink. Interesting. Oh, no, never mind. Does cancel charge, going back to blink. Going for a much more standard follow-up to gain map control. And now we can welcome one and all to Frostline. Frostline is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Is a much larger map. And with that, Clem is going to be rallying across despite that. Bearing in mind he has no stim, he has no combat shields. But he has support here for his Cyclones. And that's his goal. Remember, because the initial proxy starport, that means there's less to defend back at home. Blink is delayed. Stalkers as well. Zoun is relying here on those oracles. No shield battery. Clem coming in to punish. So far, kiting well. First oracle goes down, second one as well, and it looks like he breaks through. He just shuts down the oracles. The punish is real. GG gets called, and Clem takes a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Oh my god, again, so quick to punish. Again, because of the proxy, there were no reinforcements. Blink was delayed, no shield battery either. There was nothing at home to keep up with that push. Clem takes a 2-0 lead here, and I'm hoping for an extended series. I'm hoping for a game 4. I'm hoping for a game 5, but the pressure is now on Zoun as we load into Abyssal Reef. Oh boy. Abyssal Reef is going to be coming up next. Unfortunately, likewise, when it comes to that defense out of Zoun, he didn't actually spot the move out. Otherwise, ideally, we would have seen a little bit more out of those oracles. I'm referring to stasis traps. I'm referring to, obviously, a shield battery as well. Alas, Zoun was caught with his pants down. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Clem only needs one more game here to advance on and to be our champion this week. I mean, he's the favorite player, but I'm still hoping for an extended series. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Blue Protoss from South Korea down in the series at 0-2. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Zoun. Here we go. Again, once again, it's going to be Zoun's map of choice. Once again, a larger map in the map pool. Last game, we saw the attempted proxy here from Zoun with the proxy oracle. Did fall on its face, was punished very well and very hard by Clem. This time, I'm assuming we're going to be opening up in more standard fashion, but hello, Clem. What's the plan? What's going on? Does set on an SCV is going to be rallying in, going for an eBay block at the natural. Oh boy, he will avoid the main probe scout, so Zoun is going to be unaware, and Clem, he's hoping to force a more awkward expansion here and a more awkward setup out of his opponent, out of Zoun. Oh boy. As here comes that eBay. eBay is on the way. And with that, Zoun, he's going to have to either pull the boys to try to focus us down or, again, forced to expand at the third location. And Clem, he's already there. He's already in position. Zoun forced to take the low ground expansion as a result. A very exposed base. A very abusable location here. You can harass her from the high ground, of course. You can push into from the low ground as well. There is no high ground advantage. A very exposed location. And Clem should be feeling pretty good about this. As he comes in, he scouts, he confirms the location of the natural. Oh boy. And we'll see how he does approach this. Now, back in the day, of course, at the start of the year, we did see a lot of Terran players embrace reacted Cyclone as a response. That was back before the change. Now tech labs are required, so there shouldn't really be a way for him to all in just end the game here and now, but he can embrace reacted Helium production to get some economic damage instead, to try to poke between the natural and the main base and try to tear Zoun apart. Oh boy. Here we go. So now he is going to be sticking with the reactor on the Marines, so just reactoring out Marines instead. No early factory-based production, not yet. No no Hellions, I mean. Getting to his 1-1-1 and expanding on the high ground, a very safe location here for Clem. Playing it out safe. Tech lab is done. When it comes to the tech of choice, it's going to be a Twilight Council open out of Zoun. I believe Clem is unaware. I believe Clem, yeah, he did not scout the main. Doesn't know what tech is coming his way. And now we can settle it. And we'll see if Clem is able to abuse this. For those that are curious, because there was so much progression on the eBay, at times it's a hard call to make. Some players will just delay their own economy and pull some boys and try to focus on the eBay if they scout it in time. If not, they just have to expand elsewhere. Well, what can you do, Patty? What can you do? Clem will take his natural. Behind this building up towards drop play, medevac is in production, Cyclone has arrived. With the arrival of the medevac, this tells us, this confirms, Clem is pushing. Clem is going to be pushing real fast, real quick, is moving out across the map. And I'm going to be concerned here for him. For Zoun, I mean. Aye. Army has arrived. Shield battery is done. Thankfully, we have the Guardian Shield. Sounds so far. He's ready. He's holding. Now, the added benefit here for Clem, especially with this kind of army composition, he can try to rotate, try to pivot around, and instead of pushing in towards his expansion, try to hit the main. For now, they're securing himself, waiting for his tank. Tank is on the way. Reinforcing with more Cyclones. A head-on fire like this, I believe Zoun should be able to hold. In the army, does focus down the sentry. Sentry goes down, shield battery out of energy, Stalker's gonna be falling as well. Blink is not yet done, 5 seconds away. And he's holding on. It does focus down both Cyclones. Zoun defends. Zoun does hold, does defend. Can chase this down, of course. Going for the medevac, the Viking, everything. Target firing at a Clem, does focus out most of those stalkers. But Zoun breaks out. Does break out. Likewise, Zoun diving on the tanks. We'll get one. A bit of an ambitious dive here as he's going to lose everything. Not quite worth it here. Zoun was not expecting a second tank to already be up and running. And with that a rough dive here for the Protoss. Bleeding out 4 stalkers for a tank. Behind this, getting a third base. Now, on the one hand, I mean, without that tank, it does mean that Clem's move out is going to be delayed. True. He's going to be stuck at home a little bit longer here. But still a rough trade for Zoun, as he's now establishing his third. And behind this, Clem should soon be working on his own third TC. But now he's on a 3-1-1 setup. There it is, third TC is on the way. TC is going to be on the way here, building up more Vaxes, and just going to be settling in. And now we can actually embrace a bit of a longer game state. I mean, we did have a longer back and forth on El Dorado, if you recall, but it was also a lot more aggressive, especially with how Zoun was approaching it. Here, especially because of the features of Abyssal Reef, we should be seeing a very different kind of dynamic here between Clem and Zoun, as it is typically a lot more difficult to push into either the third, the fourth, or the fifth. Here we go. Zoun moves out. They do come across each other, the medevac and the medic, and the War Prism. Do scout each other. Zoun heads straight for the mineral line. There are some reinforcements, not too many. As Clem does turn everything back around, hoping to catch out the War Prism. Will escape though. Will get away. Clem is going to be forced back. We just see Zoun trying to catch him out. Sorry, a little bit distracted. It's all good. Does push in. So far, Clem is able to keep up. The tank is in a good position. Does dive on top of the tank, though. First tank is going to be going down. With that Clem, he's going to get caught out here. The Zealots, they trade well. Very nice force field. Yeah, looks down the army. Zealots, they are barely running out, though. And with the death of the Zealots, Clem, he can hold. Clem, he can try to force this back. Reinforcements are going to be a little bit delayed. Barely holding on. 9 SCVs going down. Lines have arrived. No bunker, no other defensive setup here. Clemmy's up against the wall. Zoun, can he commit? Behind this, Zoun is expanding, taking more bases. Getting his fourth. Warping in 6 Zealots at a time. He's warping in. Going for the medevac. Does focus it down, and Clemmy's being overwhelmed. Just barely. Yeah, just barely getting caught out. Does it come back to that tank? The first tank going down earlier as Clemmy is being broken. Zealots, they bust into the mineral line. SCV is going to be going down as well, but here come the Marauders. And Zoun, he's running out of steam. I say that here comes another warp in. Zoun barely forcing Clem back. It does force him back. Nice force field. GG gets called as Zoun. He barely breaks through, and Zoun catches him out and does fight back. We have a series. Let's go. Let us go. Again, I do apologize. I was otherwise distracted, so I do apologize for that. But we can now focus on our match, focus on our finals here. Again, Zoun, he did throw down, what was it, 6 gates? I want to say 6 gates here. And despite losing Stalkers early on, just mass Pappy. He was able to catch Clem out. No bunkers, no defensive setup here at the third base. No Sim City. Whew, with that, did catch him off guard. GG. GG, well played. We have a back and forth here. And now we can indulge in Ultra Love. It is going to be Clem's map of choice. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. Still 1 game away from taking the series, but no longer has momentum. It is Zoun. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is, oh sorry, Clem, what I meant to say. It is Zoun. I don't know if I'm going to have enough time to sleep today. I'm concerned. Oh no. So we're going to be casting later on tonight in around 5 hours. No. Jesus. In 4 hours time. And yeah. It's going to be a tough one, let me tell you. Oh no. We're fine. We've reached the 8-hour mark. Keep going. We'll be fine. Of course, Little League Cup continues tonight. It's going to be the playoffs. We're going to be featuring some of these players as well at the Little League Cup. This is a teaser to that. And this time we do see that Clem, he won't be going for the eBay block across the map. We'll be chilling back at home and going for something more standard here. Ooh, and again, Zoun showing us that if he does smell weakness, he will go for it. Again, it's been very zealot, very charge out heavy throughout this series. Very much so. I would expect to see him embrace that once again here as well. I say zealot heavy, very gateway heavy. Maybe a better way of putting it. That Swarm Toss style. For now, calming things down. We'll go for his own natural. Clem going for an economic opener. Rax into expansion. We'll get his natural base. Likewise, Zoun going for his own gate cyber expand as well. Here we go. Sounds how sick. It's natural. Yo, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thank you, puppy. Thank you. RZRBK QTP. I can't. But thank you. I do appreciate it. Do appreciate the bits. Do appreciate it. Hope you've been enjoying yourselves. Hope you've been enjoying the cast, the content, the StarCraft. Let's go. Yeah. Do apologize for being a little bit out of it throughout the broadcast. I guess I didn't get enough sleep getting into this, and it's been a long one. Been a long one, papi. We'll make it through. We'll make it through. As Zoun is going to be opening up Stargate for the first time. Kind of for the first time. Obviously, on Frostline, we did have the proxy Stargate opener out of Zoun, but here we do have our Stargate back at home instead. Hallucination will scout, will confirm the more economic start from Clem. And we'll see if Zoun just opens up Oracles or if he does go for a Phoenix-based opener instead. Phoenixes feel a little bit risky here on Ultra Love just because of how small the map is. Shorter rush distance by ground means that this build can be punished a little bit harder, assuming that Clem does recognize what's going on. And will be assertive as a response. We'll see. As the Stargate is now done and the Phoenix production has begun for Zoun. Let's go. Phoenix is going to be on the way. But now continuing to scout. Keeping eyes on the add-ons, on the tech labs. Keeping eyes on Clem. And behind this is looking a little bit more old school. Stargate opener, not into Twilight Council, but into a Robo Phoenix Colossus. It's very out of meta. It's very out of fashion. It could be the direction that Zoun is headed in. Doesn't have to be. We'll see if he takes extra gases. We'll see if he goes into a bay behind this. For now, he is banking up those Phoenixes. For now, he's keeping himself hidden. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have our initial Raven. Tank production has begun for Clem. Everything looking as it should. Hallucination did get eyes on the Research and Tech Lab, but I believe that is going to be a fake out. Making it look like a Banshee-based opener instead. I mean, we saw this against herO, where the Hallucination goes down, and then he cancels. So again, Clem just making it look like Banshees. Ideally, this forces a reaction. The Phoenixes stay at home. The Observers stay at home as well, when really it's anything but Banshees. So, cheeky mind games here out of Clem. Do love to see it. So now we are going to be settling in. Getting into 1-1. Stim, combat shields. Raven gets caught out. The pieces are revealed. And now Clem knows. Now he's aware of the Stargate play. He isn't really set up to move out. Again, just because of the reveal being much later. So Zoun can comfortably just expand, getting into another base. Getting a safety immortal. No Bay. Instead of a Bay, Twilight Council. Into, I would imagine, a gateway composition. Okay. We're settling in. Now Zoun has gained map control. He can move out, pick away at the workers, pick away at the bases here of Clem. At least try to. Clem is going to be contained. Going to be stuck at home. I appreciate as well that, again, Zoun didn't move out until this moment. Catches out every single Marine. No Stim. Nice catch. Last Stim, the Phoenixes, they pop off. They shut Clem down. That's how many? There were 6 Marines falling. Keeping Clem contained. Jesus. Has to be careful. As the Widow Mines are set. Oh. And Clem moves out. Clem does move out with his double drop. So far, he avoids the eyes of these Phoenixes and the Observer as well. Zoun, he does miss this. Zoun behind this being quite greedy, getting a 4th base. Before Clem even has his 3rd. So very greedy here by Zoun. And he will scout the drop. He can respond. He has time. Does rotate. Charge is done. We'll see if Zoun can protect this 4th base. As Clem, he's moving out with a double drop or with a double push. Getting caught out on the right hand side. Nice lifts. Marines get shut down. Medivacs as well. Zoun completely cleaning this up. At the same time, the main armies do clash, but with 3 Immortals, I mean, Clem just cannot push in. Zoun coming out on top out of these early skirmishes. Takes the Maestro to the face. Means they're still up and running. Catching another Medivac. These are expensive losses here for Clem. Oh, nice lifts. As Clem is being forced back, and Clem is going to have to give up on the expansion. Now engaging with the main army. Tank is under fire. And down, he just goes straight for the kill. GG gets called. He punishes the move out, punishes the aggression. And Zoun, he takes a 2-0 lead here. Or I should say, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game 5. GG. Very nicely done. Again, Zoun just kind of hiding his initial opener, which I thought was really smart. It meant that there was no early game aggression out of Clem. Clem went for a standard opener. Instead, we saw Phoenixes just banking up back at home. Early on, we saw Zoun able to get some early damage done, catching out all those Marines. And we saw Clem, despite going for a split push, Zoun was playing so safely. It wasn't just a safety immortal. He had 3 Immortals, by the way. He had built up towards 3 Immortals. He was very secure on his 3-base economy. Completely shut Clem down and just snowballed from there. GG. GG, well played. We're going all the way to the ace match. It felt like Zoun, well, I should say, it felt like Clem was playing to like Zoun's music in a way, right? Like, like Zoun was all over that. That was great. GG, well played. And that leads us into game 5. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Leylines, we have the French Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid, losing momentum here. He was up 2-0. He has been so close to claiming this series, but now up against the wall. Once again, he's been here before against his opponent. It is a Clem. Oh, we're done. Oh no. Oh no, he's had enough. As the boys are being pulled, we have 2 SVs being sent across the map for a proxy 2 max. Meanwhile, in the one left-hand corner, oh, as we did have a bit of a pause, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss. It is Zoun. Here we go. We're done. The gloves are off. The pants are down. It's time to commit. As the Raxes have been placed, gas is being taken back at home. Should be proxy 2 Reaper here from the side of Clem. See how hard he does commit. We'll see what he can get done. Likewise, Zoun for the time being, stuck at home. No probe scout, not yet. Setting up his gateway, walling up here on top of the ramp. I'm assuming Proxy Reaper, technically we could be seeing an add-on alongside this. Clem has been quite fond of Proxy Marauder. We have seen that plenty of times, especially against Max Packs. Yep, speaking of, there it is, Proxy Marauder. Yo, I'm getting deja vu. I've seen Clem do this, like, especially in 2024, so many times against Max Packs. During the EPT circuit, I should say. The EPT Open Cups. Tech labs are on the way, Marauder production has begun, and Zoun is currently in the dark. He's currently in the dark as to what's going on. It's up to Zoun here to confirm. As for the time being, he's expanding. He's expanding. Again, there's no probe scouts. Thankfully, going for a sentry-based opener, so he's going for a hallucination. And there's actually a chance that maybe the hallucination will actually scout it ahead of time. Otherwise, he'll recognize that there's nothing at home. Is that going to be too late? Hallucination moves out. It doesn't quite check on the right-hand side. And we're just waiting here for Concussive Shell. Third Marauder has arrived. We're moving in. Surprise. Now, there is going to be a force field available for the ramp. True. Stargate follow-up here. No Robo. Pylon's going to go down. We just have to give up on the natural. There's no saving it. Pylon will fall. And you can see now we're setting up on the high ground. Pylons are on the way. Shield batteries are on the way. The natural's just buying time. Hallucination, of course, now confirms. And with the Stargate, we can make either Oracle or Void Ray. How going to be available? There's a cancel. Max is floating in. Does Clem attempt to transition from here? Factory is on the way. No shot he goes into just a CC. I mean, he's building up for one. Does force a cancel. Yep, CC on the high ground. From here he expands. Meanwhile, we do have the Void Ray from Zoun. Stuck on one base. And the problem here is that Zoun doesn't really have anything to counterattack with. There's no tech, there's no blink. There's no Twilight Council, of course. Nice force fields, locking down 2 of those. God, despite that, Jesus. Trading 1 for 1. 1 Marauder for 1 Stalker. The Marauders, they can hold their own. They just do so much damage. And they will get the pylon. Again, despite the force fields, Zoun, he was locked in with the Marauders. Not like this. Not like this. Zoun, he breaks out. Takes down the Marauders. Does hunt them down. And the question becomes, well, the pressure is going to be on Zoun to do some counter damage here. Because the reality is, Clem is natural so much faster. The CC is already done. CC is done. Zoun's has just begun back at home. He's moving out with the Void Ray. Going for the Oracle as well. Clem playing safe, going to Cyclone and Viking production. Force Zoun back. Oh my god, I was like, what? I was like, is he pulling the boy? He's crazy. Okay. Calm down, Clem, calm down. Getting too excited. Stasis gets baited. Natural in the way. He's going for the mass repair. He was. Terrified me. As Zoun double expands. I mean, this makes sense. I mean, he's behind. He has to catch up. So it does double expand from here, trying to recover economically. We could end up in a standard game state. It's possible. I mean, with this early tank production, Clem, he could just push. I'm curious to see if he does build up and move out, or if he takes a third CC, and we just end up in a more macro game. We'll see. Because there is still potential for Clem to punish this. Bearing in mind that Zoun, he's on 3 gates, he's been skipping some warp-ins. Likewise, rushing to the third base as well, getting saturated. Army gets spotted. Clem is aware.
Base is under attack.
He's aware of the Mass Wing Stalker. And really, he shouldn't be pushing out without Stim. So for now, we're just calming down. And Zoun should get away with this. He should get away with the third. From here, he can make 3 probes at a time. Build up. Likewise, Zoun moving in. Blink is done. She has potential. Does spot the army. Oof. Has to respect the tank. Catching out a Marine. Again, that's what he's hoping for. A stray Marine here and there. A Viking. A Cyclone. Away into the main. Oracle has arrived. Sure, tempting to dive in. Doesn't go for it. Likewise, we have +1, charge, robo. Getting into our swarm toss style, as Zoun does. Into mass gateway. Now we can settle in. Likewise, Clem is expanding. There's a third CC on the way, so he's not going for a 2-base all-in. We're setting up for a longer game state. Up, trying to bait him in. Up, does he go for it? He does. Massive stasis. Likewise, medevac goes down. Is that the Viking? Yeah, medevac does fall. Cyclone as well. Very nice pickups. Zoun not losing a single stalker. Another revelation. Clem, are we going to be committing here? We have to be careful. There's an immortal, there's charge, there's force fields. Yeah, Clem, he has to back up. He should not be out here on the map. Thankfully, does reinforce with the rest of his army. Clem playing with fire. Calm down. Calm down, Pat. Pulls back home. And now we can secure ourselves. And as he gets a third base, fourth is on the way. Fourth is on the way for Zoun. Getting his economy going. Bay is on the way as well. That'll be for Colossus into Disruptors. We're gearing up towards the mid-game. Despite the chaotic start, we made it. We made it. Likewise, Clem checking for the fourth. Does confirm. Once again, another revelation. Zoun ready for his own run-by. Once his army moves out, Zoun can move in, ideally. He's ready for those zealots. Speaking of, there we go, Zealous hit the mineral line, getting an SCV, getting 2. Forcing friendly fire. Ooh, God, that's a lot of friendly fire to the SCVs. 3 SCVs going down. Thankfully, not another tank volley. Thankfully not. Zoun is getting into his Colossi. Likewise, Clem rushing into Ghosts. Clem hasn't seen too much yet. He's not fully aware of the robo composition. As a result, no Vikings. Oh, sorry, I should say 2. There's 2 Vikings so far. Here comes the first move out. And I believe this is lined up with his first 3 ghosts. As ghosts have arrived. He's going to have EMP. Once again, the Observer does spot the move out. Zealots are coming for a counterattack. This time there is a bunker in position. And Clem is ready. And he can focus on the push. He can focus on the move out. Snipes one Viking left. One Viking remaining. That's still a massive wave of Marauders. And again, there are those EMPs as well. And Zoun he just gives up on the base. Meanwhile, getting 9 SCVs. Oh, getting 10. 10 SCVs go down. Zoun pulling away. He gets 1. He gets 2 Widowmines. For Stalker. Nice trades. Once again, pulling back, waiting for more reinforcements. Extended Lance almost done in 10 seconds. Picks up both Widowmines. Just really careful engagements here out of Zoun. Gets all 4 Widowmines and for only 1 Stalker. There's another base. Clem is maxed. He's maxed out. Zoun going for a counterattack. Clem is aware. Does spot it. And Clemmy races back home. Whew. Oh god, okay. Now to catch back up, Zoun double expanding once again, getting a 4th, getting a 5th. Clem does have a terrifying army. As he's getting back into Viking production. +1 ship weapons on the way. And we should soon be seeing disruptors. There's a second robo. No disruptors yet. Zoun is being active. Again, he needs to be. Needs to make sure he spots any kind of move that is Zelda on the right. Oracle in the middle. Think the Observer, did it get sniped? That's still there. Still there. Zoun is catching up his supply. Does go for the dive. Does focus out once again 2 more Vikings. 2 more Vikings going down to 3. Again, just maintaining that Colossus army. Maintaining its irrelevance. Always had to focus on those Vikings. Zoun rotating over. I'm not so sure Zoun can deny the base. Oh, takes a lot of my shots to the face. Oh my god. And brutal connections. Not ideal. Now, I assumed it was going into Disruptors. He's going to Storm instead. Bold move. Considering there are already plenty of Ghosts. But okay. Storm is coming. Storm is on the way. High Templar already building up energy. I'm hoping we get a War Prism as well, so we can, of course, look after them and protect them from EMPs. Until then, Clem does establish his own 4th. 5th CC on the way. Still very tense. Very tense between the players. At the same time, Clem does bypass the main army. The Colossus! First Colossus goes down. Down to 2. Storm is done. Storm is done. We have some flanking High Templar. How good are the Storms going to be? Oh, diving in. Getting another Colossus. There are 2 High Templar left. Those are the only ones. Doesn't bode well. Zoun just very zealot heavy here with his army. Storm zones away. He's got 1 Storm left. As we get a decent Storm in the army. Another flanking storm coming in. Oh, the EMPs! Yeah, EMPs do shut it down. No storms left. Colossus goes down, but that's a lot of supply in Vikings. And he goes for the dive. The ghosts are left behind. What was that? 3 ghosts going down. Sound splitting up. Zealous towards the top side. Main army towards the center. He's going for the planetary. This I'm not so sure about. We've seen this before. Planetary is going to go down. But Clem commits. Brutal EMPs. Zealot's going to be falling. And Zoun has to get the hell out of here. Like, he's got to leave. Oh no. We saw this on El Dorado. Yeah, the Immortals, they get caught out. Massive losses here for Zoun. He gets 16 SCVs, but I'm not so sure that was worth it. As he bleeds out a lot of high-tech units. And Clem is maxed out. He's maxed out. Zoun down 50 supply. Let's collapse in. Nice storm. Very nice storm towards the end. The army is overstimmed. True. Disruptors are coming to reinforce. And he's holding his own. He collapses in. Does go for the dive. But the star stepping is too good. There's still just so much fire there. The splits are good as well. And Clem, he just shuts this down. Takes down the disruptors. What little is left. So an overwhelm. Zoun trying to lure him in. He's trying to at least. Any other High Templar? No, still 0 High Templar. No storms. Building up disruptors. Zoun is running out of gas. Needs more gas. Once again, just very zealot heavy. I mean, the army is overstimmed. And can he break through? Let's catch out a couple of them Marauders. A couple of ghosts. There's 1 ghost left. But he can't push up the ramp. Force field working against him. Catching out the final Viking. Could be time for Colossus again. Sandy commits, takes down the Liberator. Goes for the dive. Doesn't quite have enough. Again, Sound has been so close. So close. Moves in, goes for the Nova, doesn't quite connect, gets started down. Yeah, and Clem with reinforcements, he has more than enough. More than enough to just break on through this. Coming in from multiple angles. No, we're here again. No! You get surrounded. We've been here before. Stalker's falling, Immortal as well. Like, the brutal part of pushing into this is you get flanked by reinforcements. Clem just comes in from both sides. The flank is real. And Clem, for now, I mean, he has momentum. He's soon to max out. Zoun has been struggling. Again, unfortunately, he's just been bleeding out far too much. Whether it's Disruptors, Immortals, the Colossus, the Ghosts. Sorry, the High Templar even. Does catch reinforcements, not bad. Getting a couple of Ghosts and Marauders. A better engagement for Zoun. The army comes in from behind. Yeah, and Clemmy's just still trades so well against this. The EMPs are brutal. The Nova. Oh, the splits though. Yeah, the splits are too good, and Clemmy will just overwhelm. We'll just overwhelm the army. We're running out of steam, running out of units, down to 2 Disruptors, 2 Stalkers. Barely anything left in the tank to warp in. Zoun is down to what, less than 3 base economy. GG gets called. There's nothing left, and Clem, he will take the series 3-2, becoming this week's OlimoLeague champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Clem, as he does claim the series, does advance on, and yeah, is our champion this week. Shout out to Zoun though, because I feel like Zoun was a very unlikely hero here in this tournament. I feel like he's often overshadowed, and often, I mean, Zoun, he's only recently coming back from the military, still regaining his skill in many ways, but despite that, did go all the way to the ace match against Clem, did make a series out of it. GG. GG, well played. as we do catch up on the bracket itself. Zoun, to get this far, did take down SHIN, did take down Gerald. Clem likewise went through the meat grinder, going through Rogue, herO, Solo, and of course down in the grand finals. Congratulations here. Again, OlimoLeague is at a better time slot for Europeans nowadays, so we're able to feature players like Clem, like Gerald as well. But I'm sure there are others that were just getting ready for their LoLeague Cup, as I believe MaxPax and some of the other competitors are going to be playing tonight in LoLeague Cup as well. So GG, well played. Congratulations to Clem. Shout out to Zoun for making a deep run. And yeah, when it comes to the highlights of the event here, I mean, I think that Rogue versus Clem was definitely a lot of fun. It was very much so a more unique TVZ. Great to see it go all the way to the ace match. Likewise, here versus Clem was also, as always, a lot of fun as well. Shout out to 3 Point. Yo, my heroes, 3 Point versus Gerald. That was like a 10-minute series. They were amazing. They were beautiful. And of course, SHIN, Zoun as well. So we covered most of the quarterfinals, round of 32 and round of 16 as well. GG, well played. When it comes to the rest of this week's broadcast, we did have to update some things here. For those that are curious, we did have like 24 hours of casting over the course of Saturday and Sunday. We had a brutal weekend of casting, and I was very much so out of it after that. My voice was far too sore. I just could not keep up. So on Monday, we did take a day off. On Monday. As I was recovering from the weekend, and we were able to jump back into swinging things on Tuesday. Now, if you remember, we assumed that LoLeague Cup was on Tuesday evening, but it actually got moved to Wednesday. So we had a kind of a free afternoon, even though we were supposed to be casting. So we had a bit of a free afternoon for us. With that, I was able to just catch up on VODs, catch up on editing some content, of course, and that leads us into the rest of the week. We just wrapped up with OlimoLeague, and later on tonight at 9 p.m. KC, that is in 4 hours, by the way. In 4 hours time, we're going to be live with LoLeague Cup, the playoffs, day 1. We have day 1 of the playoffs, followed by day 2, 3, 4, and 5. We have 5 days straight of LoLeague Cup action. Likewise, we have the Nation Total Tussle here on Thursday. We have the CranKy Christmas Invitational on Friday. We have herO Cup over the weekend, a KSL, and the podcast. Plenty of content here on the CranKy Ducklings. A little bit lighter this week, just because we took Monday off. Monday, we missed out on the Wardy TV Monday Cup, and we also missed out on the CranKy Christmas Invitational. We had to move it to Friday instead of Monday, just because we took the day off. So yeah, we didn't want to take some time off, but we did. So a little bit of free time there at the start of the week, but now we can just go back into the swing of things and have just non-stop StarCraft action. Let's go. Let us go. Here we go. Is it possible to get replays of this? For OlimoLeague, we don't have permission. We don't have permission to share OlimoLeague replays, but for a lot of events, we do. So we share replays for LoLeague Cup, we share replays for Tenacious Total Tussle, Stegosaur Monday, herO Cup. There are other events that we do have permission, but there are some that we don't. For OlimoLeague, we don't have permission. For the KSL, we don't. For the KSL, they have their own Patreon, specifically for their replays, for example. So there are some tournaments that have their own system for distributing replays. There are others where we do have permission. So it does come down to that. It's more of an event basis. Here we go. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. We're going to be heading off for the time being. So I was going to nap. I was ideally going to sleep before the cast. I don't know if I can. Again, LoLeague Cup is in less than 4 hours time, and I am a little bit paranoid that I'm going to sleep, and then by the time I wake up, like, maybe I missed the cast or something. So I might stay up. We'll see. I mean, I haven't had food yet today, so I'm probably going to get some food. I'm probably going to rest regardless. I mean, I have to edit the VODs. I have to edit all of OlimoLeague to publish it to YouTube, but yeah, we'll see. I might try to force myself to like nap for like an hour. Maybe I can sleep for an hour. Maybe like 2-hour nap. I'll do my best. I'll do my best because again, we're gonna be back in 4 hours. Otherwise, thanks so much. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. Hope you guys had a great time. Hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. Otherwise, who's streaming at the moment? Who can we raid? So like 8 alarms. That's what I do. I always do. But like I'm still scared though. Oh no. We'll see. We'll see. Like, meanwhile, who is live at the moment? Who is live? Who can we send everyone over to? Sort of is streaming. Sort of. Upper Tree is still live. Jesus. Oh, wait, no, is he sleeping? I think he's asleep. Yeah, he's asleep. Upper Tree is asleep. Who else? Who else can we raid? So far, I'm feeling sort of. Let's see. Luis is streaming. Yeah, we'll give it to sort of. We'll give it to sort of. He's a great guy. Great guy. Great guy. Great player as well. Give him some love. Give him some support. Otherwise, we'll see you guys in less than 4 hours with the OlimoLeague Cup. If you're curious who's playing in the OlimoLeague Cup, well, we have, I believe, hold on, 4 best of 5s. Yo, it's gonna be a long night. 4 best of 5s. Dark versus Max Pax, Reina versus herO, herO versus Gumiho, and Clem versus Skillus. Oh boy, so the best of the best in the world are going to be facing off in the OlimoLeague Cup. Look forward to it. We'll see you later on tonight and the rest of the week for that OlimoLeague Cup action, or again for some of these other events as well that we do cover on a regular basis. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. Ciao.